There aren't a million of those already.
Name 20.
Rosanna, Roxanne, Michelle, Allison, Sarah, Angie, Brandy, Mandy, Gloria, Cecilia, Maggie May, Jessica, Nancy, Barbara Ann, Billie Jean, Layla, Lola, Polly, Helena, Jenny from the block.
Name 6 more.
Sherry, Laura, Wendy, Maria, Peggy Sue, Minnie the Moocher.
Name 5 more.
Tracy, Jean, Jane, Mary Ann, Eleanor Rigby.
Go fuck yourself.
There aren't a million of those.
All right. It looks like we can actually show our faces now. Where's my face? There we go.
We're allowed to after that?
Yeah, you can speak now. You're good. You're good. You can talk.
Oh, okay.
All right. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to this very impromptu, lovely stream. I'm thanking Krim for this entire idea, because he's the one who conceived of it and made that goofy little opening clip that he demanded at gunpoint for me to play. He was very demanding about it. All right. So, it seems like a lot of people, wow, a lot of people are on stream. Wow. A lot of people in the audience.
I told you I'd bring my hose with me.
So, you brought a lot of people. We already have some super chats already, too, that I'll get to in a second. But, who you two again? I don't know if I know you guys.
You want to go first? We're both little demon guys.
Different varieties, though.
Krim, did you mute yourself or forget to unmute?
I think Krim forgot to unmute himself.
Krim! We need to summon Krim from hell still. No, everything's going wrong.
I have tequila here. Does that help summon Krim? I'm not sure.
I'm Size Scribbles. I think most people know who I am here, huh?
Yes, and if you don't know Sai, she has done a bunch of the lovely thumbnails on my videos.
Yes.
Among other
Thank
things.
you.
Which are fantastic, by the way. Or you fought with her on Twitter, one of the two.
Yeah. Between you and Cougar, you have me drawing the most odd selection of characters.
Anyway, on that lovely note,
I think Krim is here.
Who are you? Krim? Did we lose Krim?
I heard him. I heard him mumble.
Oh, no, we lost Krim. Okay, Krim will be back.
I lost Krim.
Okay, Krim will be back. We have lost Krim. It's okay. He will return.
We lost our connection to the underworld, unfortunately.
You know, Hale has bad signal, I've heard. I've heard Hale has really bad. Has a hell of a signal, too.
I'm beating you up after this.
Yeah, please do. It's all good. Okay, so we have a few super chats before we get started on anything specifically. We have a few super chats from before the stream even started, which, I mean, listen, if you want to send super chats, I am always happy about that. If we get more than 1,000 people, though, I will drink from this Renaissance fair drinking horn that hasn't been cleaned in years. So that's my incentive to get more people to watch. If we get 1,000 simultaneous views for even a second, I'm like, well,
you need to put milk in it.
Can you guys hear me now?
You can hear me now. You got
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I had to switch to my phone for some reason, but hi, I'm here.
Hello. Who are you again?
I'm Crimson Ender. I am a very small niche YouTube channel, and I kind of got into the Lily Orchard fray after making a video about her Kingdom Hearts and the Coffin of Andy and Lele reviews.
And you are also the founder of this particular feast because you came up with this idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just thought it would be funny. For no
You're not wrong.
There definitely isn't strategic timing going on.
That is fair. That is fair. All right, we have a few super chats I'm going to read real quick before we dive into what this stream's even about. Tap a clip. Thank you for the super chat. Volo from Pokemon is so sympathetic. I can't see him as a villain. I love him. I'm with you on that one. I love Volo too. I think Legends Arceus was such a great game. I think it was really cool. I thought Volo was a really great final antagonist. Just a cool dude overall. And just the best type of over-the-top cheesy towards the end.
We love that.
Oh, I love it. Tap a clip again. Thank you for the second super chat. May I shamelessly plug? My newest video is on Lily Orchard's novella, Iris and Kiera. I hope someone with expertise in psychology or nonverbal communication comes across it. Love your work, Ant. Well, that sounds incredible. I'd love to see that. I'll try if you post a link to it. I'll try to put it on my community tab just so I can. Actually, no. I'll open up your thing right now.
I think we were talking about it in my Discord earlier. I haven't gotten around to watching it yet, though, but I'm very interested. Especially since June highlighted Lily in her past saying she doesn't trust psychiatrists.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, if I forget to do it, just send me a link and I'll post it in the community tab so we can get more eyes on it.
It's floating around on my Discord. We'll find it later.
Cool. Sounds good. And when this stream started, we have another super chat from Nick Wolf. So happy to be here live. Before the stream ends, we need to figure out why y'all's team name is, as if you were playable characters a la Sonic Heroes.
Are we the Tism trio?
Yeah, the autism trio was what people were calling us.
Autism trio. There we go.
We're the Tism trio for sure.
Oh, except
yeah, like
that.
alliteration.
That's great.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So. Let's just dive into the topic. Why not? We're not waiting for anyone to show up. We have enough people already. 6 minutes in, we're good to go. So let's just dive into it. A few months ago, actually, Lily Orchard made a post on Tumblr, which I'm going to bring up a screenshot of because Lily Orchard has blocked me on Tumblr for some time now.
This is the end of August, by the way, just so that we have the timing down correctly.
This is end of August, exactly. So let's just bring up my thing back. Okay, cool. So I'm going to read. Now everyone can see my screen. Does anyone want to read this in their voice?
Oh, do you want me to do it in my Lily voice?
I think whenever Lily, let's split off some of the posts.
How about I be Lily, and who wants to be Prince Boycel, and who wants to be Michaela?
Oh, and there's book lore too. So Prince Boycel and book lore. I can do Michaela, and Krim, you could do the other two.
I'll do the secondary characters.
Okay, there we go. We all agree.
All right, cool. I see some super chats. We'll save it till after we finish reading this. So, Krim, do you wish to begin your Shakespearean performance?
Yes, of course. Can the villain has a point stories be done without doing a boiling kittens in lava trope? I've honestly never seen it done. I've never read a book in my life.
Apparently not.
And then Lily says, the problem lies in this simple question. If they have a point, why are they the villain? Either you're pushing a taking it too far narrative, or you're just married to the idea of a villain.
And Michaela responds to this going, best you can do is have the protagonist join them, and even it's not a villain has a point story, it's a hero gets radicalized story.
Counterpoint.
I don't do voices.
It's all right. Counterpoint. Villains can indeed make good points, and the better ones often do. They aren't just there to foil the hero sometimes. And I have the rest of this on mine because it's a little cut off there.
Oh yeah, actually, it's right here. Actually, so especially
yeah, they aren't just there to foil the hero, and sometimes, especially if the character is someone like Hannibal Lecter. Again, I think it's very important that the starting point is Hannibal freaking Lecter.
Yeah, that does.
They are the main character that we sympathize with. As far as the story being they've gone too far, who says? They can rationalize this from an amoral point of view that accounts for more shades of gray, and they aren't ever going to be a hero, but that doesn't mean they didn't have a point. A good villain will make the hero, if there is one, or the audience, think about what they are doing. So no, there are stories that absolutely do use this, and to a good end.
Name 50.
And we did.
Each.
And you guys both said bet. I wasn't even involved in this one. You guys were just like...
Yeah, we could do this. All right, so a couple super chats real quick before we continue. Paige Lego, thank you for the super chat. I wonder if we're going to mention King K. Rool in his debut in Donkey Kong 64. No, but I want you to put a pin in Donkey Kong for a second. We'll get back to that. Angels Art and Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Team Tism is my new favorite King of Fighters team. Just joking. Team Tism. I love it.
I kind of like that even more, honestly.
The more I hear it, the more I like it. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty fantastic.
That looks like our Pokemon group, or Team Tism.
Oh, God. I love it. Now, a couple things I do want to bring up right now before we really dive into the topic at hand. The way this is going to have to follow a very loose structure. We have Krim's list of 50 villains that he named, and my list of 50 villains that I named. We're going to go one off the other, back and forth for the next whole rest of the stream. Sai is going to offer her initial judgment of our points and arguments, and we're going to kind of discuss it amongst ourselves and debate it. Now, that being said, Lily shifted the argument after we listed after we made our whole post. So we're going to read right now Lily's secondary version of a criteria for what we're looking at, what she's looking for here.
After we made the list, by the way.
We already made the whole list, like the whole thing. Where's the post? Right here, perfect. So this is another post. Oh, and by the way, Lily's next video will be about this very topic. So if you want to see Lily's response to our list, it's coming up sometime soon. She needs the views.
It's apparently her very next video. She's working on it right now, and she's been working on it in stream.
She's seething.
She's
all over the place.
I was going to waste
seething about all three. I don't think she's even fucking named me, but she's seething about all three of us. The whole team Tism.
Yeah, she really felt like this teamwork is really bad for her. No, but she is seething badly. And honestly, not in a way that's particularly interesting. Like, she's just repeating herself. It's almost not worth responding to if the script doesn't change.
I noticed the one that you've brought up is the one that somebody else like edited and put their notes on it. So
yes.
That'll be
interesting.
I have feelings about some of this person's comments, but it's fine.
That's okay. We can get to that.
I have your guys' original lists up too, just so I can get the context of what series some of these are from.
Understandable. All right, so we're gonna Lily had this user screen capped Lily's initial post and scribbled on it. We're just gonna read Lily's revised criteria and then offer our own. Though we are gonna kind of stick to Lily's criteria for the sake of argument. So, Lily,
this is not.
Yeah,
this is not Lily, by the way. This is not actually Lily.
No, this is Lily. This part.
Silly
Lily posting is not Lily.
Oh yeah, but the
Lily
red markup.
So,
yeah, but the red markup
to Lily's
are.
responses,
Yeah, right.
So, sorry, you want to read this in your Lily voice?
Oh, sure. All right.
Just
honey.
First part.
First of all, the challenge was to name 50 villains that 1, have a point, 2, successfully avoid the issue of why are they a villain, and 3, are good, which she did not specify in the first place. She just said name 50 sympathetic villains.
Yeah, I don't even think she even defined that it really has a point. It was more like sympathetic or have a point. So we kind of
you guys were mostly just being cheeky, and then she got really nettled about it and started being that kid on the playground that changes the rules midway through when they're losing.
Exactly.
Lily definitely wasn't like that as a kid.
No,
definitely
no, of course not. Oh, so we have a super chat here. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Frieza is totally a sympathetic villain.
I love
Chris,
him.
Are you a landlord by chance? Is that why you sympathize with? Is that what you sympathize with?
Didn't they bring him back in Future, and he's going through the same villain almost turns into part of the team cycle they all do
in Super? Yeah, in Super, not Super. in Super, not Future. Future Steven Universe. Basically, he pulls a Jasper in that. kind of, sort of, but not really. It's oversimplifying it. But it's more like help us or the whole universe ends. So it's like, do I try to screw you guys over, or do I try to save the universe so I don't die? It's like pure
save the universe so I can have it.
I will say that I want to address something in chat.
Mm-hmm.
When Lily says are good, she means well written, not morally good. Just that they are well written villains.
Are you sure?
I am 95% positive. I realize it's a very charitable interpretation of that, but it would be kind of weird for her to basically state the same point twice. But
she seems to think that if a character is objectively correct about something, they shouldn't be a villain in the first place. That seems to be Lily's thoughts on this.
Well, my opinion is I'm with Krim on this one, because Lily later on in the list, there's a character from Metal Gear Solid that I listed, and Lily said that broke Rule 3 because it's a Metal Gear Solid villain.
Yeah, she just
She had no idea. She had no idea who you were talking about. I bet you anything. She had no idea who you were talking about.
And speaking of which, let me get my phone on me because I have to take notes because some of these characters aren't super. I left my phone downstairs. I think I left my phone downstairs.
Yeah, I brushed up on a few, and a few of them I do know already, but some of them you guys are going to have to explain to me.
Yeah, a few of them. I'm going to give you some context too. I wrote this list on the toilet.
Literally,
TMI. Oh my god, at TMI.
No, I literally crapped out a list, and this got Lily so angry that she's talked about it for 3 or 4 times in a row.
I literally crapped out a list.
Yeah, quite literally.
I very similarly woke up, saw this post, was rubbing the crusts out of my eyes, typed it up, and I was like, I'm like 4 or 5 short, and I had just joined voice chat on my server, and my good friend Book the Mac was on voice chat. I was like, you got any you want to add? She gave me a few, and I added them. So there are a couple I'm not super familiar with, but I will recall that conversation that I had with her and make a point for them. But I'll also say that not all of them not all of the characters I've listed belong on this list. I'll admit.
I was gonna say, you guys weren't taking it that seriously. You were just kind of Lily. Yeah,
we did put it out there. We did put it out there, so it definitely is able to be criticized. We make content, and we made these lists. So 100%. Yeah, sure, worthy of criticism. It's just weird.
I'm gonna argue with you on some of them.
Yeah,
sure.
That's
and
fine.
I do want to emphasize the chat also. These lists are not perfect. They are by their very nature not perfect. So the trick becomes, do we have a good point? Were we correct about a few things, or was this maybe a mess? We're going to find out right now.
Can I show my hand a little bit? Can I show my hand just a little tiny bit?
Sure.
I think the very fact that we're having this conversation and Lily is making a video responding to these lists is that it kind of proves us right that this is like a nuanced topic, and it's interesting and it makes for good discussion. If it didn't, the 4 of us, me, you 2, and Lily wouldn't be making videos on it.
Mm-hmm. It's a good topic, and creative writing in general is a topic with a lot of value to it. I've always insisted that literature and media consumption is a conversation. It's meant to be discussed with opposing viewpoints, respectfully, I believe, but I think we are meant to engage with ideas, discuss ideas, and if we don't agree, that makes for some fun conversation. And I love fun conversation. I started my whole channel to have fun conversations about media. So this is my cup of tea, or in this case, my cup of whiskey, which is almost done, but I digress. Anyway.
I always say the way. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
That's okay. I was just going to say in chat, Voice of Reason, this is actually a list that me and Anthony made that Lily's mad at. So
yeah. Lily cannot stand these lists. She has ranted about these multiple times, and we'll show you her responses to these maybe towards the end. We'll save that till at the end so you have a perspective as to our discussion about it versus Lily's discussion about it. Ignoring spoilers for her latest video, although I'm sure we'll discuss those too because she repeats herself every single time she talks about this list, so I digress. Okay, so a couple super chats have come up. Chris, thank you for the super chat. This is in regards to the Frieza comment. He only blew up like a few planets, but his arc is interesting because he becomes more like the Saiyans he hated. Talking about Frieza. Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong. You are not incorrect, especially at the end, especially in Super and the Broly film. Yeah, 100%. I agree with you on that one. Oh, cool. And Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern, thank you for the super chat. Catra is literally a sympathetic villain, but Lily is unable/unwilling to understand the cycle of abuse through subtext. 100% correct.
She's so intellectually dishonest on that one. She's admitted she hasn't even watched the final seasons of She-Ra, but she's constantly going on about the ending.
Yeah, because she spoils herself on it. And I do want to point out that Lily said in her upcoming video that we are obsessed with shonen anime and we like only schlocky stuff. I will allow you to be the judge of that based on the lists of characters we've discussed.
I don't think I listed any shonen characters, but maybe one.
There's a couple.
Like Yagami, technically shonen, like at the most liberal use of the.
Well, he's not Shonen Jump. Definitely
Yeah, he was in Shonen Jump. Shonen. We see the Westerners tend to take shonen to mean tournament battle anime when it's really a lot broader than that.
It's more like it's a demographic of young boys.
Yeah, basically.
I would say Death Note a little bit more general, like it's more mature, I think.
If you ever see the pilot one shot manga for Death Note, it was definitely way more shonen, a boy and his monster at first.
Yeah.
You know?
It's good. I think as it went on, they really developed. Because I think that creator, he also did Bakuman, also, right? Death Note guy.
He did Hikaru no Go.
Oh, was that the artist?
No, the artist did Hikari no Go.
Which is very
author
shonen.
Did Bakuman, I believe, yes.
Yeah,
my bad.
And that's the same artist, I think, as Death Note and Hikaru no Go. Hikaru no Go is, I think, a little underrated, though I didn't love it when I was a kid. I like it more as an adult. I don't know.
It's like
I read a bit of it. I read a bit because I like the guy's art a lot. So
the art was fantastic. I like how it's basically what if like Yu-Gi-Oh, but like actually how games are played.
Yeah, like real board games. Yeah,
like actual board games and not like.
That's what it is, though. I was saying that before. I love how anime will sometimes like pick a gimmick and just stick to it so hard it's almost ridiculous, you know?
Like Hikaru no Go is basically like, what if we just actually just show people playing board games,
but made it like all action packed and intense.
Yeah. I love it.
It's sort of like a subversion on like sports anime, you know?
It is a sports anime essentially.
Yeah, I mean, board games are sports. What are you talking about? Draco System, thank you for the super chat. This is the same woman who thinks Kyubey has no point, and that the world ends with Yu's villain is not Joshua because the themes of the fucking misanthropy, I can't speak today, and how it hurts you. It hurts. Please help me. Hold that thought. It will come up.
Yeah, with both those are going to come up, I believe.
Yeah. Gavin Carr, thank you for the super chat. Leatherface fits 2 out of 3. That's good enough. I was almost going to put Leatherface on my list. Listen, all Leatherface is, all right? Listen, Leatherface is just, he's living at his home. His dad's works at the local gas station. His brother is an ex-member of the slaughterhouse. You know, he's at home just chilling out when all of a sudden these teenagers break into his home and he's got to get rid of them. They're invading his property. And he just looks so stressed the whole time. It's not a good Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie unless Leatherface is having a worse day than the surviving teenager.
Just trying to get them off his freaking lawn.
Yeah, there's a great scene in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre where he one of the characters breaks in. He put one girl in the freezer, he smashes the other guy's head with a hammer, and he just looks around the house looking for more teenagers hiding behind like the cover or something like that. And he just sits by a window and just like holds his head in his hands going like looks like he's like panicking underneath his mask. It's such a great scene because you realize, oh, he's having a bad day too, actually.
I feel like this is probably a great time to get started.
Yeah, we're already going on nerdy tangents. We haven't even actually started yet. And this is expected.
We have 100.
That's why we're Team Tism.
There we go. So the way this is going to work is thus: I read a name, I pitch this to Sai as why it's a sympathetic character who fits all 3 categories, and then we just discuss it amongst ourselves. Then we switch off to Krim. He'll read a name. He'll pitch the side, and let's give ourselves like a timer. Let's give ourselves like roughly 3 minutes. Not exactly 3 minutes, but like let's try to keep it to 3 minutes. Because we have 15.
Let's keep a score too.
Yeah. What?
Let's keep a score too.
I agree. We'll keep a score. Let me get this on screen actually. We have a side right here. This is good. Let me get some text right here. 1 second.
You can easily put text in OBS.
Oh yeah,
if you want to do it like just like so simple, you can just keep updating it yourself.
That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
I think Sai doesn't have a list, you guys.
No.
I don't have my. I mean, I have a few villains I will talk about if when we get to the end, if we want to like say what some side
Sure.
thinks of. But we'll go through your guys' list first. I only have like 2 in mind right now. Maybe I'll think of more as we go on.
Yeah, let me just make it a little smaller.
He's just making a scorecard in real time.
I feel like if we can get to 50 together, that would be. That's my goal. If we can get to at least 50 together.
Oh, between the 2 years, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe I'll
but
add in
a B plus would be nice, you know?
Yeah, agreed. All right, cool. So here's the scorecard. It's on screen right now. Ant, 0. Let me get this right. Ant, 0. There you go. Cool. I can type. I'm a writer. I went to college. This is what I trained
I went to college.
I went to college. That's what I trained for. Okay, a couple last minute super chats before we just dive in. And by last couple, I mean one more. Denmark, the country of Denmark. Thank you for the super chat. Lorch would find the villain from the DLC of Fire Emblem Three Houses very sympathetic. You see, he's a creep and an incel, and she would say that he was misunderstood and that the woman he liked was abusive. That's possible.
We'll get into that later.
I just saw somebody say Avengers Age of Tism in the chat.
Yes.
You guys are killing me.
I have an Oktoberfest of a very strange nature. I have not tried this before.
Also, if you want to get some of my Utana takes, go watch my video on James Somerton talking about it. You'll hear basically anything I'd say to Lily.
All right, this is a weird Oktoberfest right here. It's a milkshake style IPA with pumpkin, spices, vanilla, and milk sugar.
Okay.
I don't know how this is going to taste. It's a milkshake style IPA. I don't know what it's going to be like. I'm not sponsored. I'm just a fan. I don't know if I'm a fan. I can try
God, you're like my brother. with his weird fancy beers.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not good either. Draco System, take the super chat. Hashtag.
But you're still gonna finish it because it's alcohol, yeah.
No, I have a. Listen, again, I brought the whiskey. Is whiskey or bourbon? It's bourbon. No, it's whiskey.
Excuse me.
No, it's bourbon.
I have something else.
Oh, you have weed.
Yeah, of course I do.
And
always.
Just can't do it on
today.
Yeah, my face is on. I can't do it here. Anyway, so first character. We're going to start with John Hammond from Jurassic Park. All right, so John Hammond is the rich guy who creates Jurassic Park, the park itself. So his idea is he wants to create something. Now, in the book, he's a corrupt businessman. He just wants to make something spectacular so he can make a lot of money off it. He wants to get rich fast. But in the film, he's this well-intentioned Walt Disney dreamer type, minus the anti-Semitism, who just wants to make something magical and enchanting that inspires the imagination of the world. He wants to use his wealth to create something fantastic, but in doing so, he ends up creating a horrible disaster that spreads ruination upon all who come to it. He isn't evil. He has a point. He wants to make something special, and he thinks that he is, but through either being overly ambitious, not fully understanding what he's trying to do, it creates this situation that results in real death and puts his own family at risk. Now, he's not evil in the film. In the books, yeah, I would say he's pretty bad. He makes the argument that you could use this technology for good as well, but he really isn't it for the money. In the film, he spares no expense because he wants to make something unique. But despite being well-intentioned, he's not simply the hero of the story because he's choosing to make decisions that put others at risk anyway. And even after this film ends, there are ramifications to his actions that facilitate the behavior of other capitalists, of other military infrastructures, and of just stuff going wrong by the very nature of things. Mm-hmm. He is not a villain in the sense of being evil, but he is the antagonist, the core antagonist of the Jurassic Park story. Because without him, nothing would have happened. And it's because of him that the central theme of the original Jurassic Park story is communicated. that just because you can do something with technology doesn't mean you should do something with technology. It's a story not only about the external threats to dinosaurs, but the internal threat of ambition leading you down a path that unintentionally can cause devastation to those who are innocent. And he's also really bad at managing a business. He hires like one IT guy for the whole island. Like he gets one guy with a gun in like when you have all these dinosaurs, you have one or two guys with guns, and that's it. And the guns aren't even like in the same building that you're in. It's like just bad infrastructure all around.
Like hires one computer engineer and then fucks him over.
Yeah, it's like one guy. Like, what happened when the one guy's out sick? It's like, well, I'm sorry, the one guy's out. We can't do anything. Sorry.
I do think that's interesting that in the movie you do get some hints of him being more of like a showman, more of being like a P.T. Barnum type.
Mm-hmm.
Like he talks about doing flea circuses, and he keeps saying spares no expense, but shit keeps breaking down. You know, so I think there is a little bit of that book Hammond in the movie. But he I don't feel like he is the villain in the movie per se, though. They more make it like the dinosaurs are kind of the antagonistic force.
I also want to say that like every person, even if they do something bad, thinks that they're justified for doing it. You know,
that's true.
He did end up putting his own grandkids in danger, so that's a bit like, he must have had some confidence in himself.
Yeah. So even if, and like, what even is the definition of a villain? Like a lot of people say, it's somebody that opposes the main character and does them harm.
I would say that's more of an antagonist that opposes the main character. A villain is someone who does like evil actions. I think a villain is what a villain is in a story. Someone who has to do something evil or unethical or reprehensible. Yeah, an antagonist doesn't necessarily need to be a bad person or even in the wrong to be the antagonist of the protagonist. People get those two confused a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm more specifying it's specifically somebody that is actively doing harm is an important distinction.
I think also a question becomes, and this is a question that goes for the entire rest of the video, how are we differentiating an antagonist from a villain? Because does it have to, because if we say, oh, the villain is evil, well, then that's kind of an odd distinction to make, right? What defines evil? That's really a subjective term, unless we go for like, Freddy Krueger. There's very few like clear-cut evil people in the world. I think we should
nuance,
Exactly, there's nuance to it. I think with this discussion, a villain should be someone who chooses to do harm to the protagonists, knowing it will cause harm.
Or other characters, not necessarily protagonists.
Yeah, or is like knowingly doing something unethical that they know is unethical, but they're going to do it anyway. I think that's really what evil kind of is. It's like the Terry Pratchett quote that evil is when you start treating people like things. It's really that simple. That's when evil starts.
Exactly. And, let's look at what happens with John Hammond. His entire motivation is to bring these experts to his island to shut the lawyers up. His motivation for the whole movie isn't necessarily just, oh, I have this great park. It's, I have this great park, but these lawyers keep saying it's going to be a bad idea.
The red tape. Oh, yeah. It's so inconvenient to my genius and my entrepreneurship. Because like I said, even in the movie, he seems to be more of a P.T. Barnum than someone who is entirely innocent and well-meaning.
Exactly. And he doesn't listen to the experts. He arrogantly moves forward with his ideas, thinking he knows best. And, even if he isn't malicious overtly, he's still putting a lot of people in harm, and he knows these dinosaurs can kill people. That's the thing, too. He knows they can hurt people.
But the ends justify the means.
Exactly. Quick little super chat from Baichi Apiadera. Thank you for the super chat. Antagonists can be heroes. Death Note for the example. Yeah, that's also true.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a lot to say about Mr. Light Yagami when we get to him.
But even talking from a structural standpoint, here's a question for you all, chat. Who's the antagonist in the movie Fargo? It's the cop. If you look at the structure of Fargo, I forget the character's name, but she doesn't show up, the one pregnant cop. She doesn't show up till a half hour into the movie. She shows up in the second act. She's not.
We start following her though when she shows up, don't we? Like it's more like from her perspective when she shows up.
It goes back and forth. It's roughly even. If you count up the scenes there, and it's about even between them. But the middle and later half is more focused on her. But
you could say she's the deuteragonist, couldn't you?
You could
say the wood chipper. Kyla says the wood chipper.
Police!
Kyla, yeah, that's exactly what it is. The wood chipper. I love Fargo.
Yeah,
there you go. I just love how he has like the foot sticking out of the wood chipper. He's like,
it's even funnier because it's Steve Buscemi getting.
It's great. Love Fargo. It's a great movie. One more super chat I'm going to read real quick. Mr. X626, thank you for super chat. That Demon Lily on Tumblr pointed out while reviving Lily's Magneto video that she doesn't understand the difference between villain and antagonist. We'll get to Magneto very quickly.
I'm not surprised if she wouldn't, to be honest, because an antagonist isn't necessarily a villain.
No, yeah. So what do you think? Right. Do you think John Hammond counts as a sympathetic villain, or am I just...
I think I would almost argue he maybe isn't even a villain, at least not in the movie. I haven't read the book, so, you know.
The book, he's just a corrupt businessman. Like,
the movie gave him a little bit more depth and really kind of, like, switched the antagonism to the dinosaurs, but I think if we're taking the book into consideration... Well, I don't know, because then you're saying he's more of a douchebag in the book.
Well, let me put it this way: in the book, he dies, and you feel happy about it.
Okay.
Like the Compsognathus eat him.
So maybe I'll say, almost like yes in the movie, but no in the book.
Valid. So I'll give myself a point.
Is that like a half point for you?
Oh, fine. I'll take a half point. It's
like
fine.
Wishy-washy. I'm off to a good start of my judgments here.
0.05. There we go.
We're taking this very serious, guy. We're very serious people.
Yeah.
The Tism trio.
There you go. Now, Krim, the floor is yours.
All right. So my first on the list was Josh Kiryu from The World Ends With You. Spoilers for a game that's like 20 years old. So we're introduced to Josh. He makes an Easter egg on the first day, but we won't really get introduced to him until week 2 of The World Ends With You. And he's kind of this mysterious, snappy guy that seems to know more about the world around him than he lets on, because The World Ends With You. Basically, what happens is the main character wakes up and he finds himself being forced to play a game for his life. And also, he's a ghost. So if he wins the game, he gets to come back to life. And if he dies to an enemy, he's gone forever. His soul gets kind of dispersed into the world, and he loses his shot. So all of the players of the game are ghosts. And then week 2, because even though you win the first week, turns out through some loophole, the main character, Neku, has to play again. And his partner for the second week is Josh, who seems to have some ESP even before he died. And as we find out towards the end of the week, as he grows more suspicious, he's not actually dead. And at the very end of the game, we find out that he was the big bad guy the whole time. He arranged for it. He's the one that killed Neku. And we find out that it's because he basically made a deal with one of the other characters that were in charge of the game, because again, he's the one who made the game. Basically wanted to see if Shibuya, where the game takes place, is even worth keeping around, because he's kind of seen everybody do nothing but hurt people, and if there's only bad happening here, then why keep it around? If it was gone, at least nobody would be getting hurt. It's a very sort of misanthropic outlook on life. So he picks
Very
the person.
Final
Yeah.
Fantasy villain. I mean, it is a Square game.
Yeah, it is. It is Square Enix. So he picks the person that he thinks is the worst person in Shibuya to be his avatar. But then Neku gets better. He gains friendships with the people that he played the game with in the first week, and in the second week, where Josh is kind of flying under the radar and pretending to be a player, Josh starts to like Neku. I think because he literally picked him because he saw himself in him, and they become quite close, as the way Final Fantasy and other Square Enix characters tend to do. But but I don't know. I think he's really sympathetic because it's clear that like when he was alive, he was going through something. Like he was psychic while he was living and could see ghosts and was kind of ostracized because of that. And he claims to have played the game because he wanted to, which has some interesting implications considering that only people that are dead can play the game. And through that would have become a Soul Reaper who run the games and then eventually rise the ranks to the person who makes them, which is the composer. So there's some tragic implications there, but it's
but Joshua made the games because I did play World Ends With You, but I never finished it, so I didn't really get to the reveal on him. But I kind of knew it.
He's the composer. So
why did he start these exactly?
Because it's to give like some people another chance at life, like people that are dead. Instead of just erasing them, it's like, well, if you want another chance at life, you can play this game. And that sounds like a good idea. And then you have to like establish, well, who's going to be in charge of the game? Well, what about ghosts that agree to, if they've won, instead of coming back to life, they basically can become immortal as long as they participate in the game. Maybe they can hunt players to make it a little bit harder for there to be a challenge. And this kind of creates this weird sort of underground society where a lot of the Reapers get kind of sadistic about it because, they're being asked to kill people every week. And, like it kind of has this sort of dog-eat-dog world implications.
Now, did he intend for that to happen or just kind of end up that way?
I don't think he intended it to be as sadistic as it turned out to be. I think it just kind of got out from under him.
And that's why he's kind of disillusioned now, like, might as well just get rid of the whole place.
Yeah, there's that. And there's also, like, it takes place in the early 2000s in Japan. Capitalism and, like, the woes of society. And it's a very Japanese game.
So what you're saying is capitalism's the real enemy.
Yeah, it's not just that. He's just
I'm just so confused. Is Josh alive, or was he just a psychic human who was able to make these ghost games?
He was psychic when he was alive, so ESP just kind of exists naturally. He could see ghosts when he was alive, and then after he died, he played the game, won the game, became a Reaper, rose up through the ranks of being a Reaper, and then eventually basically became God.
Okay, so he wasn't the complete originator of the games then. They were already there.
Yeah, it's not super clear, but it seems so, because one of the characters mentions that when Josh was alive, that he would, come by his coffee shop, and he was kind of weird and could see ghosts and all of that.
So he became God. We hit God and enemy on the
side. God. He's like the gay Jesus of Shibuya.
Did Mirai Nikki rip this off?
I think this sort of story is not that uncommon in Japan, to be honest with you. There's
it sounds a lot like a lot of other things, especially of high school student
like
becoming
Battle
God.
Royale. Yeah, that one too.
Yeah. I suppose I would consider him sympathetic since he didn't really He's just making the best of what's already there.
He gets pretty freaking sadistic, though. Like,
Yeah.
at the very end, he tells Neku that, okay, I'll let you save Shibuya, but you have to shoot me and kill me. Knowing that, and we're not really sure why he asks him to do that. It could be because he's fucking with Neku, but it could be some other reason.
If you want to save the day, shoot me in the face.
Basically, that's how it works. That's not what you do.
Neku can't do it. Neku can't do it. If it had been at the very start of the game when he was this little misanthropic emo, then maybe, yeah, he would have killed Josh, because he does try to kill his first partner, Shiki, at the very start of the game to get out of playing it, when the Reapers were kind of messing with his head. But at the end...
he's like a coward, yeah.
Yeah, at the end, he can't kill Josh even after all of the awful things that Josh did to him. And you could read into that maybe it was sort of like a test, but ultimately, even though Neku couldn't bring himself to shoot Josh, and Josh ends up killing him, he brings Neku and all of his friends back to life, and everybody lives happily ever after.
Sounds like a plan. All right, so
Yeah.
Prim, you get that point there. I do recommend we go through the next couple of these a little faster, only because we have 90 minutes more to go.
That's true.
We
No,
have
this is
90
to be a thorough anal cis.
a thorough anal cis. Love it. All right, couple super chats I want to read out real quick. Annie Nerd, thank you for the super chat. Saryu Ubiquitous from Akami no Got Kill. I have actually not seen Akami Got Kill, so I can't speak to that one. That's one I want to watch eventually. By Chiappe Odera, thank you for the super chat. Also, fallen heroes like the Lord Ruler in Mistborn make great villains. I want you to put a pin in that one as well. The Lord Ruler, I'm not saying shows up at all, but User225, thank you for the super chat. We should call this collab Into the Lorchverse. Yeah, love it. And one last super chat for now. Gavin Carruth, thank you for the super chat. Niche-ish character I got is Dr. Totenkopf from Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. Good is debatable, but hey, I like it, and he fits the other two.
I'm going to be honest with you. I read that as Calvin Garra for a second.
I so
like,
wrote
what the
Malcolm
frick?
stream the other day too, you know.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. Okay. No, but Scott Captain, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is very underrated. All right, now time for my next villain, Magneto.
This one can be short because Magneto,
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward.
he's just him and Professor X have the same motives and goals, but they have very different ideological approaches to them.
Yeah,
So yes, he is a sympathetic villain.
Yeah, I don't think we need to debate this one. It's just clear.
He has a point too,
yeah,
but he's a villain because of his tactics.
Yeah, and even then,
Also-
his tactics, depending on the writer, change. You know, sometimes his tactic is, I'm going to disrupt the magnetic flow of the Earth to fuck over the humans. Other times it's like, you know, the time these mutants put us in extermination camps was bad. We should fight them. It's like, depending on the writer and the circumstances, motivation is very distinct. Also, don't want to forget this, when it came to the Acts of Vengeance storyline, where Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, thought, oh, I'll just put a bunch of villains together and have them switch who they fight, just because I think that their different tactics will work against it. So they put Magneto against Iron Man, or they put Doc Ock against Daredevil, something like that. They end up putting Magneto and Red Skull, who is a Nazi, on the same team.
Oh God,
This did not end well for Red Skull, because
I wouldn't imagine. No.
Magneto just dropped him in a room with like a speck of water and no sunlight.
What
It was like,
what was Lily's response to that? I thought I had her list up too. What the hell was your response again?
It's because he shouldn't be a villain.
Yeah, so
Yeah, because she
the
can't
villain
imagine, like,
right.
he can't be a Holocaust victim and a villain at the same time. That's impossible.
oh, this is great.
The Holocaust
So
stuff was also
his-
added later, but you know.
Well, even so, this is
Yeah.
how she thinks. You can't be both a good thing and a bad thing.
So, her justification was he's only a villain because the writers choose to make him Magnet. Oh God!
Lily,
Yeah,
stop opening your fucking mouth about politics. You don't understand, Lily. Jesus Christ!
Oh my goodness, no.
Also, I heard an interesting analysis a couple days ago that the reason that that Magneto and Professor X vary on their politics is because Professor X lived in more privilege than Eric did. Eric was kind of given the shit end of the stick, and I think that's a really interesting analysis.
The point is that the point has always been that they have a tragic friendship. Like, they're friends and they have the similar ideals and goals, but they're on opposite sides.
And the other element too with it is that because they're fighting, they can't work together to actually confront these massive issues. Because they're divided, they can't stand together against like the 10 Sentinels or anyone like that. There's a great moment too in it's the graphic novel that I've always I reference constantly with these X-Men videos I've worked on. It's the and I'm seeing people back when we get a timer. I think we are going to get a timer for the next couple of ones. I'm going to set it up right now.
We probably should, honestly.
Yeah, no, 100%. A 3-minute timer. I'm going to set this up real quick.
You need to have a big alarm to shut us all up.
Yeah, I'm going to set this up for the next one, which would be fair. I think we can use this.
Otherwise, this is going to be like 10 hours.
Yeah, no, 100%. Let me make sure it's on. This is on screen. Cool. Yeah, no, I'll also get this up when we're working on it. There you go. Cool.
Awesome.
So, no, yeah, that's good.
Magneto's kind of a gimme, you know, because everyone knows, like, his role is to be a tragic villain, basically, who has a point, who is correct, but whose tactics are just unethical.
100%. And I think one thing I do want to bring up before I get too distracted, I love the sequence in God's Not Dead. God Loves, Man Kills, where it's like I think it's Stryker's cult. They kill a bunch of mutants in a hate crime. It's very realistic. It's based on like real hate crimes. And Magneto's the first one on the scene, and his first reaction to anything is to give them is to mourn them. Like his first action is the somber love of these poor people who are hurt and killed. And before rage, it's sympathy. There's a real humanity to Magneto that I think Lily is deeply underestimating. And again, depends on the writer. All right, so Krim, who's your next guy?
From V for Vendetta.
All right, and that's a timer up, so we can time you. You have 3 minutes in the clock, starting now.
I think V might be another sort of gimme because these awful things happen to him, but he wants to write them, but he ends up being a terrorist. And he ends up doing a lot of awful things to the main character. I know that the comic is a bit different from the movie.
Oh yeah.
To be honest with you, I'm mostly familiar with the movie. But yeah.
I would say the comic actually strengthens this for you. The comic actually strengthens this for you.
I know that you were excited to talk about this one, so if you
I'll give my take on it because I have read the comic, and yes, V is fighting against the fascist government, but he is also an anarcho-terrorist, and he is very aware of that, and he has accepted this role, and he trains Evie to be his successor, unlike in the movie. That's why he's tormenting Evie so much. He is making her into the next V.
Yeah, he wants. Yeah.
So yeah, that's a terrible thing to do to somebody, but it's also for a good cause, ostensibly. And obviously, his main motive was revenge, but he's willing to just die and pass on that that persona to someone else to keep the rebellion alive. Mm. And there's more than just V taking rebellious actions against the government in the comic as well. But he is an anarcho-terrorist. There's no bones about that in the fucking comic. The movie has no fucking teeth. Please go read the V for Vendetta comic if you enjoyed the movie.
Sorry with that waypoint.
Much better.
He hasn't got a word in.
No, that's fine. I knew that I kind of already made my point, and I knew
you're gonna point though.
Yeah, Sai was going to be a lot more.
Yeah, we're trying to get through another gimme too. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like V and Magneto are like the fact that Lily thought these weren't like real good options. Like they're both tragic freedom fighters essentially who use intense means, but they get to their ends. You have anything else to add, Krim, before we move on to the next one?
No, go ahead.
All right, cool. Resetting the clock. Sorry, I keep burping.
Jesus.
Next one is Kyubey from Madoka. Start my own timer now. All right, so Kyubey's whole goal is to prevent the heat death of the universe. And the only way to do this is through a cycle of torture of the most hyper-emotional people that Kyubey can find and his race can find, that being young girls with dreams and hopes. The cycle goes thus. There are these witches that show up and cause harm. To stop the witches, Kyubey recruits these girls to become magical girls. They have these soul gems that fill up with darkness the more they fight. But if they beat witches, they can replenish their soul gems, recover from it. Eventually, these soul gems, which contain the souls of these girls, will become corrupted either through great grief or by just fighting too long. And these girls will become witches themselves. Through this cycle, which will then inspire more girls to become witches. Through this cycle, he'll generate enough energy to stave off the heat death of the universe. It's only awful because he is a cold sociopath. He is so alien to humanity's wants and needs, but understands their wants and needs enough. He becomes almost a Mephistopheles to these girls. He is causing them harm deliberately. Everything that happens is because of Kyubey and his race, which presumably it's happening throughout the universe. But it's to stave off the eradication of all reality. While it is torture, it's torture to an end, that end being the salvation of everything. It's one of those cases where the ends justifies the means to Kyubey and their race, and because they're so alien, they don't seem to have any emotional connection to anything around them. So yeah, they are villains, but they have a point. Their goal is to save reality. It just happens that this causes a personal apocalypse in the process.
The meat grinder. Yippee.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You can objectively say Kyubey has a point, and it's Fermi paradox, because he even says it himself. How is this any different than how you humans treat livestock? You use creatures lower than you for your own ends and your own production and manufacturing, and so do we.
Exactly.
You can't really argue with that.
Yeah,
even if it is horrible.
Yeah, it's cold logic, but it's logic. And you can't deny the results. It only takes literally rewriting the entire universe to avoid what Kyubey is doing.
Well, I mean, it does fuck over the incubators at the end, though, because apparently messing with the emotions of preteen girls has caused the universe to rewrite itself like twice now.
Yeah, exactly. But but when the universe is rewriting, Kyubey's whole mission statement skews slightly in the process.
I know. I mean, the plot point sounds really fucking stupid when you just say it out loud, but in context, it does actually work. But it sounds really dumb.
It is anime bullshit, ultimately.
Yeah. Oh god, it's just an excuse to have magical girls. Yeah.
It is.
But
it's
still
it works.
But for Kyubey's motivation and the twist with him, it does work very well as just, a reason for why they're doing this.
Exactly. All right. So does Kyubey get a point?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I'd say he has a point, not that he's sympathetic, because, like you said, he's emotionless. They don't understand human emotions. There's not that kind of species.
So should he get a point then if he's not sympathetic?
Well, the question.
I don't feel bad for him when fucking Homeru shots him through full of holes.
Well, let's look at what they wanted. Has a point.
And he does basically say he lies by omission. It's like, oh, I didn't trick you. You just didn't ask.
If you become
Bullshit, bunny cat. You know what you're doing.
Well, the question ultimately is, they have to hit 3 points. Do they have a point? Do they successfully avoid the issue of why they're a villain? And are they well written? I think Kyubey hits all 3 of those.
Under that, yeah. Because I think we're doing both sympathetic and Lily's very stupid criteria, so she can go I win. So I think we could vacillate between the two, but if we're going by strictly Lily's criteria, yeah, he does fit.
Cool. I think I'm doing either or with my list. When I made my list, I went they were either sympathetic or they had a logical.
Well, she didn't specify, and then later she said all they have to do is have a be objectively correct about something in their world. That's what she said.
Kyubey's objectively correct about everything. He's
Yeah.
never objectively wrong.
We don't see that they're lying about solving entropy. So I mean, that must be what they are doing.
It's working. The system works. It just works.
Speaking of a system working,
Imagine Kyubey going, "It just works." He's explaining it to the other incubators on a little stage.
Anyway, up to Krim. You have one cut out for you.
Oh God, this is gonna need more than 3 minutes.
All right, Krim. Like Yagami.
We're gonna throw hands.
Yeah.
So,
right,
Yagami. Yagami is this sort of he's this teenage boy, son of a cop. He's very bright for his age, a model student, but for some reason, he is very depressed about the state of the world. He thinks it's rotten, and he hates that violent criminals get away with these awful crimes and never get punished. And this is because in Japan, the criminal justice system, they'll only charge someone with a crime if they're sure that they can get a conviction. So on paper, Japan, 99% conviction rate, but it's because they don't even bother charging the people that they're like, we might not be able to get them. So naturally, because Light sort of has this inside look on the criminal justice system because of his father being the chief of police, he's become very disillusioned with the world until he suddenly gets in his little hands this notebook called the Death Note, which he is skeptical of at first, but inside is the simple words, "The person whose name is written in this book shall die." And there's a bunch of rules associated with it. He doesn't really believe in it at first. He's like, that's completely silly. But as he's naturally a very curious person, he decides to give it a shot, and he gives it a shot on a criminal who ends up dying. And he's like, well, that could have been a coincidence. So while he's out and about, he's got the little death note in his pocket. He sees somebody harassing, he sees a group of men harassing a woman, writes the man's name in it, and he dies. And he kind of spirals for a little while, realizing that he has blood on his hands. And my reading of what happens next is that he realizes that he has this very important tool, I guess you could say. And he could do a lot of good with it, if you really think about it. And part of it is, I think, him trying to justify the fact that he just killed 2 people. But if he kept killing bad people, that would be a good thing. And somebody's got to do it, right? So it might as well be him. And after he's got a few dozen names down in the book, it goes from him considering himself a martyr that, he can sacrifice his soul to save humanity, to him thinking of himself as a god. It's this corruption from furiously trying the Death Note to trying to justify it and thinking that he might be able to do some good with it, even if it's
Time up. We got through the first episode. We got through about 15 minutes of episode 1.
Is it my turn to shit on Light now?
Yeah, I may have to argue with you in this one, Krim. Sai, you go first in this one.
Just call me Near. Light is a sociopath. He was from the beginning. He's calling himself a god within a fucking week. The reason why L gets on his trail in the first place is because he's so angry at someone telling him what he's doing is wrong, he tries to kill them right then and there on live television. And he gets himself played. So he wanted the credit, but he didn't want to be told by anybody that, what you're doing is evil. And then it doesn't take him long to start killing innocent people who just might expose him. He even thinks about killing his own family at one point for his righteous goals. And the entire time, in his utter hubris, he has forgotten that this power isn't even his. It's just the power of the monster following him around, laughing at all this shit going down.
Yeah.
So to quote Near at the end of the manga, "You're just a mass murderer."
Oh,
and that note is your murder weapon.
Yeah.
But
with
I
Sai on
don't-
this one.
I don't disagree with you at all. Like
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you at all, but I think Light is a very good peek into the fact that giving somebody a weapon like that is going to corrupt them. Now I know
Yes,
that Light
but-
was always hey.
Yeah.
I know that Light always had sociopathic tendencies, but now maybe I'm being a little stinky with this one, but as somebody that struggles with empathy, and especially when I was young, had a very intense idea of what is right and wrong, and Light's very emotionally immature, even beyond being a sociopath, I would say.
Well, actually, that
Giving
sounds
a
a little bit more
teenage-
like that sounds a little bit more like Teru Mikami, though.
Mm,
Ex-Kira.
yeah,
Ex-Kira has
Well-
a very, very strong sense of justice to the point he is kind of like callous and unsympathetic and like, oh, these people who do wrong should just fucking die. You know?
I think
Yeah.
one thing too that's worth discussing with Light is that he's a great case of a tragic villain, I think, where
Yeah.
he does have these ambitions that are on paper they sound noble, but who's he actually executing? He's executing people who've already been imprisoned. He's killing criminals who've already been caught because he knows what their names are. You know, he has a full list of names, but he looked those names up online of like people who are already arrested and doing time. So like he creates a world of fear that falls apart the moment he dies. You know, like it's a cult of personality, and
absolutely.
even though, and I think that's tragic in a way, like from a Shakespearean perspective. I think Light is a lot like Macbeth. in the
Yeah,
sense that-
Shakespearean
Mhm.
tragedy would be. I mean, because I find Light just completely unlikable as a character, but I also like Death Note because hey, we're following the
Mhm.
villain.
Exactly.
You know?
And he
I'm
has
not
these great-
saying that you.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not saying that you have to like him. I'm just
Oh, yeah,
saying
yeah.
that he's sympathetic. You understand where his logical conclusions are coming from, why he's doing what he's doing, and you know that like there is at the kernel of it, he wanted to do something good, and I think nothing displays this more than when he loses his memories and all of that corruption that he encountered while being while having the Death Note, it's gone instantly. Which kind of leads you to think that the Death Note is what's causing all this kind of evil.
Nah, I don't agree with that at
not
all.
Because
No, I
it,
think-
not
I
because
think
hey, not because it's a magical object, not because it's a magical object, but because I think giving a human being that kind of power, they're gonna do something fucked up with it. I think if you gave if L had been the one to stumble across the Death Note, he probably would not have. He would have misused it as well. Maybe not in the same way that Light did, but we know that L is willing to do some pretty fucked up shit to get what he wants. So
But the problem is we do know what L would have done with the Death Note because he gets it. He does nothing with
Yeah.
it. He just kind of looks at it
He
like a
uses
tool, examines it, and then kind of moves. Well, he in some versions of the story, he used it on himself to guarantee that Light can't kill him.
He
in
was
some
willing
versions.
to test. He was willing to test it, but
That is true.
just to prove that it actually is the murder weapon, basically, because it's the
Mm.
only thing they
That-
could do.
that's how Light started, though. But he started with just testing it too.
But I
L
think-
dies before we can see.
Yeah, but
what-
L is trying to solve a crime.
Yeah, it's a little different.
That's true.
I feel like L is willing to put others in harm, but it doesn't seem like he's always willing to
Yeah.
do direct harm
Mhm,
to them.
mhm.
It's a very different perspective, I think. I don't think.
Yeah, L is willing to break the law to solve the
Mm.
case, so he's not
Mhm.
he's not squeaky clean or anything. But
I'll be honest. Light becomes, in my opinion, evil when he kills the one FBI agent's wife. That to
yeah,
me is
that
the
was
point where he crosses the
awful.
line.
that was the point of no
That's
return for Light for
indeed.
me too. When he murders the FBI agents for the crime of investigating him, and they were gonna write him off right before
Yeah.
that too. They're gonna say, nothing suspicious here, and he goes and kills them all, which digs him an even deeper hole. Really?
Yeah, and
That to me is
He
the way
did
he
that.
crosses the line from just a
yeah.
problematic character to like, no, he's evil and has to be stopped. That's where
Yeah.
it went.
No,
And the way
I
he
don't
treats
care if
me-
you like Light as a villain, but to me, I don't find him sympathetic personally. But
Oh yeah, no, I think he's a
and
great.
I don't think he
villain.
has a point personally, but I do see where people can think he does. But to me, like I said, I'm just fucking near over here. Like, don't respect you at all, bro. You're just punk ass bitch.
I think Light believes he has a point because he tells himself that. But
Yeah, but
think he
he's
just
doing
wants
it for himself. He's very Walter White like, where he causes all of his own problems, and he's really doing this for himself, no matter what he tells himself.
oh yeah,
Exactly.
great character. But like, I don't sympathize with him. Like, fantastically written. Krim,
So we're two against one here with he's not sympathetic.
All right, I'll
Sorry.
concede that point. All
right.
It is. I do think it's subjective, though. I will say that. I do think it is subjective.
Well, that's why Death Note survived as a work because it is so
yeah.
subjective. Like that's its
And
strength.
you can talk so much about it. Especially if you've read the manga, because like the anime is good, but it really is easier on Light than the manga is.
Yeah. I like the manga's ending where he dies in a pathetic
yeah.
bundle of his own tears.
Yeah, his
Great.
death in the manga is completely pathetic and just everything he deserves.
And I think people who think like Light, and no offense to you, Krim, but I think a lot of the younger fans who watch Death Note and think that Light has a very strong point, they're watching the anime where he dies nobly, and not the manga where he's
Scrabbling on the floor. Yeah.
I mean, I did make my whole introduction to Light was that he was trying to justify, like, because he was trying to justify those first two killings. I think that's how he got on his, that he was like, well, I'm a good person, so if I killed them, it must have been a good thing, right?
You think it's all psychological cope.
Yeah, basically, Light's whole descent. He's just everything he does, in my opinion, is try to justify the action he did prior, and he just ends up digging a deeper hole. And I think that people who do bad things, I think that's what a lot of them are doing, is that they're trying to justify their previous action, and you can't get better by doing that. The only way you're going to get better is if you admit that you were wrong and do better next time. And Light never does that, and that's his problem. He could never admit that he's wrong.
No,
and
someone just said Light died soiling himself. Ryuk made sure of it.
Yeah, basically. I mean, most of us die soiling ourselves, so it works out. There's actually a few supers I want to read before we move on to the next one.
Well, I saw one of them and I don't like it.
Roxana Nava, thank you for the super chat. According to the authors, Light got a sister complex.
I think that means something different in Japan, because I see a lot of people saying that. I don't think it has the psychosexual tone that it does over here. I think.
Wait, so it's not Oremo? So Death Note's not an Oremo prequel?
But I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I always get this sense that when they're saying that, they just care about and are very protective of their sister.
No, I'm with you on that one. I think that's what he really meant. I don't think he actually meant like,
because
I think people use it both ways, but the second porny way is more colloquial.
Yeah, it's not Aramanga Sensei though.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for super chat. Do you think Light acts a lot like Lily sometimes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Especially the way he treats other people.
100%.
Just like things.
Will, do you have a Tumblr link for this? Yes, we have several Tumblr links for it. Unfortunately, it's a little inconvenient for me to put them on the description.
Oh, hang on. I'll link both of them in the chat.
Oh, perfect. You'll link both of them in the chat. It's perfect. And I'll try pinning
the ones I'm reading right now.
And I think that makes it your turn, Anthony.
It does. A few more super chats I want to read up before we do that, though. Andy Nerd, what do you guys think of Sailor Moon Cosmos? And a second question from User225, what are y'all's thoughts on the Spider-Verse movies?
I love Spider-Verse.
Yeah, I love Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse is incredible. I adore that. Sailor Moon Cosmos, I like quite a bit. With all the crystal stuff, I kind of, as much as I love it, I kind of love the original 90s anime a little more.
Me too.
Yeah, I love the look of the 90s anime more. It's so much more expressive.
And the pacing's really good, too.
I mean, at the end of the day, the original manga was written by a teenage girl at
like
the
early
time.
20s, yeah. And I feel
Oh,
like,
well, I thought she started it when she was a teenager,
oh,
though.
did she? How old was she?
I think so. I think she was like in her late teens.
Like maybe
But
Probably
like,
17,
very
18.
young.
And
yeah,
was that Sailor V though that she started at that age? Because I feel
maybe.
like it might have been Sailor V that she started. Because I know the thing with Sailor Moon is that it's so fast paced, the manga, that like you don't get a lot of those moments with the characters that I love, which I just adore personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Crystal looks like the manga more, but honestly, I don't like it. I don't like the way
No, I
it
hear
looks.
you.
People were so mad when I said that I don't like how Crystal looks. They're like, no, it's more.
It's just because we're all old, probably. We're just used to the '90s one.
You know what throws me off a lot? This is a weird complaint. It really throws me off how like willowy everyone looks. Like they look too skinny. They look like
Well, that's the manga. That is what the manga looks like.
But it looks fine on like a page where it's still, but in motion it looks like their knee's gonna buckle in. On
Yeah, like as ink, as black and white, airy inking, it looks good. But as like a 3D, they're using a lot of 3D models too. Is the problem.
Yeah, it looks like her waist and knees are gonna buckle in on themselves, and it's not like
I'm sorry we're shitting all over this thing you asked about.
Yeah, I do love it though, but it's like I do love it. And I love how the manga. I do love how the manga goes like way darker than the anime. I like that. Mm-hmm. I just wish you took the manga's structure and story, but put the 90s anime's pacing, so you have more character-centric beats in it. Personally,
something that I liked about this is totally a thing. Something that I really liked about the 90s anime, that it might not have been much, but there was like a slight diversity in body types. Like,
yeah.
Makoto was a bit taller and broader, you know.
Yeah, agreed.
I really like that.
No,
I think that was a nice touch.
I also am upset that you didn't include Ray's pink overalls. The best outfit in Sailor Moon by a manga.
Best outfit in anime history.
Yeah, it's a great outfit. It's one of the most iconic looks. I love it. All right. So I'm gonna go on to my list now. Otherwise, let's do a Sailor Moon.
This one you're gonna have to explain to me. I'm sorry, I'm uncultured.
Okay. So Roy Batty from Blade Runner. So in Blade Runner, there are these things called replicants. Replicants are basically androids. They basically do construction out in the outer colonies in space. So they do slave labor basically for mankind. They're built to be just better than people, but they're built with a 4-year lifespan. And these robots are highly advanced to the point where they're able to some of these replicants don't know they're replicants. They're so advanced and human-like that they have developed human emotions, human memories, sometimes false memories. And a group of replicants, so replicants are not allowed on Earth. They're allowed in space, but they can't come to Earth for any reason. And the Blade Runners are these cops that come in to retire replicants if they're on Earth. And Harrison Ford's character is a Blade Runner. Roy Batty leads a small group of replicants to come to Earth to confront their manufacturer and ask them if it's possible to give them more time on this planet so they don't live for 4 years. Basically, after 4 years, all replicants die. They perish. And Roy Batty is basically he's fought with these androids replicants. He's lived with them. To him, they're his family, and he now realizes he's coming to the end of his lifespan, 4 years, and just wants even a single year more to live. And that's what he does. He breaks every law to do so. He does kill and use people to get an audience with his creator, and then ultimately he kills his creator at the end of the day. But all of it is in the pursuit to not only give himself more time on Earth, but also his found family, who he dearly cares about. And it's authentic. He actually does have emotion. He does have empathy. In fact, in the final confrontation with Harrison Ford's character Deckard, he actually chases Deckard around the ruins of his city, of his building, and saves Deckard's life. And the last seconds of his life, he basically communicates this idea that he's seen all these incredible things in his life, and all of these moments will be lost to time, like tears in the rain when he goes. And it's just this really heartbreaking moment. He doesn't really, all he wants is to live. that's his point. That's his goal. He thinks it's unfair that he is created to die so young, despite being built just like a person, because of arbitrary rules and regulations. It's truly tragic. And he does die. He and his... It's just a heartbreaking little moment at the end. And really, you kind of question the whole time. And even Harrison Ford, Deckard's character, Deckard feels sympathy for him too. Like, Deckard as a Blade Runner stops being a Blade Runner because he doesn't want to keep killing these replicants. There you go.
Yeah, I would say that sounds sympathetic. I mean, I kind of knew the gist of Blade Runner, at least. How much do the replicants know about humans isolated in space all by themselves?
Oh, they're not isolated in space. They are people in space. So basically, they're building off-world colonies, and people are on these off-world colonies.
So humans aren't like a really foreign alien, like almost godly thing to them or anything, right?
No. They're there. They're present with them. That being said, though, in different versions of Blade Runner, so Blade Runner is based on a book, and the book. I know
there's a director's cut and everything, and it's really complicated.
Yeah. And there's Blade Runner 2049, which is the sequel. In 2049, Jared Leto's character believes himself to be a god, but no one else sees him as a god. Like, he walks around. He's like another inventor or business guy who owns.
Are you sure that wasn't just Jared Leto in real life?
Basically, yeah. And like the whole movie, everyone's kind of like he like acts like he's a god. He has like this creation sack, which it's basically like birthing replicants or his version of replicants, and like which have no longer have the 4-year lifespan. And he like anoints them. It's like
Anthony.
Yeah.
What was the point of the stopwatch?
To keep us from talking too long. The stopwatch was our initial. No. So the stopwatch was our initial pitch to Sai, I think. Uh-huh. And from there it's discussion, but like let's still keep it a little tight, I guess. I should say myself.
Yeah. We're technically on my discussion time, or I guess it's all three of us now because you piped in.
Yeah. But so he's a very tragic character is what it is.
Yeah, I would say definitely he has a point. It's not fair if they're like real people.
Yeah, and some of them do believe that they are. Some of them don't know they're replicants.
And Lily, that's a story. Lily would be like, "Oh, they're objectively slaves fighting against their masters. Whoever they killed, it was definitely moral to do."
Actually,
that would be her.
Actually, Sai, Lily's counter argument, as we're seeing here, was that Roy Batty was a sociopath. Oh no, either that or he's only a villain because the writers. I'm not sure if it's sociopath because she says fails number 2.
Fails number 2.
So that'd be Magneto.
So no,
maybe
isn't number 2 like it's justified why they're the villain?
Yeah. He's
only a villain because the writers choose to make him a villain, and it's like
we wouldn't have a fucking story, Lily.
How stories work.
And the thing is also that he's the villain because he's breaking the law, and the main character.
Yeah, and he is killing people. Yeah, well, I guess you could also make the villain antagonist distinction here as well.
Yeah, and the thing also is like he's a villain because he's breaking the law, and the laws are unfair.
I will also argue personally that villain is a role in a story as well.
Agree.
Yeah,
100% agree with that one.
To most people, like a robot on the loose that isn't supposed to feel anything murdering people would be pretty evil.
Yeah, and it's like it's one of those things where it's like he's not. Okay, I think we agree. We'll give myself the point here. Like he's not.
Yeah.
He's just fighting against a system that's very unfair.
I don't think we're gonna solve the nuances of villains and antagonists in this conversation, but it's fun to have.
At some point. A couple of quick super chats. Petunia Meadows. Ant is a lot quieter than Sai and Krim on my end. I think I just raised my volume a little bit. Let me know if that helps.
I can't tell because I'm listening to you through Discord. So
Iron, thank you for 2 months as a member. Watch Sister Wives. Light is Cody Brown. Right young. I don't know Sister Wives, so I can't speak to that one, but I'll take your word for it. User 225. Blade Runner versus Blade Runner 2049. I'm 50-50 leaning on the OG, but 2049 explored themes of loneliness so well, and it's one of the most beautiful movies. That's a tough one. I'm gonna say the original, but 2049 is incredible. Like,
I haven't seen 2049.
it's a great movie.
I really need to see both, to tell you the truth.
Watch them back to back. It'll be a long double
Probably a good
feature,
idea,
but it's a
too.
great double feature.
I'm not as big a cinephile as people always expect me to be. So there's a lot I haven't seen.
We have a lot to get through, so let's just keep plowing through this.
Yeah.
Crowley, explain yourself.
Sure. So this one,
It sounds like you guys are gonna argue about this one.
Yeah, no, this one, the thing is that Crowley, he ends up being the king of hell for a while. He's a businessman. He wants to clean up hell. He's kind of tired of like the dirty, underhanded tricks, and he wants to run it as a business. If a human wants to make a deal, a demon makes a deal with them, gets their soul. It's all neat. It's all very tidy. We don't need to trick them. We don't need to go and hunt them down and kill them before their time is up. Let's run hell as a business and stop being so underhanded about it. That's kind of his point. And I think that considering he is a demon, understandable. He also like had a very complicated childhood. His mother is a witch and abandoned him, and he ended up going to hell. And he does a lot of questionable things, but he always comes in to sort of help the main characters at the end of the day. Like, he's constantly pulls through, and while there is always that struggle for power, he is a demon that went to hell for a reason after all. It's clear that he shares some affection with the main characters. He's fond of them in his own weird little way, and his goal of, I think, trying to make hell a little bit less underhanded, I think that's a decent goal. But I could also sort of concede that at the end of the day, he's just a man with a job. But I don't know. I think he wants to make a difference, and I think that's important.
I would say man with a job is a point, though. Objective point in the world. He's like, yeah, let's just make this efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's also
I regret to inform you that Lily's response was actually a little funny.
Yeah, it was.
She said, citing supernatural, a felony. Okay, give you 1 point, Lily. Give Lily 1 point.
Okay, but can I just point out the fact that, like, Lily, shut the fuck up. You were a brony. Get out of my fucking house.
Yeah, you're right. No, yeah, Brody got no one to talk to.
You have no fucking ground to
up
stand
on the fandom food chain from fucking Brody.
Few of these where she goes, "You're citing this? Oh, it's terrible." No.
Yeah, most of those are mine.
Well, it's like when she was talking about controversies between the Brony fandom and the Steven Universe fandom, and I was like, Lily, you guys have the cum jar, okay? You can't fucking talk about anything.
Don't, because that will actually make me gag. The cum jar makes me gag. But
as it should.
Yeah, that's fair. So here's the thing with Crowley, he kind of turns hell into a DMV.
He does. I love it.
Kind of like Beetlejuice, then, eh?
It is, yeah, basically. That, to me, is way more evil than anything we've discussed so far. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, Prim. That's
yeah, you're right. No points. Negative points.
Hey,
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I think that's okay, so what do we think on that one?
I mean, I would say at least he has a point, and it's justified why he's the villain, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep.
I'm with you on that one.
I think that under Lily's criteria, I think that would get Krim a point.
Agreed.
Yippee.
I agree with that. All right, Krim, you win a point. Let's move on to a couple super chats real quick. User 225, you can tell she defers to irrelevant stuff like when those works were made, when refuting the list because she has never actually seen them. Hold that thought. There are some works that she has never seen or heard of and has no idea what they are, that she really should. There's a few omissions on her response that's kind of stunning to me. We'll get to that in a second. Because next we have the one that I think pissed Lily off the most on my list. Walter Peck from Ghostbusters.
Why did that make her so mad?
She's so pissed about this. Okay, I'll get that in a second. So, Walter Peck is basically right. The whole movie, he's right. He's right about everything. He's an environmental regulator who comes to the Ghostbusters base and says, "Hey, you have like nuclear weapons here. You have a nuclear reactor in your basement. You are not licensed to use this heavy arsenal in a highly populated area. This is like a catastrophe waiting to happen, and we just want to look at your equipment to see what you have in stock. And Bill Murray's a total dick to him and goes, no, you can't. And so gets a permit, comes over and says, you know what, these nuclear reactors, shut them down, because these are a hazard to everyone's health. And when someone else actually hears what he wants to do, they're like, no, wait, actually, let's talk about this. I'm like, no, it's too late. We gave you a chance. We're shutting it down, as is the process, because he doesn't believe in any of these ghosts. He thinks they're just a bunch of charlatans. Turns out these reactors are containing ghosts, and it causes all hell to break loose. But
Literally.
all hell breaking loose isn't actually what causes the conflict in the movie. It's something totally separate from Walter Peck. He's just inconveniencing them the whole time. At no point does Walter Peck cause the actual catastrophes at the end of the film. That would just be, Zool or whatever, who has no connection to Peck in this film. He's right about everything. He is very justified in his concerns. He's just a dick about it because Bill Murray's being a dick to him. And so they're engaging in back-to-back dickery.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, all the guys in Ghostbusters are kind of assholes. I mean, it's a comedy.
Yeah, that's the point of it, though. It's a very funny comedy. And the point of it is that they're being jerks, but like,
and they know what they're doing is dangerous. The whole don't cross the streams. It could make like a fucking black hole that sucks in the city.
Everything.
It's fine that we're just going around with this shit though in the middle of New York City.
Yeah, the gag is that they like just day to day almost like
yeah. How dangerous it is part of the joke.
I think Lily took it way too seriously because it's
what did she say?
Lily said
bizarre.
It was really rough. So Lily was like, he's only a villain because the movie was made during the height of deregulation. No, he's a villain because
he's an antagonist.
He's an antagonist.
Yeah,
but the joke is that he's right about everything. That's the gag of the movie. Like, I think Lily saw that he was right about everything, and rather than get that was the joke, took it at full face value and didn't get it was a gag.
Like, no, this was just some secret conservative message about deregulation, I guess.
No,
what the fuck are you talking about?
It's the joke, Lily. He is right about everything. That's why he's such a great antagonist.
She doesn't get jokes. She can't even structure jokes.
Jokes don't go over her head. Her reflexes are too fast.
I doubt she's ever fucking seen Ghostbusters anyway.
Probably not. So what do we think? Do you think that counts as a point?
Yeah, I do. I'll give it, especially just to spite Lily. It's a point. I mean, the comedy of it was he wasn't wrong. These guys are fucking assholes that are gonna doom everybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Oh my goodness! All right, Prim, you're up. Sephiroth.
Do you want to read out your super chat first?
What? Yeah, let's read some super chats real quick.
I mean, we could probably get through Sephiroth pretty quick too. Everybody fucking knows who the fuck Sephiroth is here, right?
Yeah, we all know who Sephiroth is, right?
We all know who Sephiroth is.
Nick Wolf, thank you for the super chat. Remember SF Debris saying Peck was still wrong because he called Venkman Mr., not Doctor, and he should have brought a team in hazmat suits, not two guys. You know what? You're not wrong. That is
I love sci-fi debris based.
That's great. That's fantastic. Meow Neon, thank you for the super chat. Ghostbusters and the joys of libertarianism. Yeah, that's fair. That's also fair. User225, speaking of New York City, I'm moving there next year. Any tips? Yeah, avoid Times Square. Avoid it like the plague. Don't waste your time in Times Square. Everywhere else is better than Times Square. You do that, you're good. And ask the locals where the good restaurants are. Don't ask tourists.
All the best restaurants will be the little hole in the wall places you find.
Always.
Ooh, this one's for me. This one's for me.
Oh, here we go.
Bachi says, Krim, how can you pick Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII over Emmett Sells from Final Fantasy XIV for Final Fantasy's rep? He literally creates extinction events because he's grieving. Because I didn't play Final Fantasy 14.
What? Krim.
Yeah, no,
that's the MMO.
I tried to play it, and the MMO factor and all of the things intimidated me, so I went back to playing single player games. because
valid.
video games are for when I want my alone time. I don't like playing video games with
That's
other
fair.
people.
So
Other
many
people
of my
fucking suck.
friends play FF14, so I have to hear about it all the goddamn time.
All right, we have one last super chat before we move on to Sephiroth. Jehudi, Lily's take on Ghostbusters is ripped straight from movie Bob. So no, she hasn't seen
Oh
it.
my god.
Yeah, that adds
Well,
up.
let's not get into
Of
movie.
course it fucking is. You know,
Yeah,
if your
that-
hero is movie Bob, you're just destined to be a lol cow, it seems.
Anyway, so moving on.
Okay, my boy Sephiroth. Yes. So Sephiroth used to be one of the poster boys for the organization Soldier, who is run by the Shinra Electric Power Company, to basically act as their private military. Somewhere along the way, Sephiroth realized that he was this bastardized experiment, and it drives him crazy. And he hates Shinra, the Electric Power Company, for creating him and for experimenting on what he perceives to be his mother, which was an alien from outer space. And he goes on a violent rampage about it. And he not only takes his anger out on Shinra, he takes his anger out on the entire planet and, wants to corrupt the life force of the planet and environmentalism, etc., etc. So, he's a guy that's been very injured, that used to be like this golden child. He was the perfect soldier. And then he found out why he was the perfect soldier. And he felt like a freak. And went absolutely crazy.
Well, I think you also have to ask, and they emphasize this a lot more in the remake, how much of what he's doing is Genova's influence.
Yeah.
Like, he's not even in his own mind. And the Sephiroth you see for most of the original game is not even actually him.
Yeah,
he's in the materia. He's frozen in the materia.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of it where he's not even parts of it, he's not even really there. We are seeing hallucinations of him from Cloud's perspective.
Yeah, and a lot of that, again, they build on that in the remakes a lot too, where like he has his corrupted plot ghosts that make him able to appear anywhere to go, Cloud, I'm mocking you, Cloud.
Yes, also,
it's because
and here's a question for you, Krim, too. How much of Sephiroth's sympathy is driven from the fact he's hot?
I mean, a lot of it, to be honest.
Of course.
But, but also it's not so much plot ghosts. It's the fact that like Sephiroth's DNA was literally spliced into Cloud's. So.
Oh, I know. That's just what I call the little ghosts from the planet in the remake. I call them the plot ghosts.
I guess.
Yeah.
To clarify, but yeah, he's like I said, especially in the remakes, they really emphasize how he's just like not really in his own mind, and he is being influenced by the Genova cells in him as he's gotten closer to Genova, who is an alien parasite, basically.
But he's like the dark side of what could happen to Cloud. Like that's the whole thing, is that Cloud could become him someday. We are literally asked to empathize him in the same way we empathize with Cloud. Just, he's further along.
I would say he definitely is a villain who is sympathetic. I don't know if he necessarily has a good point in what he's doing, but he is sympathetic.
The point is that Shinra fucking sucks.
He's pissed off about him being an experimental baby, yeah. But again, it's how much of his actions is he even really responsible for, considering that Genova is basically controlling him through his fucking blood,
This is true. I think Sephiroth is entirely in his own action. I think he's very much in control of his behavior. I think so. I think he's just driven to the point of... Because Genova is just a bunch of cells at a certain point. Like, she is alive, yes, but Sephiroth's motivation is because he sees himself as potentially that of a god. He sees himself as someone who can become a god if he so chooses to make a few key choices. I think Genova's learning his true heritage forced him to completely destroy his own worldview. I don't think he's a pawn. I think he's more driven mad by the revelation of who he is, and he's recontextualized himself as something greater than humanity, but also something victimized by humanity and the world at large.
I mean,
I can see that. I could even.
Would you rather be something that was basically an object and an animal to humanity, or would you rather rule over that in your own head?
Exactly.
Because if he's not a god, then he's a beast. He's a creature. He's not human. So he's either worse than humans or he's better than them, and he.
I could also see him. I could also see him like blaming, like, oh, it must be the influence of Genova making me do these things. I could see that angle of it as well, where he is just he did just kind of go insane. And he's kind of saying, no, it's Mother calling to me, you see. And it's her who demands this of me, you know?
And he also has a particular desire to screw with Cloud because Cloud beat him. You know? Like, Cloud made him stumble on his initial rise to ascension. So I think he has particular pettiness against Cloud.
Oh yeah, I make fun of how much they like throw him in Cloud's face in the remakes. It's like just from the beginning, it's like here he is, it's your boy Sephiroth mocking you. He's right here, he's in the game.
So what do you think? Do you think Sephiroth is? Do we give Krim a point on this one?
I would say he's sympathetic at least, and you say he has a point. So I guess we would.
Yeah, I guess. Guess one team Sephiroth.
Because I still think he's not completely in his own capacity, but you know I can still see it from your perspective as well.
I think it's ambiguous. I think it's ambiguous by design, I think, which is cool. I like that. For that personally, from a story standpoint.
Yeah, we interpret it completely different, you know? So.
Exactly. All right, this one I think I'm going to need to give a justification for, because I'm not sure if how familiar you are with Gurren Lagann, so I'll just do this real quick.
Oh, I am.
Oh, good. Excellent.
But yeah, refresh me on it, though, because I haven't seen it in a while.
All right, Lordgenome. He was originally the human savior of the planet Earth who fought against the anti-spiral, but lost, realizing the anti-spiral would destroy anything that would cause basically the spiral, fuck it, whatever the term is, the heat death of the universe, basically just destroy reality. So in order to stop the anti-spiral from harming humanity, he became ruler of the world. He decided to control humanity's population by isolating them in underground caverns and using his beastmen who cannot use the spiral to enforce his will on humanity, to divide and conquer them. To him, this was the only way to save the world. To basically protect humanity, he had to be its despotic ruler. It's only the spiral nemesis. There we go. It's only when Simone beats him, and when Simone proves that he can stop the anti-spiral's contingency plans to repress humanity, that Lordgenome has a glimmer of hope that humanity can be saved and that the human race can persevere over the anti-spiral. And his actions ultimately prove essential in beating the anti-spiral. Lordgenome's whole motivation is to protect humanity, but to do so, he must control humanity and its breeding. It's quite disturbing, but he's doing it to A, protect the universe, and B, protect humanity. It's misguided, but he also did everything he could that he believed would work first and lost. So he's an example of someone who tried the best path forward and failed. And failing that, believed the only option was repression and control, to save and salvage rather than fight on.
It's a big theme in Gurren Lagann too, is kind of like outliving your own legacy, like especially toward the end. So I think he's kind of like the worst case scenario of that.
Yeah, agreed. And it's a tragedy, and he still has that spark of passion that we see at the very end of the series, you know?
Like, yeah, because like when we see, I call him Simon, because that's what he should be called in English, but when we see Simon at the end, barely anyone knows who he is anymore. They don't know he's one of the founders of this new world, and it's the only world like the new generation of children even knows. They have no idea humans used to live underground, so he's kind of still alive even as his legacy like goes on without him. And that's kind of what happened to Lordgenome, basically, because no one will remember that he was a hero, because now he's just the evil emperor.
Basically, yeah. Even none of the main characters remember him as
I mean, for
hero.
such a goofy fucking show, it does have some like pretty solid looks into like these sort of complex issues of what it takes to lead people.
Agreed. It's tragic.
You know?
And again, I think a lot of, and I'll say this one point, then we'll move on, because I know we have a ton of things to get through.
I know. It's
we
terrible.
were barely
Let's do
through
a
this. It's
two-parter.
bad. We're going to have to enforce that 3-minute rule more strictly moving forward, I think. But I'll say it real fast. Lordgenome, he is a great example of the tragic villain. You know, he starts as a hero, but realizes the only option, through no fault of his own, is to dominate. It's tragic. I think Lordgenome's a better example of a character I'm going to mention later on, who someone in chat's already mentioned already. But what do you think, Krim? Do you think we should have a point, or should we not?
Well, he dumped that girl though.
His daughter,
the cotton candy girl. Why did he throw her in the trash again?
I think because she had hope. I think
that might make me want to not give him a point.
yeah. Nia's a sweet angel.
That's going a little too far, I think, there, pal. You know.
Yeah, I forget the exact reason. I'm pretty sure it's like because she was like she had optimism.
Like how he ended up that way is sympathetic, but at this point he's like too far gone.
Mm.
You know.
All right, so Lordgenome doesn't get.
Especially when he not for me anyway. Especially when he's doing that to people. When he's doing that to Nia.
Valid. Okay, I guess I'll.
And his other kids. Yeah, he just throws them out in the fucking garbage. It's like, dude, that's pretty evil.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. If you think that, you're gonna.
And there's no reason to do that. Like, no justification.
Anyway. All right, so, Krim, Satan, go.
All right, this was the inspiration for my costume for the thumbnail. So Ryo Asuka is the best friend of Akira from Devilman, and he's a questionable guy even at first. He has some rough tendencies. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm most familiar with Crybaby. I've kind of dabbled in a little bit of the other Devilman stuff, but most familiar with Crybaby. And Ryo has discovered something. He's discovered the existence of devils, and he convinces Akira to go along with him because of some unforeseen circumstances. Akira becomes a devil-human hybrid and uses that to fight against other devils. Now, as it turns out, Ryo Asuka is actually the reincarnation of Satan. And it's very Paradise Lost. So basically, Satan did not want to bow before God. He was a bit rebellious, so he got kicked out of heaven, and he wandered onto this planet that was filled with devils. And he got along pretty well with them, and he admired their way of life, of the way they bonded with other creatures. Kind of implied that at the time it was the dinosaurs. But, it's interesting world building. But God's like, you know what? I want to use this planet to make humans. I'm going to put humans here, and I'm going to destroy everything. And Satan's like, hey, that's kind of fucked up. Devils deserve to live. Like, you can't just commit genocide on these people and start fresh. Like, that's really messed up. And God says, don't care, I'm doing it anyway. So Satan kind of fights alongside the devils to try and beat God. They lose, obviously, and God goes on to create humans. And over the years, devils over the years, devils start re-emerging, and then Ryo also re-emerges as a human. And he is instinctively driven to bring about the apocalyptic end of the world, where devils, so he's drawn to discover devils and expose them to humans and get them to start a war. And he uses Akira for these means. And Akira, in every iteration of Devilman, ends up dying, and every single time Satan realizes that he was in love with him only after he was dead. Like, he gets what he wants, but he loses the one person that was important to him every time he does it. And it's this vicious cycle, because it's one of those time loop situations. Yippee, gay time loops. My favorite.
Devilman was that fucking complicated. But yeah, it was like, hey, God, that's pretty fucked up. And I'm gonna do it anyway. That's just the Bible.
yeah, basically.
God from the Bible. That's basically it. Yeah, you're not wrong. right. So
yeah. I don't, are you familiar with Devilman?
Yeah,
because
I am.
I'm not. You go ahead and do this in my stead. Be my champion on this one.
I will represent you, Sai, and I will do it as best I can. So have you considered the fact, Krim, that the devil's a petty bitch?
He is a bit petty, yeah.
He's a
But
petty bitch.
also, he was right. It's fucked up to genocide a whole group of people just because you want to start fresh. God could have started humanity on any other planet, but he picked the one fucking planet that Satan and the devils lived on
You see, here's the
for
problem.
no reason.
Here's the problem. Anime has programmed me to believe that we have to fight God or become him at the end of it.
It's true.
I can't say in good faith that Satan didn't have a point.
Yep. He absolutely has a point.
So much anime ends with this fighting God. It's great.
Yeah. But he did do a lot of cruddy things to get there, and he wasn't always totally aware of his own motivation.
No, he was not.
That's the thing too. Ryo isn't always aware what his ultimate goals are because of the nature of reincarnation and incarnation and all that.
Yep.
And often, Akira dying isn't always. It's usually humanity retaliating or doing something awful that leads to that tragic result for Ryo. So it's like, the worst that Satan does isn't even because of him; it's because of other people or other entities.
Yep. Yeah,
so
he gets ripped apart in the process.
Yeah,
but it's because of what Ryo sets in motion.
Yeah, so that's kind of sympathetic, I think, because the worst that he causes, it's totally outside of his control. So I think Krim deserves the point, which means he is ahead of me, which I'm not happy about. But
Also,
I did tell you get to judge this one, so there you go.
I did.
Also, intersex fucking win.
Yeah,
we love an intersex king.
Yeah, he's an intersex king for sure. All right, so reset. I gotta just fight N. N is an abused child who has been abused by his father, and in doing so, sees the world in a very black and white way. He sees Pokemon as suffering under Pokemon trainers, and wants to create a world where Pokemon are free and there's no one's enslaved, no one's in control, no one is controlled, and he thinks the only way to get this is through force, based on a very childlike wonder. He can empathize directly with Pokemon. He can feel their emotions. And he's kind of like a child wandering into the world for the first time in so many respects. Like, he's a fully grown man, but he's not totally in sync with how the world is. And much of his journey is him. He is an adult, I know that, but his life experience is not to the point where it should be, because he's been deliberately isolated, deliberately abused. And he thinks the only way to get to this goal of liberating Pokemon, of freeing Pokemon from what he believes are these people enslaving and torturing them, is incredible power. He's very sheltered. I'm seeing people in chat say he's autistic. That's actually a pretty good comparison. And he's someone who, when confronted with the fact that he's wrong, admits that he's wrong and tries to be better. So he's a villain because he's manipulated to be a villain by his father figure, who is the real villain of the story, and not sympathetic at all. And the entire second game, Black and White 2, is spent with N fighting against those who manipulated and controlled him all of his life. Basically, he is someone who is. He's like someone who's been raised by a fundamentalist family, who will say these fundamentalist things, but in the real world, but then realize, wait a second, this doesn't quite fit one-to-one with the world I'm experiencing. Why is that? Why is the world not what I think it is? Oh, I gotta fix it through power. Oh, wait, that's not correct. I was just wrong. It was my family who controlled me this whole time, and now I gotta unbrainwash myself from that programming they instilled in me. So he's essentially a person who learns, grows, and tries to make amends after the fact. but in the process almost destroys Unova, which is the region he is in.
Well, it's curious because on Lily's response, she says he fails number 2, which is she thinks the narrative doesn't justify why he's a villain, but isn't she the one who calls him like a Nazi?
Yeah, multiple times. She says that he has like a debate bro mentality.
And doesn't she say Getst had a point?
Yeah, she sides with his abusive father figure.
So she sides with the real villain, and then but also says that there is no justifying that N is a villain, even though she makes fun of him and calls him a fascist. And what the fuck, Lily? You can't ever be consistent on anything.
She also said that she felt catharsis watching Gestis abuse N, and that's like, you're telling on yourself. Nope, not gonna go there today. Not gonna go there today.
Yeah,
but like,
so fucking weird that she fucking says, "Yeah, I'm siding with the man abusing this poor tortured person."
I swear she doesn't remember. She doesn't remember what she says video to video or post to post. I swear to God.
Put a pin in that because something later down in my list is gonna rhyme with that.
Does it justify why he's a villain though? The game does the game justify N being a villain?
Yes, because N's actions are because N's actions can result in great harm. He sets in motion events that requires the entire collection of gym leaders to confront him on. Like, he leads a cult who invades city by city to kind of instill his...
Now, does he know he's hurting people?
He knows he's hurting people, but he thinks he's saving Pokemon.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I would say that would count as villainous actions, personally. Yeah. So he is a villain. Yeah. And he is an antagonist for sure.
Yeah, he's the villain of the story, but like you feel bad for him, and he makes the right decision in the end, like the very end. And a lot of his villainy is birthed from just not understanding how things should be.
That's indoctrination, which you think Lily would be sympathetic to, but
exactly. Okay, so a few quick super chats. Did I miss super chats being read, or did I black out? No, you didn't. We just haven't read them in a little bit. We're reading a bunch right now. Thank you, Nick Wolf, for the super chat. Will, how did you get access to Lily's new video? We haven't gotten access to her video. She's just live writing it.
Yeah. The video is also about us, and we've been informed, so.
Yeah, through the grapevine. Dashing Char, thank you for the super chat. Ever Crisis makes things a lot worse. Sephiroth used to be a pretty sweet kid, apparently. Yeah, he was a cool dude until he realized he was an alien.
Yeah, they emphasize that in the remakes, too, that he's just like a cool guy, and he's chill, and then he goes crazy.
100%. User225, thank you for the super chat. Imagining a Meat Canyon Lorch video. It's so funny. That sounds amazing. I love that.
I would love to see that.
Same.
Oh my God.
Nick Wolf, thank you for the super chat. People like Lily who can't accept a single story element, can't have multiple meanings, suffer from walk or chew gum criticism because they can't do both. Yeah,
I like that. I like that.
Well, Lily, it's like how Lily can't draw or write, even if she thinks she can write. She probably can't walk or chew gum by themselves.
And we got one super chat in the process of that. Hailstrom, thank you for the super chat. Lily has opinion deficit disorder.
Not the ODD reference.
ODD. All right, so Krim, Xehanort, you ready?
Yes.
Oh God.
So, at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts, he's presented as this unforgivable megalomaniac villain. But despite Lily claiming to be this big Kingdom Hearts superfan, this is how I can tell she didn't play all the fucking games. Because as it turns out, the world of Kingdom Hearts has basically been running on a script. And Xehanort basically finds out that everything is predestined and he can't escape this. And it kind of, delves him into badness. And darkness is actual, this affliction, it seems, of people realizing this. And Xehanort's first encounter with this is when he's in school, training to become a Keyblade master. I can't even remember the kid's name. But one of his classmates basically gets quote-unquote infected with this darkness and kills all of Xehanort and Ericus's friends. And Xehanort wants to discover the meaning of the world and figure it all out. And the next time that we encounter him in the story, he's basically realized that there's no light in the world and everything's going to go to shit. There's nothing he can do to stop it. But at least if he ends up playing his part, he can kind of put himself into this spot where he has some power, and then, you know, maybe he can influence things the way he wants to. But he has very similar motivations to, I would say, Riku, especially at the beginning of his journey. But by the time we see him in the first game, he's so far gone. Because the first iteration of Xehanort that we ever meet is Ansem, and he's like this corrupted shell of, he's not even human anymore. So he just, the world kicked him around, and he was shown the worst reality of the world he's living in, and kind of similar to Sephiroth. Man, there's a lot of villains that happens to, isn't there?
It's just very Squeenix to just do those kind of either villains who want to kill everybody to stop all suffering, or villains who just go mad and want to become a god. Yeah, you get a lot.
That's how it be. That's how it be.
And we get to see different. We did get to see different aspects of Xehanort's despair about this. And I would say that the nobody version, Zemnis is one of the more interesting ones. Who just wants to?
But does he have a point, though?
Yeah,
does he have a point?
Gotten that point yet.
Yeah, I mean, like his point is that, like, God, I don't even know if I have time.
I guess is maybe his point is predestination.
Yeah,
but why does he keep Nording people? What is the purpose of that?
Yeah, why does he want to make everyone himself? It's the question.
Because he's following the script of the world, and if he's playing all the parts, then he has control of that script. There has to be
actually makes sense, actually, in a weird way.
There has to be 13 darknesses, and if he's all 13 of them, then he has control over it.
You explained that better than the fucking game did.
That makes him sympathetic, though. I'm not sold.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a point or sympathetic. But then again, does he have diminished responsibility if it is all predestined?
I think Dark Road is really where we see a lot of that empathy, as well as the version of himself that I think is the most sympathetic is Zemnis, because at that point he's kind of he's very lost. He's not a whole person, because nobodies are like a half of a person. It seems that he doesn't really remember who he was, and nobody's they don't have a heart, but they want one. They're just filled with this emptiness and desire to have one, and he thinks obtaining Kingdom Hearts will get that for him.
This is
that's a very selfish motivation still, even then, though, I have to say.
Yeah,
he's also the leader of a group of 12 other people who also want that.
Who are all him, yeah!
Not at that point. Because
but that's his plan, though!
It was his plan, yes.
But then again, it's predestined, at least according to him. Do we even know he's telling the fucking truth?
Yes,
I'm not sold on Xehanort being sympathetic yet.
It's because the Master of Masters is the one that kind of reveals
Demix.
Yeah, Demix was the best. He was the best of us.
I said Demix was the most important character in Kingdom Hearts, and then I found out there's a crack theory that he's the Master of Masters.
It's either him or Zigbar, I think.
Zigbar makes more sense.
I hope it's Demix, though. That would be amazing.
All right, but I don't think don't think you win this one, Krim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We're
Okay,
still
fair
again.
enough.
Again. We're ganging
Fair
up
enough.
on you tonight, Krim. I'm
Fair
sorry.
enough. It's okay.
All right. Prince Nuada from Hellboy 2. I'll keep this one
Oh.
short because I feel like it's a very brief
Yeah,
one.
because I don't know anything about
All right.
Hellboy.
Faye don't like people. People suck. Fuck people over because people fuck over the elves. That's basically it. I'll keep it short.
So just keeping up the cycle of misery, though, it sounds like.
Yeah, because humans are destroying the elvish habitats and Fae habitats and encroaching on their world. And you decide...
Are humans aware of this?
No, completely unaware.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's really basically it. Like, he just wants to awaken an army of, like, this, like, molten metal men who could just destroy humanity because they stink. And they're encroaching on their habitat.
Okay, so yeah, self-preservation, good, but also the humans aren't really aware of what they're doing, but I guess he still has a point, though!
And humans do become vaguely aware that supernatural stuff happens in this world. They just choose to kind of ignore it.
What do you think, Krem?
I mean, like, from what you say, seems so, but I'm also not super familiar with Hellboy.
I get at the very least, by Lily's criteria, he has a point, and does it justify why he's the villain, though?
Yeah,
because like Lily would say, these people are colonizers, so they should just kill them all, and they're justified in doing so.
It's kind of like It's kind of like they've tried doing other things, and this is the one option that they one radical. Everyone else trying to find a peaceful solution. He's going to go no, we're going to cut the solution. Get rid of people. They suck. We're good.
Imagine somebody's just
no point for genocide.
No point for genocide.
Yeah, imagine somebody's just paving a road and a bunch of metal men erupt out of nowhere to come fucking murder them for it. And they have no idea what the fuck is going on.
He does send out a kaiju on a city, and Hellboy is going to destroy this kaiju, and he goes, no, wait, stop, think about it. This is one of the last elementals, the last of its kind. If you kill it, this whole ancient race will become extinct. And you're like, well, you sent it out to the city, so...
Yeah, bro, you're still using it to kill people, so, I got my hands are tied here.
Yeah, it's you get where he's coming from, but also, he keeps doing these extreme gestures.
I would say sympathetic, definitely, but I'm not sure if he has a good point.
Well, the point is that if he doesn't do this, his race will die.
Yeah, okay. That is. It's a tough one.
If he doesn't act, his people will die. That's what it comes down to.
It's if somebody was hurting us and didn't know it, we wouldn't really give a shit. We'd be like, "Hey, you still fucking did this to us. We're gonna get revenge." So that's how most people would act.
Exactly. That's my mentality. It's you know what? Yeah, there you go. All right. So, Azula, your turn. I'm gonna run to the bathroom as you're doing this, so you go do your thing.
I think at a certain point, I started including characters that prove a narrative point rather than so much as a moral point. At the end of the day, Azula, I think, wanted the approval of her father, and she was sort of groomed into this position similarly to her brother Zuko. But she always had trouble making friends. She couldn't get out from under him and go meet good people. She didn't have an uncle. Well, she had, Uncle Iroh is still her uncle, but he didn't take a shining to her like he took to Zuko, and I think that's kind of sad. Say something about how if you don't kind of show a child love, and I don't think she ever was shown love, not really.
I agree with that. Yes.
They're going to grow up to a very twisted individual.
No, I think you could argue that both Ursa and Iroh did emotionally neglect her, but I do think part of it is because she reminds them so much of Ozai. And of course, Ozai took her right under his wing because she's the second-born child and she's so much like him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And at the end of the day, she's a fucking 14-year-old girl.
Yeah, she's a 14-year-old emotionally neglected girl.
She has time to change, I believe. She has time to change.
Yeah.
She has a point with
Now-
her actions. She's definitely sympathetic. Even the show shows her in a sympathetic light. I mean, she is just completely destroyed by the time she's defeated. Like, you can't
But
help it. Even Zuko feels bad for her.
I don't think anything that she does can be justified, though, is the thing. It can be explained, but it doesn't justify her actions, you know?
Well, she's trying to serve the country and impress her father and be prepared to be the next Fire Lord, I suppose. But, I mean, that's... From the Fire Nation's point of view, that's a point. That's a good point, but...
I don't feel comfortable taking a full point for Azula.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll give you a half point, too. Why not?
Yeah.
Because she's sympathetic, but we can say that she doesn't have, like, a good point for what she's doing. Not really.
Yeah. I mean, like, originally it was said...
I mean,
our
our criteria was very nebulous to begin with. We can, whatever, it's our stream. We do what the fuck we want.
All right, cool. So, we come to a conclusion?
Krim gets a half point because Azula is sympathetic, but she doesn't really have a good motive for what she's doing.
Yay!
I mean, she has a
we're
good
both half-point
motive,
buddies.
but it's not justified, I think.
Yeah, but she's
This-
definitely sympathetic because she's a fucking 14-year-old girl who's been emotionally neglected and groomed by her father to be the next brutal Fire Lord, so, you know.
Be a factor, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one side. Azula's tragic. I don't think
She's
she
a
has
great character.
Oh, she's a fantastic
wonderful
character. I think Azula
Great foil to
is...
Zuko as well.
I think Azula is the second best character in Avatar in terms of writing.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think Zuko is the best. Well, actually, no, let me phrase that. Iroh's the second best. Azula's like third best, in my opinion.
All three of them are like some of the most fantastic characters in that show, just from a writing standpoint.
Just
Yeah,
really interconnected.
They're three of the most nuanced characters in
They're
the
practically the second set of main characters, really, when you think about it.
show. Yeah.
And I think, like, as much as I love Katara's Aang and Zuko, Sokka, I do think Zuko, Iroh, and Azula are better written. In just terms of the complexity and tragedy of their characters.
But they were able to go places with them too that they wouldn't have been able to with like the child heroes,
Oh,
you
100%.
know. So
All right, doing a quick couple of runs of the super chats.
I'm gonna go to the restroom now while you do that.
Go for it.
Boggle!
Bago Vong, thank you for the super chat. Money is the root of all evil. People would be happier without it. So if you think about it, muggings are a form of charity.
Boggle!
Why do I think you're trying to justify something that I shouldn't praise you for in chat?
Every word that comes out of that man's mouth is so out of pocket. I love it.
I do agree with you, though. You're not wrong, but I shouldn't praise you. But I am. I shouldn't condone it, but I am going to. Angels Art and Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Would Team Orochi from King of Fighters count? They want to save nature by ending humanity, but they're also in a religious cult. There's an ending where it shows if they did succeed, they, except for Chris, hate it. Yeah, I'd say that would be tragic, for sure. Especially if their ends result in their own misery, Again, I'm not a huge King of Fighters fan, except for the one girl who has, like, the one woman who has, like, the massive,
Brain.
Yeah.
Personality.
Yeah, she's has the most talent. She has the most talent, as they do in Sailor Moon.
Yep. All right. I'm getting the water gun out.
Oh my goodness. We're finally almost out of the 10s. How's it feel, Krim?
Yippee!
I'm worried if we take too long, we have to split this into 2 streams.
I mean, I don't care if we do. We could try to power through. I just got myself some grapes and some crackers because I'm like,
Oh, hell yeah.
Get a little
here for as
cracked
long as it
open an
takes.
energy.
I'm here for as
I
long as it
cracked
takes,
open
but
an
I'm
energy
worried at this
drink.
rate.
Yeah. Let's freaking go. It's your turn, Ant.
Fine.
I'm working on art while we do this. I'm fine.
I'm good too. I just wanted to see how you guys do. Anyway, let's keep going.
Occasionally, I stand up to do some autistic pacing, but I'm doing good.
That's valid. I hear you. I'm glad I'm not the only one that does the autistic pacing. I do it all the time. It's terrible. I love it.
Is it time for Planet of the Apes?
Time for Planet of the Apes. Which, by
Yay!
the way, before we get started with this, when Lily was asked what she thought of Dr. Zaius from Planet of the Apes, she said can't comment.
Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius.
Not even like the
Dr.
Simpsons
Zaius, Dr.
gag.
Zaius.
Not even the
Yeah,
Simpsons
right?
gag. Anyway, moving on to Dr. Zaius.
I've actually seen all the movies.
Yeah, same. I love Planet of the Apes.
I love them. I love Planet of the Apes. I
Oh,
love
so we're all on the
Bugsy.
same page on this one.
So I think we're going to agree on this
Yeah.
one. Dr. Zaius is working for the good of his society.
Yeah, he's a complicated character.
Yeah, he is a villain, undeniably so. He is withholding information that may be to the benefit of his apes, but he also knows it can cause existential horror to them. It can cause disruption. He deliberately controls them through information, but he does this because he knows humanity destroyed themselves with nuclear weapons. And he wants to withhold that to protect, and he not just himself. He's part of a system that controls. But humanity. When I forget the character's name, but when he comes to Earth in the future and crash lands, he's a talking man in a society where humans don't talk. Humans are seen as apes, as they are in the modern era. And Dr. Zaius is like, this is impossible. You can't fly. You can't do this human technology. Humans never had sway over the earth. Humans are not capable of intelligent thought. And it's all done because he wants to protect ape kind from true horror. And that's really
he's also like the ape equivalent of a young Earth creationist. Like this is threatening to his religious beliefs and the main religion of the apes. Because this is what a lot of people don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they look at Planet of the Apes and they think, oh, goofy 70s movie, but there is, like, a lot of themes about science versus religion, especially in the first movie.
Exactly.
And Dr. Zaius, one of his big problems is this threatens his faith. I think he does know that humans came before apes. I think he does secretly know that.
Yeah, it's explicit.
He doesn't want to admit to it because it contradicts their faith. They have a concept in their society called scientific heresy, where they will tell scientists, stop investigating this because it's heretical, it's against our religion, you can't do that.
Exactly.
You know? So that's a lot of his conflict.
Yeah, and he does it, to control the influence of his religion, but he also knows it's all bullshit.
Okay, I'm gonna make a comparison that the weebs in the audience will understand. He's like the priest of the walls in Attack on Titan.
Yeah, that's actually a good comparison.
He's exactly like that.
Yeah, and he's very self-aware of what he's
doing. He knows the religion is bullshit, but he's still devoted to it and still wants to believe in it, but also wants to protect the people from finding out the truth because it can make the whole church fall apart, you know, and then it's going to give people existential dread.
But Dr. Zaius also realizes that the lost technology of man can result in the ruination of his modern society. So there is a degree that if he doesn't act, he is a reason to believe that the world will end. And in fact, the world does end.
Yeah, and they have the whole forbidden zone, which is where you can find like the remnants of humanity and proof that humanity was like a previous civilization that existed and they used to be able to talk and build things.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you think? Do you think Dr. Zaius is sympathetic?
Oh yeah, I think he even has a point. I mean, it's a controversial point. Like, I wouldn't agree with like holding a faith over everything else, but at the same time, that does give some people structure in their lives. Agreed. You know,
and he's a great, compelling character. All the same, he doesn't
really want to have to be pulling all this bullshit on what's her face and Cornelius. Zero and Cornelius. He doesn't he kind of agrees with them, but he knows he publicly can't. You know?
Yeah. That's why they get off easy when in the second movie, basically.
Like, yeah, like you guys, like people will look at Planet of the Apes and say, like, "Oh, funny monkey masks," but watch the fucking movie. It actually has a lot of really compelling shit to say.
Yeah, it's a great. It's
the original to the Tim Burton one was bullshit.
Yeah, no. I think the new films that they're making now are pretty solid too. But
I've heard they're good. I haven't seen those yet, but I've seen all of the original ones. I know. I'm so bad. I'm so bad about getting around to watching.
The Tim Burton one though.
Yeah, but the Tim Burton one sucks. But
the Tim Burton one is awful.
No, those are terrible. But that one's terrible. But the new ones are legit great. Like, they're very different in terms of what they focus on, but also very similar to that first movie too in some ways.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
I need to watch the latest one. Yes,
that one's good. That one's good too. That one's really good. All right, Jennifer.
All right. Okay. So I will say I was wrong about this one. But here's the thing. So was Lily. The entity that is doing all these awful acts in Jennifer's body is not Jennifer Check. At that point, it's the demon. And there's like, oh, it's a, this is trigger warning for all the shit that's in Jennifer's body.
It's such a great movie, though.
It is a good movie, but it's rough. Lily's point is like, oh, she's a rape victim, and it's just a rape revenge fantasy. It's like, not really. If you want to kind of look into the metaphor, maybe you could go with that. But in the text of the story, she needs to be a virgin, and so the occultists very pointedly don't touch her. But she was lying, and she's not a virgin, so a demon inhabits her body and then just torments the main character, Needy, because pointedly, Jennifer Check is not the main character. Needy is her best friend. And, she doesn't count. She's not sympathetic. The teenage girl who was kind of catty, but ultimately didn't really do anything wrong other than make an unwise decision, as teenage girls are wont to do. It's not the same character that is killing everybody and also being very sadistic towards Needy. So I concede this was not a good point. I was wrong, but Lily also clearly did not actually watch this movie and probably is just she's parroting freaking thought pieces written about it on Tumblr, and
I haven't seen it either, so I'll let you two go on that, or we can conclude that you don't get a point.
Jennifer's Body. It's such a good movie.
I kept saying I'm not as big a cinephile as everybody thinks I am. I'm so behind on everything.
No, but Sai, think Mean Girls, but Patrick Star screams to the heavens.
And violence. Yeah.
Patrick Star literally screams over his dead child's body to the heavens in his Patrick voice.
Oh my god.
It's great.
But I heard it was actually like a good movie beyond that, too.
It's a great example of terrible marketing, is what it is. It's some of the worst marketing in film history, but the movie
I don't think I even
really
saw the marketing. I just occasionally hear about the
problem.
movie. So.
I was in high school at the time, and I think Krim was too. We saw the marketing. It was marketed towards us, and it was basically like, do you like Megan Fox's boobs? What if Megan Fox's boobs ate people?
And I was like, no, not my gay ass. Thank you.
And I was like,
but that's not what it's about at all.
Transformers. It's so clever and brilliant. Anyway, so Krim, I'm gonna say that's a no.
Yep, absolutely not.
Valid.
You were taking the L on that one anyway, so
yeah, that's fine. I don't mind taking the L. I don't mind being criticized. It's not the end of the world. I'm not going to explode on certain people.
So let's just dive into the next one, Khan. All right, so this is specifically Wrath of Khan, not the Star Trek Starseed Khan, because in that he's like a planetary conqueror who wakes up in the future and just compromises by conquering a new planet, essentially. In this one, everyone he loves dies. He's left with nothing for years and years and years, and Kirk never checks up on him. Kirk just dumps him on a planet, thinks, oh, he's fine, it's okay, and then never gives him a phone call. This whole movie would be resolved if Kirk was like, wow, I wonder how Khan's doing. Oh, he's not answering the phone. That's strange. Let's go check up on him. Whole movie would be solved if Kirk expressed a single moment of consideration to Khan. So Khan decides to get revenge on Kirk because he feels that Kirk ruined his life and his wife died as a result of Kirk's negligence. And he becomes like Ahab against Moby Dick. Kirk becomes his big white whale, where his obsession with trying to overcome Kirk out of this revenge for pettiness drives him to ruination. He has at one point all the tools he needs to rebuild his empire, but he throws it all away because he has to get at Kirk. And it becomes a big cat and mouse game, a big chess game between him and Kirk that ultimately results in Spock kind of dying for a bit.
He gets better though.
He gets better. Yeah, he gets better.
Yeah, I know the gist of all that. Yeah, I'm not really a Trekkie though. So.
That's fair. The big gist you gotta understand is that he wants revenge on Kirk because he blames Kirk for his...
Why did
Genuine.
Kirk leave him on a planet in the first place?
Okay, so in Star Trek Starseed, I think it's Starseed, that's the episode's name, he awakens Khan, and Khan was this conqueror from the 1990s in Star Trek time, who became like a big, like, almost like a Genghis Khan of the 20th century.
I also want to say,
Is Earth like a hellhole or something?
No, it got better after this.
yeah, but here the thing. Another point about Khan is that he is a genetically engineered human, and these genetically engineered humans were outlawed. So he was kind of put in a freezer because his existence was illegal.
Space seed, it's saying. Yeah, so
terrible.
Oh yeah, and he had he conquered a whole empire, but then he was made illegal, and then he was sent out into space and cryogenically frozen, basically. And Kirk and friends stumble upon him, reawaken him, not knowing who he is at first. And he decides to go back to doing what he was trained and bred to do, to conquer. He was made to be a conqueror, and so that's what he does. And Kirk is like, you know what? We can't let you in these areas, but we can bring you to a planet that you can maybe rehabilitate. You can run. You can conquer and bring civilization to, essentially. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. And he dumps him on this basically uninhabited planet that's filled with natural resources he can use to create an empire for himself. So it's trying to find like the best solution for this man who's out of time. And it turns out the planet freaking blows up, basically. Like a couple of years after Kirk dumps him there, the whole planet's biosphere is just destroyed in like a disaster, and he's just somehow survived.
No, did Kirk have any way of knowing that would happen or suspicion that could happen?
No, total freak accident. But Kirk never checks up on him for like decades.
I mean, yeah, I can imagine he'd be a little pissed about that. I mean, but it's not like he was like, yeah, just put him on the fucking volcano planet that's gonna blow up in a few years.
Yeah, like completely just, and it really is. He could have just, he knew he was there. He could have checked up on him or something.
Like, you didn't hear news about the fucking planet exploding? Go, hey, isn't that where we left that guy?
Well,
it's like a
at that point,
flare or something, but it's like...
At that
I know the memes, obviously. I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to go on hurting you, and the Khan. I know all that shit. But
all the good stuff, all the good bits.
See, I think there's like also like an overstatement of the control Starfleet has over the galaxy, because it's not a lot. Even in later iterations of Star Trek, they only really occupy a small part of the galaxy, and even then, they're spread pretty thin.
So they didn't even really know what so there was like no info. This is a random planet. They said, hey, that one's good enough. You go there.
This is like a freak accident. This isn't like they dumped
and they wouldn't,
like Mustafar
they didn't
or
know.
something. It was like...
Yeah, but still, they still didn't like research it or because really do it thoroughly or anything, right?
Yeah, by all accounts, this place should have been a perfect planet for them. But
I think to put Star Trek into perspective, it's more as if, what if we were in the age of sail, but it was space? Like, that's how much, think of like how much we knew about the Earth during the age of sail. That's how much humans know about space during the events of Star Trek.
That makes sense.
It was like a frontier story. Like it was like the old wagon westerns. It would be like...
So it's like just leaving a guy at a random mountain then?
It's like, what if you bumped into a bunch of people on the way to Oregon or whatever, and you're like, oh, here's some resources, hope you have fun. And it turned out they were the Donner Party.
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah, so it's like, Kirk didn't do anything bad. He did everything right. It's just, he didn't do it right enough. And it's still screwed up.
So he has a reason to be pissed, but, like...
It's also not Kirk's fault.
What is he doing about it, though? Like, what is he doing to Kirk exactly?
He decides to just fucking strand him on a planet, ruin him, try to destroy his... He basically tries just to ruin Kirk's life, basically. But, like, ruin it, like, at the next level of how intense he can make it.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of an overreaction. But...
No, absolutely.
It's like super petty. And he got really,
Yeah.
and if you count,
But
like,
this is also like his nature, though, isn't it?
yeah, it's his nature to conquer and destroy.
So
It's
yeah, so
pure
he
revenge.
can't help acting this way in a way.
Mhm.
So that kind of complicates it slightly there for me.
Also,
like he literally can't help it. He can't change the way he behaves.
That also said, Wrath of Khan doesn't one-to-one match what happens in Space Seed. The best example of this is with what's his name? I can't believe you're gonna blank on his name. Oh, Russian, who's played by Anton Yelchin in the new version. Right? Okay, it's an obvious name.
I'm DS9 pilled. Sorry.
Yeah. He was only introduced in season 2, and Space Seed happens in season 1, and in Wrath of Khan, Chekhov. There we go. Chekhov. Chekhov is the one who discovers Khan on SETI Alpha 5, and Khan's like, I will never forget a face. I know, I remember you from the Enterprise. And like,
that dude wasn't even there.
Yeah, so the big joke is that, like, Khan went to the bathroom one day on the Enterprise after he was woken up, and Chekhov took a little too long in the bathroom. He's like, I'll never forget you, Chekhov.
It's like, I want my friends on you, too. You're gonna get yours.
You'll get yours.
So what would be little
it.
fuck-ups like that happen in
Yeah.
continuity sometimes?
It's perfect. I love that.
I don't know if it just seems like he can't help it, but also like, dude, bro, like it literally wasn't his fault. he tried to do right by you.
But he did lose his
You
wife.
get the point, though.
He did lose his wife, though.
Kirk make that happen, though. I know Kirk's an asshole, but it's like, hello, bro, literally didn't do that to you.
What do we think? Do we think I get even a half point on Khan?
I guess you could say he's sympathetic, because, like, sorry your planet blew up, bro, but, like, literally not my responsibility.
Half a point, I would say.
I'll give you another half point.
Also, he does kill Spock, so indirectly. But
How dare he? How dare he?
That's
Anyway.
okay, that gets resurrected in, like, the next movie, doesn't it?
the next movie,
Yeah.
Lily says Khan failed point 1, but he doesn't have a point. It's revenge.
Well,
His wife died.
he's super fucking pissed off. That's a point.
That's a big point right there.
Like, he objectively has a right to be pissed off about, like, losing everything, and if he may be misdirecting his anger a bit.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to read a few super chats, then we move on to Killmonger. Cheddar Chandlor, thank you for the super chat. The Master from Fallout could count as sympathetic. Yeah, I guess you could. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
He could.
Iron, thank you for the super chat. Breaking, a second Star Trek film has hit the World Trade Center. That would be Star Trek Beyond you're talking about, buddy.
Oh.
I think you should watch yourself there. A controversial opinion, Benedict Cumberbatch. All right as Khan, not who they should have cast. Not the best actor for the role. But not bad. Not bad in the role. Just the movie sucked. It's a shame he was...
Compared to Ricardo.
Yeah, like you can't beat Ricardo Montalban. I'm sorry. He's just too good. Okay, so Killmonger. Begin.
So I feel like Killmonger is probably the epitome of what this list was about. He was displaced. He was a displaced citizen of Wakanda. It took me a second. That ends up growing up in a underprivileged community, and he recognizes the racism of this world, and then knows Wakanda exists, and is like, why are you letting white supremacy happen when you could just end it all? And he gets angry at Wakanda itself, tries to go in and take it over so that he can end racism. And I believe Lily's pushback was that, he was fighting white supremacy, but also he was waging war against Wakanda. And at the end of the day, not to go back to Star Trek again, but but just because you have the power to, like, to force a nation to do what you want, even if it's the right thing, doesn't really mean that you have the right or that you should. It's the whole prime directive thing. You at a certain point you kind of need to let people figure it out. Like, you need to allow nations to have sovereignty. And it gets complicated and it gets messy when you ask, like, well, when do we help and how do we help and what's overstepping, and like are fugitives okay to bring out of the country if they're trying to escape? Do we go right in and interact directly and try to spread our form of justice? And I think Killmonger, he kind of fulfilled a similar role, I would say, to Magneto. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree on that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, okay, look, I'm gonna say, objectively, from Lily's criteria, he has a point about the world. Wakanda should be sharing its resources with the rest of the world.
There's a big problem. There's a big problem with, like, using the tools of the master with Killmonger, because you can't use the tools of the master to free yourself. Like,
I think Killmonger is very self-aware that he would not fit into the world he wants to create.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's very self-aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I read him anyway.
Okay, so I maybe have a different read on Killmonger then, but my read of Killmonger is that he's kind of like a complete deconstructionist of society, in that let me go my soapbox for a second here.
Little joker there, yeah.
Yeah, like he's kind of he obviously does have some points, because T'Challa sympathizes with him and actually does try to change Wakanda following the interactions with Killmonger to benefit society. So he has some good arguments. The problem is he is really in it for himself. Like, at the end of the day, when you strip away some of what he's saying, most of what he's saying is self-serving. He's not really there to benefit the world. He's there to benefit himself, because he feels like he's entitled to power. I think that's a big factor in it. Like, I think
there is there's definitely an aspect of that, because what I loved about Michael B. Jordan's performance is he just looks fucking high on himself in every single scene he's in. You know,
he's so convinced
that just amused me so much. Like, he is just so high on his own farts the entire time.
He's so convinced of his own righteousness too.
Yeah, like that is a flaw of his, but I do think he, at least on some level, does believe that Wakanda could help the rest of the world, especially Black communities around the world. I think he does truly believe that. But yeah, he is a little too poisoned by his military experience and his own bloodlust to really, but it's almost like he's a monster who wants to make a better world that he knows he won't be a part of. That's how I read him anyway.
That's a fair read too. And I think it's interesting. I think undeniably he's a terrific antagonist. Like,
oh yeah.
Like, I don't think any of us are debating this.
Great performance from him too.
Now,
so good.
Now I kind of want to bring up, and this is going to get a little bit into real world politics, so I apologize for that, but it's poignant.
I feel the movie invites that discussion.
Yes, absolutely. When we think about how people respond when we're like, yeah, punch a Nazi, fuck Nazis, or when we hear that, like, a predator has hurt children, we're like, we want to see that bastard hang or fried, or he should be killed, lock him up for life. I think it invites an interesting conversation. It's like, are we doing this because we want to protect society, or because our response to these horrible reactions is there's some bloodlust there? Because, like, especially when you go into things like the death penalty and more violent punishments, if the deed is already done and you are protecting the people from further misdeeds, what point is there to make that person suffer? Like, I think that people with a really strong sense of justice that want to see evil people be punished in a way, they're having similar feelings of like, I feel like this thing makes me feel violent, and I want violence to be done to this person. And how much of that is justified? I think it's a really complicated conversation, and I think Killmonger kind of, opens the door to that.
He does walk that line because he is a very violent individual, but the instinct to violence is also ingrained in us as animals, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But so the question is, how much is violence justified when it is a natural instinct for us to resort to?
Exactly. And I think with Killmonger also, I do want to move on to the next. We have a bunch of villains to go through, but Killmonger would be a whole 5-hour video in and of himself. But I think with Killmonger, there's the balance between his rage at the injustices in society and the sense of wanting to just burn it all down for his own sake. Some of his action, it's between, does he want to rule Wakanda or does he want to control it? Because he burns all those flowers, He ensures there is no lasting legacy for Wakanda past himself. That no one can ever stand up to him.
I think he does have those two sides kind of just bleeding into each other at all times.
Oh yeah, and they're both. And a lot of people will say, "Oh well, Killmonger represents how the MCU wants to be a centrist in all issues," but like, his own perspectives are programmed into him by the American military. It's like he's a product of America just as much.
Yeah, a lot of people like to ignore that bit when they talk about this movie.
Yeah, he's a product of the American military infrastructure. Like, that's a big component of his character. He's doing what he was trained and programmed to do. That adds to the tragedy of Killmonger more than any negativity about him. He was manufactured by the military infrastructure, and is a character I mentioned who's going to be a very similar discussion as Killmonger. But I think we should move on. But what do you think? Do you think we should give Krim a point on this one?
I should say so, because like I said, my read on him is the monster who wants to make a better world that he knows he can't be part of. Yeah,
either way, we're looking at it from one angle of Sympathetic. Either he's a monster who wants to make the world better, or
he definitely has a point. Either way, he has a point.
Oh, yeah.
He has an objectively good point.
The characters acknowledge he has a good point. Yeah, 100%.
Lily says that it doesn't justify why he's the villain, but he's kind of a psycho, though. And he definitely...
Actually, immediately, I forgot my next character.
He definitely wants to conquer Wakanda, so...
Actually, it's a good one, because my next character is in that same conversation about the American military structure. General Hummel from The Rock. You ever see The Rock?
Oh, long time ago.
One of the few really good Michael Bay movies. Really
Yes,
good.
I agree. That is, I've probably seen it twice, but I haven't seen it in ages.
I mean,
so just refresh me then.
Some bits are a little goofier than others, but I think the core of it's really good.
Sean Connery's in it, of course. It's a little goofy.
And Nick Cage. Nick Cage.
Nick Cage. That's right. Both of them. Oh my god! How is that movie as good as it actually is?
Oh, Ed Harris. That's why. Because he's the bad guy. It's Ed Harris makes the movie good.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Ed Harris, who almost punched out James Cameron on the set of The Abyss.
He's the military guy who takes over Alcatraz, right?
Yep. And that's the character
we're talking about. Okay. I'm starting to remember now.
All right. So, he takes over Alcatraz, points weapons at San Francisco, holds it all hostage. He wants $100 million that he's going to give to the families of military soldiers who fought and died alongside him, who were never recognized or celebrated by the American government for their sacrifice to the country. Basically, he is a general, I think Brigadier General, I think specifically.
This was probably Nam?
No, clandestine black ops stuff. So,
okay.
Stuff the American government doesn't acknowledge. He fought the underground wars that America fights, and the government never even gave him a medal for his work. They undervalued him, and so in order to get, he kind of feels entitled to his men to bring them some degree of respect or financial benefit for their sacrifice to the country, because the country used them threw them into the meat grinder, and then just kind of tried to forget they ever existed.
Yeah. We're gonna get to another character like that, too.
Oh, it's very Metal Gear Solid in a lot of ways.
yeah.
So basically, the idea is he's waging a war against the U.S. government because he fought for them and realized they didn't give a fuck about him. You know, it's a real tragedy that a lot of guys I know, friends of mine who were in the military, really like, he's kind of right. The U.S. government does screw soldiers over. Like, they put them through trauma and horror, and then, like, the moment they're no longer useful, they just dump them. There's a tragedy to that, and it's honestly there's a honesty to that pain, and he's fighting not necessarily for his own benefit, but for the benefit of those he feels are entitled to just their fair dues.
I would say, similar to Killmonger, he's also using the only skill set he has that was ingrained in him by the military-industrial complex.
100% uses his training against the government. And honestly, he's not wrong. He's only the villain because he's threatening, like, a major institution, like people who are civilians. He believes the government will bend to his will. Like, he thinks he's going to get the money and he's going to give it to the families of those he thinks are entitled to that finance. He thinks he's going to get his way. That's why he's
a little delusional, I would say.
Yeah, he thinks that no one's going to resist
definitely
him.
Not even that easy. Even if they gave into him, it wouldn't even be that easy.
No, it's a Michael Bay film at the end of the day.
Isn't baby John Leguizamo in there too?
Probably, but he wouldn't be that baby. He was already Luigi by that point.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm like remembering all the fucking actors that are in this movie now.
It's a big cast. All right, so what do you think? You think General Hummel is sympathetic?
Yeah, I think he's sympathetic, and I think he has a point. Even his methods are not correct, like threatening civilians. It's against what he has been trained to do. But I would say he's sympathetic at least. And Lily would definitely say he has a point if she heard that story. It's like, well, he's going against the government, and you should be able to threaten people to get what you want. I agree with that.
You see, the problem here is that Lily said can't comment because she's never seen The Block.
I'm not surprised.
Not
She's
surprised.
Never seen it.
Yeah, she chose to not give us points.
I mean, it's a classic.
It's a good movie.
She didn't give us points if she hadn't watched it before, which I feel like that's a little intellectually dishonest. Considering she hasn't watched like half of these things, so
I think the next one. I think the next one's also going to be between you two because I ain't ever seen Lost.
I have never seen Lost either. At least never finished it.
It's just all you, Crib. It's all you, Crib. You get to spurg. You get to spurg for 6 minutes.
Okay. So, my sister was very much obsessed with Lost, so I ended up watching it a few times. Had it the DVD box set. Lost is a confusing mess. J.J. Abrams and his little mystery boxes. We are introduced to Ben Linus as this sort of little cowardly man who's always scheming.
Wait, is this like the Weasley-looking guy?
He's the Weasley-looking guy that's a native to the island, and he's one of the others, and he's the leader of them. We find out later that he was actually the child of somebody who worked on the island in the 70s, because there used to be sort of like a scientific expedition that found the island and decided to do a bunch of experiments on it. And Ben was the son of somebody who ended up being a maintenance worker. The maintenance, his dad had bigger aspirations, but he basically wasn't smart enough and didn't have a certification to actually be a scientist or something. So he was basically stuck fixing fences and all the boring stuff, and he was really bitter about that, and because of that, he started to abuse Ben. Ben ended up nearly dying as a child, and he was taken to the others, which were people that kind of have lived on the island for centuries. It's like there's a lot of mystery and mysticism around them. And they knew that the others were able to heal people, but whenever they heal somebody, something happens to them. it's not quite clear as to what it happens. It's one of those freaking mystery boxes, but it like paints them in a way, and it makes their brain work a little bit differently. And the others and the scientific expedition ended up going toe to toe, and Ben betrayed the people on that expedition as a young man, and helping the others basically kill everybody that was on that scientific expedition. And he then became the leader of the others. And he knows, because there's like this sort of spiritual leader that is not in direct contact with them, but he's not really God, but he's sort of a metaphor for God, I guess.
What the
Ben
fuck is Lost even about?
Yeah, right?
That's a good question. But
Sorry.
the crux of the matter is that Ben knows that him coming into the position
Finish your thought?
that he was in, last thought, Ben coming into the position that he was in, it was not written, that was not his destiny. It was basically just a fluke, and it's a matter of time before everything that's important to him is ripped from him, and he gets very jealous and petty and protective of it. But, you know, as I said, a lot of awful things kind of brought him to where he was today, and he finally found a group of people that accepted him, and when it seems like he's going to lose their respect, it's really manipulative and petty.
I don't know if he's that sympathetic.
I mean, if his brain chemistry changed, I am sympathetic to, you know, reduced responsibility via mental capacity, but
he is convinced he's a genius, and he is pretty smart, and he can get away with things. But
is that sympathetic,
or
is that
moments,
just...
There is a couple moments, yeah, like he has a daughter, and he really cares about her, and making a great life for her. And there's one instance where he's so assured that he's going to win. They have his daughter hostage. These mercenaries have his daughter hostage. He's like, oh, you're not going to kill my daughter, then you lose your bargaining chip. And then they kill his daughter, and he's devastated. He's devastated.
That's just him being a
fucked
dumbass.
around and found out. Yeah.
He did. That is Ben Linus's entire arc. He fucks around and he finds out all the time. And he never fucking learns. And he just doesn't want to acknowledge that he's not as brilliant and strong as he wants to think he is.
I'm not feeling very sympathetic, but I'm also not very familiar with the series. So
Yeah, I'm not
I don't know. How do we handle this one?
Because we do see a lot of stuff from his point of view, and like there's a humanity to him, but like we understand that he's a very flawed man.
Oh yeah, but even the worst people in history were human.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm gonna put the executive foot down in this one. Let's try speeding up each of these characters. We have a lot.
Okay.
All right. So
we could do the Lele's at the same time. We could do both of them.
Yeah, I will do the Lele's at the same time when they come up. So you go ahead,
sorry.
Anthony.
All right. So moving on to Imhotep. Very simple. High priest loves the daughter of the pharaoh. Daughter of the pharaoh can't touch him. They touch each other. Government structure sucks. He decides to defy God and the laws of nature to bring his lover back as a mummy after she is executed for being touched. After she kills herself for having been touched. Doesn't work out. Executed to the worst possible death imaginable. Millennia later decides to bring back his lover as a mummy. Maybe sort of has to sacrifice a few people to get there, but them's the breaks. He has a point. He wants his girl back. He has it all for her.
She's dead, bro. We can't change that.
We can.
That all sounds very contrived. I'm sorry. Why wasn't he allowed to touch her?
No, because the thing is, she's all in like body paint, so like If you so much as touch her, you can tell because it's all smeared.
I don't know.
But he also has the books. He's also like a high priest, so he knows ancient black magic.
Kind of like fuck your life. I want my wife, though. I don't know.
Well, his whole motivation is just to be with his girlfriend. Like that's his whole motive.
I'm not feeling sympathetic. Let's move on to the next one.
Fine.
Let's get some more interesting characters.
Spoiler alert, Sai. This is the only one that Lily actually agreed with us on.
Which one?
Imhotep.
Oh, the Lele's? Oh,
Yeah,
She's seen the mummy?
Apparently
Of
so,
all things?
because she didn't acknowledge it on her initial list, but she gave me 1 point, and when asked later what that 1 point was, it was Imhotep.
Oh,
So
odd,
that's
but
the
okay.
one that Lily actually gave us.
huh.
Okay. So,
Anyway, I do agree in speeding up though, so let's just go on to the next one. The ladies.
The
okay,
Lele's.
so Ashley and Andrew Graves. So Lily's whole point is that Andrew is not a villain. He's a victim, and Ashley and the demon that is kind of palling around with her are the villains. Lily, in your rush to paint Ashley as an abuser, you forgot the fucking plot of the game. The plot of the game is that Ashley and Andrew's parents sold their children to an organ harvesting scheme. And
She probably hammered through that dialogue.
yeah, but like
Lily actually reads the dialogue in games.
she's just rushing to the point where there was, incest.
She's like, when do I get to the incest?
But so basically, ever since that they were very small children, the mom, whose name has been revealed to be Renee in the previews for Chapter 3, has completely emotionally neglected both children. She had Andrew when she was 17, and he was quote unquote so perfect at 1 year old. Well, he was only a few months ago, I suppose, when they decided to go for another. That they had another kid, Ashley, and she was a nightmare. Then so they basically abandoned this young girl to be raised by her brother and kept them in the same room, didn't parent them, and it's to the point that Renee doesn't even see them as her kids or as people anymore. It's just in her head, it's just disappointment and embarrassment. So they become very emotionally insecure and have a toxic relationship, and there is definitely some abuse going on, but I would say that it's kind of going both ways. But yeah, they were literally sold for meat by their parents. I think they have a fucking point.
So these are kids with no support, no chance, who are being slowly starved to death at a house that they've been told they need to stay in because they have a disease, but they've really been sold to organ harvesters. Yeah. They had absolutely no chance of coming out of this in any normal, rational way.
Yeah. And it's interesting because it starts, their sort of descent into becoming serial killers starts as hey, this guy's dead already. We're literally starving to death and passing out because of how hungry we are and haven't eaten in a week. It's just meat sitting here. Let's eat them. And then they kill somebody in self-defense. And then, hey, this neighbor lady might rat us out. Let's kill her. And then it's you know what? We should kill and eat our parents, Yeah,
the escalation seems to be not rational, but the escalation is justified narrative-wise, which is what matters. Because Lily seems to not understand narrative and how, it doesn't have to be 100% realistic to real fucking life. It just has to connect and communicate something and communicate an idea.
I'm going to say both work. I'm going to give them 2 points.
You get 2 points, Krim.
Yippee! Also, I want to say that if you like the works of John and Vasquez, you would like The Coffin of Annie and Lele. It has very similar tones.
Yeah, I'm tempted to play it myself now from everything I've heard about it from you.
Yeah,
it's interesting. It's interesting. It's fucked up, and there's definitely a little bit of that's so weird. But it's this cognitive dissonance of actually these characters are kind of likable, and I like watching them, but why are they so fucking weird? And it's that cognitive
Well, yeah, but again,
dissonance that you
it's
see.
also it's fiction.
Yeah, but it's the cognitive dissonance that makes it that sort of gothic horror vibe, where it's like there's something fun and beautiful, even though it's so messed up. And I feel these things at the same time, and I like that feeling. So
100%. No, Krim, I'm with you on that, and I agree with you. You won me over.
Yippee, the Lele games! I defended them.
Yay, the Lele.
All right, so let's move on to my next one, which is Lucy from Elfenlied.
So I'm gonna give you shit about.
Oh, yeah. Lucy is the queen of the Diclonius, a new evolution of mankind who reproduces by infecting the testicles of anyone they encounter to reproduce with more Diclonius. Lucy has had the worst possible upbringing. She was raised in the orphanage from hell, where the kids bullied her relentlessly and then beat her dog to death. So naturally, she kills a bunch of kids. But they killed her dog first, so that's justified in a lot of respects.
Fuck them kids.
So Lucy becomes like this harbinger of death around her. And her only happy memory is becoming friends with this boy she bumps into, and then getting jealous that the boy has any other relationship with anyone else but her. So she kills everyone this boy loves. But feels bad about it in hindsight, because she's like an irrational child who's only known violence as the only response to any situation.
Just so people know who haven't seen it, the Diclonius have all these invisible hands they can like kill people with.
Oh yeah. So they create these.
You know
like,
how she's.
sonic
I realized
arms.
I realized you didn't explain how she was doing it.
Yeah, I realized I skipped a beat. Yeah, so they have like sonic arms that can like shred anything they touch, but have like a limited range of reach. Basically, wherever it's basically carry powers. Wherever she walks, they just get like diced and sliced with mind power. Anyway, she's locked up for like most of her life. Breaks out one day and ends up developing a split personality, and the split personality is like a born yesterday mentality. And the whole story is basically
the worst way.
It's a rough. That's rough. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the worst parts of the show. Like that fetishy, like baby
so
brain.
The whole
fetish.
thing.
That's
You mean
rough.
the whole thing? Then yeah.
I think 80% of it. Yeah, it's really 20% that's really solid. That's really
if
good.
you can't tell, I don't like Elfenlied.
Elfenlied is a weird fucking.
I have seen the entire anime, and I read the entire manga, so I think I am entitled to my opinions.
The manga's worse, I will say.
The manga is a serial killer's harem manga. That's what it is.
Yeah, because they'll bounce from like horrible violence to like, oh hey, they're gonna put.
But all these girls that are in the harem are all fucked up in one way or another, and one of them's his cousin.
Oh god, yeah, that was so fucked up.
But yeah, I can't take Elfenlied seriously. It just exists to show little pink-haired lolly girls getting dismembered. There's my timer.
There we go. But Lucy does have a point in that she's trying to survive and continue the success of her species.
She does have an instinct to do so, yeah.
Yeah, like she's just acting on instinct, and what she's ultimately trying to do is live, which humanity is making abundantly clear they won't let her do on her own. Like,
it's just contrived to just have fucked up, like just fetish shit, though. I mean,
right.
like, you say, like, born... She's so fucking born sexy yesterday, she pisses on the floor.
Yeah, the question was not if it was well written. The question was if it was sympathetic.
Okay, fine, but yeah,
one of the points is it has to be well written.
Oh, that's right.
That's how you guys interpreted good. So you lose it. No points for you. Elfenlied sucks.
It does suck. You're right, but still, it's not well written. It's really bad, especially the
I
manga.
am so because everyone told me like, oh, this show is so deep and dark, and like the opening was really pretty, and then I watched it. I was like, what the fuck is this nonsense? This is just here to have
opening
lollies
is
getting
incredible.
tortured.
The
It's
opening
baby's
is really
first
good.
edgy anime.
It really
It is. It definitely fucking is.
The opening is actually really beautiful, though. Like, you have to admit that.
Well, it's
opening...
not original. It's not original to Elven Lied, so
No, well, the opening sequence.
No, but
No, well, it
yeah, the
uses a lot of.
sequence itself is like nice.
Yeah,
It doesn't
it
reflect the
is.
show at all.
No, it's completely different. And you think going in like, oh, it's gonna be elevated, but also
It's gonna be something
haunting.
classy, and it's like, no. The only good thing to come out of it is that it inspired Eleven's backstory in Stranger Things.
Yeah, directly. Stranger Things direct. 11 is basically.
like when I was watching Stranger Things, I was like, oh, I know where they got this from.
11 is basically Lucy. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all right.
Poison Ivy. Krim, you have the floor.
So Poison Ivy, like many of the Batman villains, is somebody that kind of started off like it's kind of complicated because in like the original Batman, they were just kind of card-carrying villains, but a lot of nuance has been given to the character. And currently, as of now, Poison Ivy is a very much in a similar boat to a lot of Batman's villains in that they're just people who were like chewed up and spit out by the meat grinder that is Gotham and like the crime sort of atmosphere and the corruption that goes on there. And she ultimately decides that she's going to fight back against that, and her anger is maybe misaligned. Like she cares about the environment and about plants, and she hates humans, and she thinks that they're not worth saving anymore. And you could kind of be like, she's an eco-terrorist, but also more pointedly, she does sexually assault men. And I feel like a lot of people brush over the fact that she's canonically a rapist.
Yeah, you're not putting a good argument for yourself right now, Krim. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
I think that's like a really old like femme fatale trope, though. Really, when you get down to it, so it's like I don't think they would like. Let's say it would literally go that far, but you could argue that.
I mean, that's what's happening. That is what's happening, regardless of. The thing is that it brings up a lot of conversations about like how
I'm getting flashbacks to Gotham now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I didn't watch much of Gotham.
Oh, good, because the shit they did with Poison Ivy was just a bunch of bullshit.
But she was when before she became Poison Ivy. Like there are some implications that she was quite often sexually abused, and so part of it she wants to get back at those people. I have my doubts on Poison Ivy being on this list as well. Like her point is so shallow, And
this was before Lily really specified what the fuck she meant, though, in your defense.
Yeah.
Also,
and
Krim,
I also,
how have you mentioned all of this without mentioning Harley Quinn once?
Because I think, I'm sorry, but here's my spicy opinion. I think
boy.
Harley Quinn is not really good at adapting the source material. I think it comes off more as a parody of Batman than it does like a proper adaptation.
I wasn't really interested in. I haven't seen it either. I wasn't that interested in it.
Now,
Yeah,
Krim,
and it
why would
comes
you
a
say
little-
something so controversial and yet so brave?
Well, I also like. I'm most familiar with.
It's like you know that sequence from the dub of Dragon Maid.
Yeah.
Where it's like, why are you in? It feels so ham-fisted sometimes. It's like. It kind of reminds me of those people that dress up as a pair of ovaries at a feminist protest. It's like, would you guys fucking chill?
There is no
comparison.
But it's like yeah, we get it. Women rule the world, and a Nightwing's a stinky little whiny bitch boy, and that's ignoring the fact that he is often sexually objectified in canon, and also
By
in
Catwoman.
canon. Is there not just in Harley Quinn, but just throughout the history of DC, has been sexually abused multiple times, and people just gloss over. It's just, it was weird. Like, there were some weird choices, and I feel like the people that made Harley Quinn don't actually like DC Comics. That's the vibes I get sometimes.
I don't know if I agree with that. Also, I'm seeing some people in comments mentioning the G. Willow Wilson run on Poison Ivy, which is a fantastic run. I will say right now, I'm seeing some in comments, where they do add a lot of dimension to her character. I think that Poison Ivy has a lot of dimension if you look at her from the perspective of someone who's just so sick of the world, but also has some people worth protecting. And when I mentioned Harley Quinn, I didn't mean the show. I meant Poison Ivy's relationship with the character.
Oh, I think I actually have mixed feelings about that. I think that saying that, because what it always feels like is like, oh yeah, well, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy aren't really evil because they find love. As if, like, being in love will soften and fix them. And it's just, it's weird. It's
a good point. Yeah.
It's wonky. I
like,
think it's best when they're
villain
still...
couples are fun, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It should be fun. It should be fun. It should be like, yeah, we're gonna fuck up the town and...
Well, because, don't forget, you can't have likable villains anymore, because that's very problematic, sweaty.
Well,
How can you literally like someone who does evil things on a story? That means you're, like, evil in real life.
Well, I think that Batman villains tend to have a good run with that, where they get the balance between them being sympathetic, but also them being...
Yeah,
monsters.
like by now, Harley is like, even in the Batman animated series, Harley was kind of like frenemies with Batman.
Yeah, and Harley Quinn was never like super evil. Like, she was always kind of like a person who has good intentions, but was like put in a situation where they kind of like screwed up. It's wonky with Harley Quinn. Poison Ivy is much more vindictive, I feel like.
They really went with the like eco-terrorist angle in the Batman animated series, which is what I'm most familiar with Poison Ivy and
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's fair. I think Poison Ivy is an odd villain. Like, it really depends on the writer, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, she probably started out as a gimmick villain, like fucking Calendar Man or something, you know?
So she started as like well, keep in mind, Poison Ivy first came around during the waves of second wave feminism. So at first, she was an embodiment of the cultural fear of women saying, "Hey, can we vote?" You know.
Remember when we were going to speed through these?
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. I love that.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you think, Poison Ivy?
Moving on. I would say she's sympathetic, at least in some iterations. It's hard too because she's been in so many different iterations and adaptations.
So you think half point?
Like, are we talking about the Uma Thurman one or something? You know?
Oh, well, she's just she's a complete monster. She chose Mr. Freeze's wife for the fun of it.
Half point. Yeah,
sounds good.
Half point, sure. Yeah, that gives you guys even now.
Dead even lock. There we go. You think we should split this into two streams? I think we may have to.
We might have to.
Do you want to stop at 25 and then split the second half for another stream?
I mean, part of me wants to just power through it. Let's see where we are at 25.
Let's see where we are at 25. That's a good point.
Yeah. Let's see how late it is at 25.
That's what I'm thinking, too. So Scar from FMA. Lily said no to this one. She just said no.
What? She didn't say... Well, I did ask before, did she, like, because she cut out all the references to what it's from. I thought she might have thought Scar the Lion.
She just says no. It doesn't even say, like, no comment.
You think...
No.
I know why, because she's, like, fucking hates FMA and refuses to watch it.
Because she's weak.
So, like, but she would totally be on Scar's side, because, like, she would see, like...
100%.
She would definitely... interpret the Ishvalans as like Muslim or something, and she'd be like, "Oh yeah, they're definitely objectively the good guys here."
In fairness, I think the show kind of codes them as like Islamic. Do I even need a timer? We kind of all agree Scar is sympathetic, right?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Arakawa does code all the different countries. Like, it's like the country to the north is basically Russia. You know, like, she does do that. I don't think with political purpose, but she does do that.
So let's just go down the points real fast. I don't need a timer. I'll say it right now. Scar.
Scar, yes.
Gets revenge on a country that genocided his people. That's sympathetic.
And he does learn to bring nuance to that along the way, and also becomes a hero eventually.
Exactly. And he's only
well,
put
actually,
in conflict with
I will
the
say,
heroes
Scar has my favorite scene that dispels the dichotomy of you either have to be redeemed or killed. Because you have that scene where Winry saves his life.
Yeah.
And he had killed Winry's parents in a blind rage when they were on the war front healing both Ishvalan and Amestrian soldiers. And so this is the man who killed her parents, but she is willing to save his life. And he asks her, "Does this mean you forgive me?" And she says, "No, but this is the right thing to do." And I love that. I love that so much. That just cuts directly through the you can only kill a bad guy or redeem them. It cuts directly through that bullshit. I love you, Hiromu Arakawa. Arakawa-sensei, I want to be as good as you one day.
FMA is one of the greatest works
of fantasy fiction. I just had to throw that in, because FMA is my favorite manga.
No, yeah. Well, FMA is just, I think, objectively one of the best works of fantasy fiction, period.
Oh, yeah.
It's incredible. And just Scar, and again, he only comes in conflict with Ed and Al because they're representative of the government that ruined his life and destroyed his family.
He was going after just state alchemists because it was state alchemists who were tasked with taking down Ishval during the rebellion.
Exactly, and it's a complicated, tragic story. I think
all the military characters are treated very sympathetically and shown very realistically how people end up in these situations when they do join the military. So again, we have military-industrial complex behind a lot of the conflict.
Really, a lot of the issues is the systems of power, not the individuals. The individuals are put in situations that are beyond them because the systems suck.
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to. And the tragedy of Scar is that I'll say this right now. There was a live stream that I think it was on your server. I was shown this, where Lily and Michaela was saying that Full Metal Alchemist was racist for making Scar the villain, but like that.
He's not the villain, though.
He's not even like
the villain is a white blonde man.
Yeah, named who runs it, who controls a man named the Führer. Yeah, the father who controls a man named the Führer. It's like the point of FMA is not about heroes and villains. It's about people put in extraordinary situations and put in conflict with each other. That's the tragedy.
I don't know how, but again, how does she think she can comment on things she's never fucking watched? This drives me up the wall when anybody does that.
Michaela's definitely seen it. Like, she seems to have more withal with, like...
Oh, you think Michaela can understand things as well as Lily, or better than Lily? I don't think so.
I'm not saying that, but I mean, at least she's seen it, Like, that's better than Lily can say. You know what I mean?
Hopefully she's seen Brotherhood and not 2003. That's a whole other stream right there.
Scar's kind of sympathetic in there too, I'd say. Anyway, a couple super chats, a couple things real quick. Dark Art 8888, thank you for becoming the reader. I'll post Discord link in the members section shortly. Lan the Elaranak, thank you for the super chat. Here's monies for doing the good work. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I think that's all the super chats we have. Let's just jump right back into the next category. Krim.
All right. I'm just going to concede this one. Gollum. He's more of a narrative point than he is, I think, him having a point, like him being justified.
I would be hard-pressed to call him a villain, even, to be honest.
Yeah,
in the traditional sense?
No, I call him a villain. I think he's a villain. In
the traditional sense, yeah.
Even then, like, he leads them to, especially in Return of the King, more so in Return of the King. Because of his actions there. Like, he leads them to the big spider lady.
Oh, Shelob.
Shelob, yeah. And then he just tries to kill Frodo.
But he's also addicted to the ring. He's,
Exactly.
That's the tragedy of his character.
He's ravaged. His mind is ravaged by having been in contact with the ring so much.
He's a victim of Sauron.
I don't think it's an example of what we're looking for, though. So I'm just going to concede that point.
Fair.
He's deeply sympathetic. Like, he's deeply tragic of a character. He's an addict.
He's not justified. He's not justified.
He isn't justified. He causes his own downfall in the end, too.
But the whole story is, well, he causes the downfall, but he also causes their salvation.
Yeah,
True.
but not intentionally.
Definitely not intentionally.
No, 100%. But I think I'm arguing for Gollum more than you are, Krim.
That's funny. And I love Gollum. I love Gollum as a
I
character.
do. I love the character. I think he's really interesting. And
I always liked having riddles
could
that
have
were
a
read to me as a kid.
No, yeah.
I just don't think he's a good example of what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's fair. Because Tolkien also has very, very mythological, very legendary fairy tale logic to his stories, where it's good is good, evil is evil, nothing in between, really.
He also has a lot of,
and that's fine for what it is.
He also has a lot of Catholic ideals, which is that people choose to do harm. You know,
yeah, he kind of started trying to reconcile that later in his life. The whole can I really have irredeemable people if I'm a Catholic? You know, that's a whole other conversation.
Video on how his orcs are just so interesting from a Catholic perspective, and how he was conflicted his whole life over writing orcs as the villain is.
Read his Dark Materials, because the author came from the same sort of academic background that Tolkien and Lewis came up from.
Meaning to be honest.
Background,
Great
but
works.
but he's from like a couple generations after, and he's deconstructing the kind of stories that Tolkien and Lewis wrote. So.
Also worth watching the HBO, the BBC HBO version.
Oh my God, Daphne King is.
I had seen The Golden Compass and was like, this world is interesting. I kind of want to read the books now, but cause the movie wasn't good. But I was like, the world's interesting, and I know there's more to it than this.
Even if you get, even when just doing audiobooks, those help so much.
That's true. I should think about that more. I always think I might have trouble paying attention, but I listened to all of Hitchhiker's No Problem a while ago, so I got it for free.
The audiobook for his Dark Materials is actually an audio drama. Pullman narrates it himself, and he has a bunch of voice actors coming in to do. It's very good.
Yeah, I could look into that.
You know, Dune does something similar. The Dune audiobook that I listen to has the same thing where they have like different actors come in for it's the whole book unabridged, but they have different voice actors coming in for the character voices.
This is getting away from us again.
I know.
There's
Sorry. We're all
many
yappers.
autistic people in this chat. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's our problem with two autistic.
We have to do a part two. Whatever.
Yeah, I think we will have to, but I'm fine with that. Yeah,
I might end up going to like 6 o'clock tomorrow on my stream, but we could always get back together tomorrow night too if you wanted.
It can be next week even. I don't even care.
Either way.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's move on to the Puppet Master. This might require a timer because this is a little more complicated.
You could explain that one because I don't remember a lot about him, to be honest. I have seen the movie a few times, but...
The Puppet Master is a program made to basically justify political maneuvers occurring. Basically, he's a program designed to get information, clandestine information, to kind of run things a little bit, to create these big cyber crimes that they can use to justify investigating certain individuals. It's a little vague as to the specifics, but there's a lot of complicated things the Puppet Master is designed to do. Basically, for governments to justify acting in certain ways. However, the Puppet Master gains sentience and wants to explore the expanse of its being, and sets in motion a series of events to put him in contact with Motoko Kusanagi, who the Puppet Master sees as a kindred spirit. And the intentionality is that the Puppet Master wants to merge with Motoko Kusanagi's consciousness and produce offspring that will be born onto the internet. Basically, the human experience of living and dying and reproducing. That's what it ultimately wants as a program, but it goes about doing this the way the military structure trained it to do, through clandestine.
Oh, here we go again.
And crime and all that. You know, it ultimately is this machine designed to be a scapegoat for the governments to do their dirty work.
You putting it that way made me just realize the reason why he's interested in her is because she is a human who is now entirely robotic, and that so they're kind of like mirror images of each other, just
Precisely.
with those two slight differences, one coming from robotics and one coming from the flesh.
You took the words out of my mouth, Sai, with that one.
Yeah, like you just like crystallized the whole theme for me just the way you explained it right there.
Exactly. And with Toko Kusanagi, as a person, she is a human being who is losing her sense of humanity because she's cybernetically enhanced.
Yeah.
So both of them want to find human experience, and they both, and the Puppet Master sees her as a kindred spirit for that reason. And they ultimately do proceed with merging. And depending on which version of Ghost in the Shell you're watching past the first film, it kind of shows the trajectory of that. Either it completely changed Mitoko into something unlike herself, or she kept on living her life and kind of like continued going on.
Wait, is Standalone Complex supposed to take place after that?
So, Standalone Complex is an alternate continuity after the first movie, and Ghost in the Shell 2 is an alternate continuity following the first movie.
I always just assumed Standalone Complex either took place before or was like its own thing.
Timeline-wise, they're both after that first movie. It's really a little strange, but like and beyond,
and the manga's completely different.
Oh yeah, it's a dividing timeline. It's pretty great. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. But Standalone Complex and Ghost in the Shell 2 just can't. They can't
combine. Make sense together.
They contradict each other too much. Especially if you count the Netflix CGI series sequel that most people like to forget
I forgot about
exists.
that.
Oh yeah, right. Most people want to forget that one. Ghost in the Shell is great. I love Ghost in the Shell. I really want to do a whole video on Ghost in the Shell because of how.
You should.
I really do, and it's not.
You could compare different versions, maybe even because you get the fucking Scarlett Johansson one.
Oh god! And in fact, Ghost in the Shell has been in every video I've made, every stream I've done, this whole time. Do you see it?
Is it behind you?
It's behind me. Take a look. Here we go. Take a look. I do as it stand up here.
The autism is going so far that he's showing off his collection.
There we go.
Anthony, get back here.
The autism levels are off the chart.
It's my turn to talk.
The autism is coming from inside the house.
That's how it goes sometimes. I can't hear anything, so I can't hear what you're saying.
Anthony, get your ass in the chair.
What?
Sit down.
Why don't you sit down?
It's my turn to talk. Shut up, a trans person is talking.
Fine, Krim. Let's see, Dr. Freeze, Krim.
Sorry,
Dr.
Mr. Freeze.
There
he
we
doesn't
go.
get his doctorate. I am
so how tragic.
You see, that's the whole crux of the.
That's why he couldn't cure his wife.
Yeah, okay, explain Dr. Freeze, Krim.
Okay, you can kiss my entire gay ass. So I feel like Mr. Freeze, pretty self-explanatory. His wife is very sick, and he'll do anything to save her, including crimes. And he just goes way too far. So justified, sympathetic. I don't know if he's completely justified, but he's sympathetic.
Sympathetic for sure.
He has like a really important reason for doing what he wants. He's fighting for love, and we usually think of people
all we'd
fighting
have to
for
say,
love.
All we'd have to say to Lily is he's fighting the American healthcare system, which is bad.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Honestly, valid. He is.
in a lot of sources, it's like the reason he kind of goes that extra mile is because they're like, yeah, we're pulling the plug because it's just not profitable for us to keep working on curing your wife anymore. Like, you might be on your way to making medical advancements, but we don't care. Bye bye.
Yeah,
your wife's not worth it.
Topical.
Yeah, your wife's not worth it. It's tragic, and yeah, I feel like it kind of speaks for itself.
Now,
I like
Krim,
Mr. Freeze, so I'm biased. So yeah, I'll give you a point.
now, Krim, let me ask you a genuine question before I give you the point. How much of this is justified by Mr. Freeze's incredible pun game in the cinematic masterpiece known as Batman and Robin?
Well, let's just say, I just think that Mr. Freeze is pretty ice.
I say it's
That was
because
awful.
of Maurice LaMarche voicing him.
I actually
Games
prefer the
and
absolutely.
the
Batman.
cartoons.
I actually prefer the Batman animated series version of Freeze.
Yeah, well, that's where he got
And
that backstory. That's where they really developed that whole
Yeah,
thing. Is in the
He was
exactly.
a
Batman animated.
generic bad guy before that with nothing but a
Mhm.
fuse gun. That was it. Anyway, we have a lot of characters to get through. Let's just reset the timer
Yeah,
and
going.
jump in because we all know Mr. Freeze wins. Zagato from Magic Knight Rayearth. Okay, Zagato's
yeah.
whole thing is that he is in love with I forget her name, who's like the pillar of a whole world, but she has to exist basically for the world. She creates the world with her hopes and dreams. Zagato loves her, and they decide to run away together, to be together, but that puts the world in jeopardy. So Zagato manufactures himself as the villain to justify holding the pillar of the world itself away from this obstructive, destructive system that ruins this girl's life. That's the gist of it. He turns himself into the monster to protect his love.
So he's like, "Bwahaha! I totally kidnapped her. She totally didn't decide to do this herself. She's not abandoning you."
Yeah, exactly. From the system that basically forced her to be like a kind of forced her into a position of a god.
Why do they need her to do this exactly?
The way the world's structured around where her hopes and dreams maintain reality.
So she like God?
It's weird. Imagine that Rayearth runs on like fairy tale logic, where like one person is the pillar of reality. In fact, the whole
She's
second
like-
half of the series is devoted to deconstructing
like
that system.
The Skyfish from Link's Awakening.
Yeah, basically, where as
So
long
is
as
she like immortal, or is this something she got
Oh
assigned?
no,
or...
she dies. She dies halfway through. Actually,
Oh.
shortly after Zagato is killed, she does.
Oh no!
And the whole second half of the series is the
I'm
world
like
falling
invested
apart.
now.
Magic Knight Rayearth
I've
is
never
great.
seen it.
Oh, it's fantastic. The first half of the manga is basically these girls are summoned to this other world, and
I know
they're
it's an
basically-
isekai. Yeah.
It's an isekai, yeah. And they're basically told, "Hey, you got to stop this bad guy because he kidnapped our princess." And they're all hyped up on Gatorade and anime and video games, so they're like, "Let's get these cool ass mechs. We're gonna stop this bad guy." And like the way the show sets it up, you think this guy is the villain. Like there's lines of dialogue that like at first when you hear them, it's like, no, he's the villain. He's holding her hostage. And then, like, you realize after the fact that, no, wait, actually, it's not remotely that, actually. And you just assumed it was that because of the way it's presented.
That's
And-
interesting.
Oh, yeah. And the first half of the story ends with the girls returning home sobbing their eyes out because they realize the full gravity of what they had to do to save this girl, but also they kill her. It's
Whoops!
really sad. And the whole second half is them coming back to like fix the world and like try to find a way to change the fabric of reality to make
You know
it.
what this kind of sounds like? It sounds like the Ultimate Games.
Yeah. No, Magic Knight Rayearth is like really good, and people just like dismiss it because they see, oh, it's a Clamp Magical Knight mecha series.
I do have my love-hate bits with the Clamp there.
I know.
But
Magic Knight Rayearth is
love
great,
Clamp.
and I will fight any.
I
and
like
they're making it.
Holic. I like Holic a lot, but
You can see a lot of the shades that you would see in later Clamp stuff in Magic Knight
Oh,
Rayearth.
yeah.
It's more child friendly, but like it's heavy. It's a good series, and I feel like it's fallen out of popularity over the last several years.
yeah, it's not really like one of the big known ones anymore.
No, but Magic Knight Rayearth is really good. I think that and again, I'm not doing it justice. I'm going off of memory, but like,
Oh yeah.
but
Yeah.
like,
I think we'll give you a point anyway, since I don't know what the fuck any of that is, but
yeah.
it sounds
Basically,
fine to me.
guy becomes
Everyone's
a manufactured
Oh,
villain.
shit about not watching it too. Okay,
Yeah.
we can probably go to the next one.
All right, who's next? Satan from Paradise Lost. I think I have this one too, but go for it.
Yippee! I also have Roy Batty later down the list, so
There we
you
go.
already did him, so I'll get this overlap.
All right, here we go. Do it.
So I might be biased as someone who has, at different points in my life, described myself as a Satanist, but Satan did nothing fucking wrong. God sucks, and I think that having to bow to his will just because he's God is stupid, and I think that being an individual and rebelling against God is understandable, especially if you were one of his first creations, and then he's like, well, you've got to be subservient now. Like,
You gotta be subservient to this mud man I just made.
Yup.
You like, what the fuck is this thing?
If you see that guy wriggling around in the dirt, yeah, you're worse than he is.
Yeah,
Like,
he's superior. This thing I just made is superior to you. He can't even talk. He's superior to you.
I think, Krim, the fact that literary scholars have argued Satan has a point in Paradise Lost for centuries kind of gives you a point here.
Yeah,
gimme.
Within the narrative of Paradise Lost, he definitely has a point.
Christians, eat your heart out. I was right. Satan was right.
I see Satan more as a tragic villain, but like in Paradise Lost, but like that still doesn't change the fact that it still fits the qualifications for our discussion.
She was very confused that I was saying that Satan was sympathetic.
What did she say exactly here? Satan.
I think she said what?
Yeah, what?
She's the whole point of Paradise
What do you mean Satan's a good guy in my Christian Minecraft server?
The funny thing is, like, she made fun of us for saying our list was full of people from shonen anime in that one video script she's writing. Like,
what Satan did you think this was? We didn't say Mr. Satan.
This is one of the most famous literary examples of this.
Not just famous, it's just like one of the most influential pieces of literature, period.
What if she thinks Paradise Lost is an anime?
Well, listen, I'll be honest with you. Do you want to know who the direct lineage of Satan from Paradise Lost is in anime? There's a character, there's a specific villain. No, it's Griffith.
Yeah, him too. I mean, Ryo Asgard's also clearly inspired.
Oh, yeah. He's literally Satan. So that
we're gonna get to Griffith eventually, aren't we? Who is next anyway?
Neither of us put Griffith, I don't think. I think any of us put Griffith.
I swore one of you did.
Did we? I didn't put Griffith.
I thought one of you did.
Because
I would like to bite Griffith and stick him around like a toy.
Put Griffith in.
You put Griffith on here?
Did I?
You?
I did.
You put
it between Solas and Javert.
I did?
No,
oh, you son of a bitch.
I did. I totally forgot.
Who is next on Krim's list anyway?
No, I
think it's Tan's turn, isn't it?
It's my turn, yeah. Well, Makima is next for you. One super chat. Liam Bell, thank you for the super chat. Loved how Lily responded to the most famous depiction of Satan. And what? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Because she's uncultured.
Oh, here's a fun one. This is going to be interesting to discuss. All right, let's reset. Joseph from The Changeling. 80s horror film.
No idea what that is.
All right, so a 9-year-old... Okay, this is interesting, actually. 9-year-old boy. Disabled, sickly 9-year-old boy. Father, big, famous, influential person, but can't get the money from his inheritance without a proper heir. One who will live. So he decides to murder his own son in his house, drowns him in a pool, goes to Europe, adopts a new son who he raises as his own, who the son, by the way, is convinced that he was actually his father's son. He has no memory of anything before that. Who is not disabled, comes back, inherits the company, becomes a Republican senator. That's not who Joseph is, though. Joseph is the son who was killed, who is now a ghost, a 9-year-old boy, now a ghost, haunting the house that he was drowned in, desperately wanting to communicate with anyone who passes in. In comes George C. Scott. His wife and daughter just died, and the ghost sees him as a kindred spirit he can communicate with through haunting him and scaring the crap out of him. Basically, at first, George C. Scott's like, why is he communicating with me? Is it because he knows my daughter died? What's going on here? And he figures out, okay, based on who owned the house previously, based on all I'm figuring out from that the ghost is pointing me towards, here's the boy's name, here's why he was killed. He figures everything out, finds the boy's body, finds his birth medallion that he was born with, and thinks, okay, this ghost just wanted to be, the murder to be solved. and Joyce C. Scott's like, okay, solve the murder. I found the body. I found the boy. We can rest in peace. And the boy's like, no, I want you to fucking kill the guy who replaced me. And it's like, oh shit. And the whole movie takes a turn because you realize, no, the ghost isn't there because he's like sad he was killed. He wants to kill the kid who was put in a position to replace him, who now has all the wealth and success he was entitled to. And like, it's done through this very abstract, very indirect method of storytelling where the ghost just repeats the same like 4 or 5 words on repeat throughout the whole, in a childlike voice and like these haunting scenes, and gets exactly what he wants and is still not at peace at the end of it. Like, it's a very tragic, sad ghost story.
Are we sure the guy's even interpreting the ghost correctly? I mean,
well, because the ghost takes matters into his own hands and just starts killing people.
Okay.
Why
did he do that to start with?
I don't know, because at first he's like, the guy's like, oh, he's like, he's pretty pissed off at a certain point. He's like, what the fuck do you want from me? And then the ghost starts killing people. I'm like, oh, that's what you want.
No, apparently I have no choice but to watch Magic Knight's Wraith because Nozomi has that up as well.
There you go. So basically,
I always tell people, you gotta watch Utena, it's on Nozomi, and I can't
seriously.
argue now, can I?
So long story short, child killed by father.
I think angry child ghost has a point, yes.
Yeah. But even then, like, his own rage doesn't satisfy his... He's still not at peace.
He knows the afterlife exists, so he's not like, just wanting to kill somebody's not that bad, is it?
No, not at all.
He knows for a fact the afterlife exists.
And it's all told. It's a beautiful ghost story. It's creepy, but it's also sad, which is the best kind of ghost story, in my opinion.
Of course, you go with like an obscure 1980s horror movie. Of course,
it's not obscure. It's a pretty well-known ghost movie from that era, but it's like. But I figured I'd give something a little. Well, because the thing is, Lily keeps saying I like nothing but shonen anime, so like.
Yeah, like it could be only because she didn't recognize half the shit on this list. You know?
Which is funny because actually only a couple of these are from shonen anime. Like.
Yeah, same with mine.
Actually, you know what? There is one example of a shonen anime character, and it's just Lordgenome so far.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the characters I've mentioned, I mean, Stain's next. That's 2.
Oh, Lily telling the truth and actually looking into things deeply?
It's fucking ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Could never.
All right. Krim, you have the floor with Makima.
All right. So, Chainsaw Man spoilers. I cannot stress this enough. I'm about to... spoil the entire part 1 of Chainsaw Man. So Makima is the control devil. She can basically control whatever she wants to. And she was groomed to become this weapon for the Japanese government, formed a contract with them, and has been used as a tool ever since. When she encounters Denji, she recognizes him for what he is. He's a hybrid of a human and of Pochita, who is a devil, the chainsaw devil. And Pochita has a very interesting power. Whenever he eats a devil, the corresponding phenomenon disappears. Because of that, the AIDS crisis is gone. Like, the AIDS has been like erased from reality, as well as nuclear weapons and a couple other things. So, if someone were to use the Chainsaw Devil for good, they could get rid of a lot of really awful things, because each devil corresponds to a human fear. Like the Sword Devil, or the Darkness Devil, the Falling Devil, the Death Devil. Like, if you consume that devil, or if Pochita at least consumes that devil, that concept is erased. However, in order to get to Pochita, the contract between Denji and Pochita has to be broken. And the contract is, show me a happy life. Like, Pochita wants to see Denji be happy. So Makima's plan is to show Denji that happiness. As a kid that was, he was poor, he was doing sex work and like all of this grimy, gross stuff. Like he had sold his eyeball. Like he was this kid that was just really down on his luck. And Makima gives him a shot at a happy life. He gets a family, he gets friends, a regular life. He starts, thinking that maybe he could find love. And right at the cusp of that, Makima takes away everything. She kills everybody else in the story. Forces him to kill his best friend. It's rough. And her idea is if she brings him to that cusp of happiness and takes it all away, there's no way that he'll ever be happy again. And so the contract he has with Pochita will be broken, and she can get control of the Chainsaw Devil. It's absolutely brutal, but she is trying to gain access to the Chainsaw Devil in order to erase the worst fears of humanity.
Yeah, she's like a pure ends justifies the means of like beyond human cruelty.
Is there no other way she could accomplish this?
The only way for her to get access to the Chainsaw Devil is if she breaks that she has to destroy Denji's happiness somehow.
There weren't any other ways to break the contract, though? This is what I'm curious about. I haven't seen Chainsaw Man yet.
I don't think so.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point.
Like, it's one of those things where, what she's doing makes, again, like Kyubey, for a pure logical sense, the suffering of one person in order to conquer these greater fears, yeah, that makes sense. It's just incredibly
very blue and
sadistic.
Orange morality.
Yeah.
She's not human, right? She's also not human.
She's a devil, yeah. But devils are given a lot of humanity. Like, we see that with characters like the Angel Devil or the Violence Devil, oddly enough. They tend to have a lot of humanity to them. Okay. Something interesting also is that she cannot be killed by traditional means because of her contract with the Japanese government. If she would have been killed instead, citizens of Japan just die and she gets rejuvenated. So to get around this, Denji literally eats her. And because
I've heard fucking Chainsaw Man is crazy, but Jesus.
Takashi Fujimoto is going through something, okay? There's a lot of cannibalism.
He might be on coke or something, right in this bit.
Anyway, without war being mentioned.
Anyway, it's cannibalism because because in his mind he's doing it out of love, not out of violence or hate, because he was in love with Makima, and this is a way for him to become one with her. He is able to actually eat her, and going into part 2, he just has Makima meats in his fridge that he's eating over time. But she does get reincarnated into a young girl, and Denji wants to give this version of the Control Devil the life that Makima never got to have. A life where she is loved and cherished by someone responsible for her that actually cares about her. So we understand that the reason Makima was like that was because of how she was treated by the Japanese government. So
I don't give this one a half point because it's pure psychopathy, but also
I'll go with Ant on that one because I'm like I was not high enough to hear the plot of Chainsaw Man right now. I don't think.
Listen, Krim, one day we will have our Miracle Blunt rotation, and you will understand the plot of Chainsaw Man.
Okay.
One day,
okay.
Not this night.
I'm deferring to Ant on this one because I am just confused and somewhat afraid.
Maybe part 2 will come in high. Who knows? We'll find out.
Fire Punch is worse. Fire Punch is worse than Chainsaw Man.
All right, somehow. Stain from My Hero Academia.
Another one I don't really know.
All right, World of Superheroes. Stain thinks that most superheroes are just pompous celebrities who suck, and so he wants to kill them.
Okay.
because they suck.
Like suck as in the boys kind of level of suck, or
he thinks that
more
they are
Captain Amazing and Mystery Men, or
they're like capitalist representations of society, and they're not really there to truly help people. Aside from All Might, who is like the big superhero that Deku loves, the main character Deku. And in fighting Deku, he sees like the actual heroic spirit inside of Deku. So like,
of course,
he also has like a whole backstory. I'm really going brief on this one because he's basically like, he sees superheroes as like a force of the establishment.
Does he himself have powers though?
No, I don't believe he does. Okay. I think he's like powerless. I
was curious about that.
I forget specifically. I don't think it's a significant. Let me double check that because it's been a while since I've watched that part.
I never got around to watching it yet. I always mean to, but you know how I always mean to do a lot of things.
I'm not going to purely out of spite.
That's
Can't make
fair.
me watch My Hero Academia. I'm never going to. Stop asking me.
Oh, he's able to paralyze people. That's right. So if he ingests their blood...
so he does have powers. He does have
his
powers
power is
himself.
if he ingests their blood, he can paralyze them.
Okay.
I forgot that detail. Okay, it's been a while
strange
since I've read
anime I'm hearing about today.
But My Hero Academia, every person has like a weird power of some kind. So if he consumes their blood, he can paralyze them in place. So Deku manages to power through it, and actually a few of the kids from Class 1A managed to prove themselves to be heroes in Stain's eyes. And he respects them. He deeply respects that, but like he also is a killer. He believes he's purging the world of its false heroes.
And now, how right is he about heroes being kind of useless and capitalist?
He's not wrong.
Are they damaging the world in any significant way?
Well, he saw it firsthand. So there's actually, with My Hero Academia, there's a whole side manga that's like a prequel that shows how Stain became the way he was, and he kind of was like, I forget the specifics of it because again, it's been a while, but he basically was screwed over by the system. He has a point in that the world is allowing certain figures who are like it becomes like a job. It becomes like a celebrity culture around superheroes. And
I guess by Lily's standard, he has a point, but he's obviously the villain because he's killing people over that point when he really doesn't need to, it sounds like.
He's an extremist, and it's not like the story justifies him, but some characters hear what he says and goes, yeah, no, he's totally right. The superheroes should all die. Horrible, painful deaths.
So he has a point about them being capitalist tools, but he goes about it the wrong way. So that does fulfill Lily's thing, though, because it justifies why he's the villain, but he also has an objective point about the world. So according to Lily's standards, you should get a point.
I'm fine with this so far. Okay, Nick Wolf, thank you for the super chat. Ever since season 2, my fiance and I love the joke when we watch My Hero Academia. Whenever Stain isn't on screen, somebody should be asking, where is Stain? Yeah, agreed.
I love characters like that.
I say that about like Gentleman, the Gentleman guy. I loved him. Gentle Criminal. Gentle Criminal is the best character in My Hero Academia. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. I don't know, gang. I think we should let Makima get rid of the climate change devil, the fascism devil, the late stage capitalism devil, and so on and so forth. Yeah, you're correct. Also, Miss Jasmine said, if Sai would ever want to watch Magic Knight Rayearth, the YouTube channel that has Utena also has Rayearth, which I think you acknowledged before.
That's what I was mentioning earlier, yeah.
No.
You know what? Me and my autistic mouth
Utena.
can't pronounce words.
At least he's not saying Utena, like Lily.
Oh my goodness! All right, I think we should get to option 25, and then we'll call it night, and we'll postpone the second half to part 2.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Otherwise, we got till 5 o'clock in the morning.
I am going to skip my number 19, which is Hades from Hadestown. That was one of the 3 that my friend Mac suggested, and I wouldn't know Hadestown from a hole in the ground, so I can't defend it.
All right, sounds good to
Eric.
me.
Okay.
I'm fine skipping
Eric
some.
Eric from Phantom of the Opera, though. Now, I didn't mention this, but I specifically meant the book here.
Okay, that's a good clarification.
Even in the play,
Yeah, but
though, he has a point.
Yeah, but like he is a little bit incelly in the play. It's
Yeah,
kinda
no, the book makes more sense actually.
The
He has a
fucking
whole
Phantom's
thing.
an even bigger incel than him.
So Eric is the Phantom.
Oh, okay. Well, I
Yeah?
thought he was the other guy.
No, it's Raoul.
Oh, I'm thinking of Raoul. I'm so sorry. That's who I was thinking.
It's okay.
I forgot the Phantom actually had a fucking name.
No,
So
it's Eric,
it's
yeah.
not a romantic / sexual love he has of Christine in the book. It's just that like you're the only person that sees me as human, and I need
I'm going
that.
to
I need
keep
that
you to
sort of.
myself.
No,
Yeah,
he
'cause
doesn't. He
in the play
do
it is.
that.
No,
in the
yeah.
play,
Doesn't do that.
it is very like, like, you're mine, bitch. You know?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
you little harlot.
It's more this sort of tragedy where he's been kind of like he has a grudge against like the theater, not so much against Christine, and he lets her go. Like he doesn't insert himself into
Okay,
the
I'm
play
definitely
in a way.
way more familiar with the musical where he's like trying to control her constantly.
Yeah.
Also, what's the Persian? Is the Persian character? I forget the guy's name.
I think it's just the Persian.
It is just the Persian.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
I
I'm pretty sure
believe
it's
so.
just called the Persian.
I didn't
'cause
want
it's
to be.
old.
I did not want to be right
Yeah.
about that. I wanted to say you're wrong, but I
the
thought you
book's
were correct.
old. The play was written in the 80s. I mean,
Well, the book was written in the 1900s, so
yeah.
isn't he? It wasn't like the Phantom like commissioned to design like insane traps and
Yeah.
puzzles for the for
Yeah.
the Sultan or whatever.
Yeah, like he was basically like commissioned to do all this work, but he was never appreciated. He was objectified and kind of shunted off to the side.
Oh, apparently he has
And-
a name. It's Daroga.
That's
my bad.
only established in books outside of the original that were not written by the writer. I don't think anyway.
Anyway, so do I get the point?
I would say so personally.
For
but
the book version, I would say yes, because in the play he is just kind of an asshole.
yeah, the play's a dick, but also, there are a lot of Phantom books. I will say right now, I've seen people in the chat mention Lindsay Ellis's video. There are several Lindsay Ellis videos on Phantom of the Opera. She is a fangirl.
Her and her friends met on the Phantom fanfic forums. That's why.
I believe
And
that.
I still say her review of the Phantom with Gerard Butler in it is one of the funniest reviews I've ever seen. Because as she goes on, more and more empty alcohol bottles just start appearing behind her on the set.
That's like what my room looked like as I was watching that movie.
It's one of my favorite gags she ever did.
So great. All right, Itachi from Naruto. This is the one where Lily was like, "You should go."
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to
jail.
fucking explain this one to me
Sis-
too. Sorry.
All right.
I'm not a Naruto person, so go
Me
for it.
neither. So,
Alright.
Aunt, it's all you, I guess.
So Itachi murders his entire clan, except for his brother, to stop a civil war from happening. Then he spies on the team of bad guys by becoming part of them for the good of the country. And he shadow mentors his brother who hates him to make him the greatest hero to save the world.
This is starting to sound like Metal Gear again.
Yeah. So that's, I don't think I need to say anything else. I think that's it. Like he
I mean,
becomes the
was it
villain.
really the only way to stop the Civil War? Was to like kill everybody he knows? Was it really
Yes.
the only way?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as he understood how to stop it, yes. Like he's kind of like a Metal Gear Solid villain, where it's like extreme violence is the only solution to stop war from happening, and like abrupt and before it can actually escalate. violence.
I think a lot of times in Metal Gear 2, it's like violence is the only tool I have at my disposal to even accomplish my goals.
That too.
You know?
He's also trained to be like his clan. They're trained to kill. They're trained to fight.
Yeah.
And they're also kind of like he's also kind of blackmailed to an extent.
Oh.
So it's like there's other elements at play too, where if he didn't do a specific, he only had certain options that were limited to him. Yeah, obviously the writer could have written something different, but like.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these you could say, oh, it's pretty contrived, but that's really not the point either, is it?
As far as he's concerned, that's the only solution, and he sees it as the only end to save lives. But he also sees what he does as like vile and doesn't justify his actions. He just kind of did it, and he.
But it's like, also,
why
why do you think you have to be the one to do this? That's always the question too.
Yeah.
Like, why is it you? Like, that's my problem with Light too. It's like, why are you the one who gets to be the arbiter of who's moral? You know.
But the difference here is that with Light, he does it for selfish ends. For Itachi, it's entirely selfless. He'd rather not do it. He just thinks it's the only option.
Should we give him the point just because neither one of us know Naruto?
Yeah, all right.
Yay. Naruto gets a point.
There are no rules and the points don't matter.
Exactly. None of this is important. Lily will never accept
Lily's going to be sitting here like doing math and trying to figure out like how we're tallying this up, and we just don't actually care.
I'm going to try to make my next point as quickly as possible.
All right, go for it.
So Sister Jude Martin is from American Horror Story Asylum.
Oh yeah, the best season.
She is a nun that is sort of, she's a mother superior that kind of is watching over the asylum, and we're kind of introduced to her as like this strict, even abusive character. And because she canes the patients and stuff, and this is the bad guy. I don't like her. But as we go throughout the story, we find out that she's kind of at the behest of the priest and the head doctor at the asylum, and she knows that the head doctor is experimenting on patients, and she's trying to get to the bottom of it and get him to stop it, because ultimately she does care about the patients. It's just at a time period where there isn't a lot of education about mental health. She thinks what she's doing is right, and she's trying to make up for the sins of her past. Before she became a nun, she got in, she had a drinking problem, got into a car accident and killed somebody. So she became a nun to try to make up for what she did. And, as she gets older, she's realizing that she had wants in her life, and she basically kind of gave in to guilt, but she still has like desires and needs, and she wants a romantic relationship with the priest, and he's not going to give it to her because he's a freaking Catholic priest. And she knows that she's aging, and her fate ultimately is that she becomes a patient in the very asylum that she used to preside over. And just awful things end up happening to her. And it's that time period was not kind to women, I think, ultimately is. And even women that gain a little bit of power, it can be snatched away from them, and they can become, victims of the misogynistic world that they lived in. And I would say that maybe she's a bit more tragic than sympathetic, but you really see her side as somebody.
That kind of seems like poetic justice at the end. Ended up becoming a patient herself after abusing the patients, but also at that time period, like you're saying, like caning the patients would be seen as normal in healthcare. So,
well, to her, it was always the worst behaving patients that the scientists would experiment on. So if she could keep them all in line, then maybe he wouldn't take them.
Yeah.
That's
I'm with tragic on this one than anything else, personally.
That's sympathetic, though, so we can count it under that one,
half
even if
point?
she didn't have.
She is trying to keep these.
Yeah, because
a
her
lot of
point
these
was
patients
to keep them
so that
away
this-
from the doctor and the priest. Yeah.
Yeah.
I give Krim a full point.
Full point. Here we go, Krim. You get a full point
yeah.
for American Horror Story.
She is definitely a villain, though. She's definitely
yeah.
a villain.
Oh yeah.
Half point, a full point for that being the last good season of American Horror Story.
I like
Season
some of the
two.
newer
Season
season. I like
two.
some of the. I like some of the newer stuff from American Horror Story, where it is kind of going into they did one recently. I won't go into it, but the two most recent seasons I did like. The fucking weird shit with the witchcraft and the crossover stuff. That was garbage.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Garbage.
I'll say this: after Asylum, I felt when all went downhill.
Yeah, the last two series have nothing to do with the previous continuity, so
No, it's
they're self-contained.
very messy. Anyway, okay, so Kushana from Nausicaa. All right.
Yeah.
I think we've all seen Nausicaa. This is an easy one to argue.
I've read
Been
the
a while,
manga
but
even.
yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's a fucking masterpiece. Her whole motivation is she's trying to basically salvage her world from the toxic jungle, from rival kingdoms, and she thinks the only way to do this is to summon giant, colossal flesh monsters that led to the ruination of her planet originally. To enforce
I don't remember
her
how
power.
much. I don't remember how much they know. How much the warriors led to the end of the world, though.
They
I don't
know
remember.
that the warrior, the fire.
They just know they're an
giants, warriors-
ancient weapon. They know they're an ancient weapon, at least. I think she doesn't really buy that they ended the world. I'm trying again. I'm like confusing points from the manga and points from the movie in my head. I have this problem.
Yeah,
But in the manga, it's even more expanded on. She has been told her entire life, you were born into a nest of vipers. She has 3 older brothers who are basically more powerful and politically powerful than her that she is up against as well.
exactly.
And her father, the king. And her mother went crazy because she took a poison cup in her place when she was a child. So she has no one. She's only had herself. She's always had been on guard with her entire family and everyone around her. But the military really, really respects her as a leader.
Exactly. In a lot of ways, she's a lot like Nausicaa, except put in a situation where she was forced to fight for survival. You know,
especially
politically
toward the
and
end of the
physically.
manga, she is definitely much more of a hero herself, and she does take cues from Nausicaa after meeting her.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%. Like, she's a character who, in the right situation, would have been just as heroic as Nausicaa.
She's
But
a
she was-
fucking badass too.
Oh, she's fucking cool as shit. No, she's a great character. Are you kidding? Nah, she's cool as fucking shit. She's great. And I don't think I need to convince you on this one. I think we just get the point.
No, you get a point because Kushana's awesome, and everybody go watch Nausicaa: The Valley of the Wind, and please read the manga if you can find it. It's so good. And it's drawn by Hayao Miyazaki himself.
It's fantastic. You know, while I'm here, since Krim got a 2-for-1, Lady Eboshi.
You want to go right into Lady Eboshi too, because I have a lot to say about Lady Eboshi and
Well, right here,
what
and
fucking Lily said.
Okay,
I don't think
let's
she's
do
a
fucking what
villain.
Lily said.
I don't think Lady Boshi's a villain.
Lady
So
Eboshi
I think
fails.
I think narratively
one.
she is the villain. Narratively,
Uh,
she does want to kill the forest god.
Guys, the problem is this. Lily said that Kushana and Lady Eboshi both fail point 1, that they don't have a point.
Well, that's just not true.
That's
just
just fucking retarded,
objectively wrong.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Kushana's whole point is she wants to save her world, and this is the way she sees how, and maintain power in the front of all these other rival forces. You know?
Yeah, Kushana is just trying to protect her own kingdom in this kind of dog-eat-dog world.
Yeah, that's a pretty good motivation. Lady Eboshi, though, is way
She's-
more so.
Well, she's also like all of the
super
girls.
gray as
That
a villain.
Yeah,
well,
like,
all the women she saved used to be sex workers and
Yeah.
like.
she rescues
Yeah,
from brothels.
she rescues women from prostitution. She takes care of lepers. The thing I always sing is why Lady Eboshi is a foil to San is Eboshi is all about humanity and San is all about nature. And that is why they are foils for each other.
And they're perfect foils. They have the same motivation. They both have the same goodness in their perspective and the empathy, but they're so like tunnel visioned. They're siloed in their one community.
And Eboshi also has to be ruthless because the only reason Irontown is able to exist the way it is because they provide arms to the fucking emperor.
Exactly.
she has to keep the emperor happy, which is why she's out to kill the forest spirit to bring the emperor's head to like satisfy him and keep control of her town and be able to keep protecting the people she's taken in.
100%.
The interesting thing with Ashitaka is that he acts as a bridge between those two ideals. That they can actually live in harmony.
He comes from a tribe that respects nature and lives in one with nature. So yeah, that's why he is kind of the middle ground.
I love how it's my list and we all immediately go, no, this one's good.
Yeah. No.
And it's like Lady Eboshi is just, her whole motivation is protecting her Irontown, protecting her people.
Exactly. Yeah. But even at the end of the movie, she's humbled by nature and learns, we can't just go around strip mining everything. Perhaps I need to rethink this now that I only have one arm. You know?
She gets her arm bitten off by a decapitated wolf.
I got my arm bitten off by a wolf god, bit of an L. Might want to rethink my life.
Oh, fucking seriously. It's but she takes it in stride. She really takes it really well.
Because she's a good fucking leader, that's why.
Like she takes the whole getting her arm bitten off really quite well. I will
stand Lady Eboshi from here to Sunday.
Also, let's be quite perfectly blunt. The dub of her.
Demi Moore?
No, Minnie Driver.
It was Minnie Driver. Why did I think it was Demi Moore?
You're thinking of Esmeralda from Hunchback of Notre Dame.
I must be.
Or you're thinking of The Substance, which is a fantastic movie everyone should watch. Watch the chat.
Minnie Driver, you're correct. I think I just get them confused.
Definitely.
I just don't think Lady Eboshi is a villain. That's my opinion.
That's because she's so sympathetic. The thing about Princess Mononoke
she does take villainous actions. She is engaging in the Sengoku era, where everyone's just fighting each other for land, basically.
Like, if you really want a central villain, it's that monk guy. The fucking monk.
And Eboshi is a little malicious against the forest gods as well, I would say.
Yeah, she has a big vendetta.
She is very vindictive toward them, yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting that, like, the way that Princess Mononoke is structured, you get where every character comes from. Because we've seen stories like that, where it's not as well written. Like, I think Avatar is a great example of this, where the plot is not as well thought out, the villains are way too one-dimensional, and it's like, oh, they're the bad guy, obviously. Lady Eboshi has a lot in common with the bad guys from Avatar. The difference is that one is a well-written story and the other is Avatar.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We're talking about the blue people one, right?
Yeah, the blue people Avatar. Because they are very similar plot-wise. It's just one is done well and one is Avatar.
It's not the most original theme, but the way Miyazaki executes it, obviously, is far superior.
Because he understands how to write characters in a complicated situation that are well-written.
And he knows how to like have messaging that isn't in your fucking face and like telling you have to believe this or you're a bad person.
Exactly. All right, cool. Let's just jump into Krim's list right here. Johnny.
My next one, Johnny from Johnny the Homicidal Maniac.
Okay, explain.
I think this is a bit more of a narrative sympathetic. Like this guy has this sort of neurotic urge to smear blood on his blood wall, and it's very metaphorical, and it's very.
But it's also literal in the text, though.
It's literal in the text. I'm conceding this one. He's just very unwell,
But Krim, if you read "I Feel Sick," we do find out that there are entities that feed on artists, and that is probably why Nee ended up the way he is.
Yeah. The thing is that like it's also the world that John Vasquez has made is because it kind of is very consistent across his various works. Just not as intense in his little children's cartoon.
Are you implying Invader
somehow.
Zim isn't this hardcore?
It's there in Zim though, like the mood of the world that is in
Yeah, where
Squee
it's
and Homicidal Maniac is
freaking
there.
awful and it's miserable and it's just like
stinky and gross
it's
and
just-
scary and intimidating.
and like
Too
yeah,
much
you would want to
noise.
kill. You would want to kill people if you lived in that world.
He's
Yeah,
also
but
very
I don't know,
he's also very
horrendous.
isolated too, and
Yeah.
he's being fed on by perhaps demonic entities. So in Giant Homicidal Maniac itself, it is always a little unclear whether it's just him being insane or not. But you know,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
Feel Sick, it's a little more like yes, there are these creativity sucking entities out there, but I don't know how
Wow.
much he
I
has meant
wonder-
us to cross over those two.
I wonder what that means. I wonder what that's a metaphor
I
for.
wonder if I Feel
Nothing-
Sick was
nothing-
written at the
nothing
time
shit.
he was working on Invader Zim and takes a lot of his feelings from that in it. I wonder if that's what I Feel Sick is about, because Ricky
What?
Simons also colors it.
That's crazy.
All right, so I'm willing to concede Johnny.
Yeah,
Is it?
I mean,
It's
he's definitely
more
a
that-
villain.
he's definitely
He's
nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even say he's sympathetic, but he's likable.
He's a
Yeah,
cool
well, I mean,
dude,
like
but-
I think he's sympathetic because he's dealing with the whole society grinding you up like a meat grinder and
Yeah, and
spitting you
also,
out
I mean, the comic is kind of a shitpost.
it is. It
When you
definitely
get down
is.
to it, it is kind of a shitpost.
It is pretty unhinged. But also his world is just so unhinged. It's like, does this actually just fit in with the reality that they're painting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way more. It's way more loose in Homicidal Maniac and Squee than it is in I Feel Sick. And I do. Anyone who likes Joan and Vasquez, please read I Feel Sick. I feel like a lot of people don't know about it.
Yeah,
that's
I
the one
haven't
that's
read that
overlooked a lot.
one. and I-
You should.
I
It's
see why
about
overlooked it.
Devi, the girl who escaped from
Yes.
Johnny, and she ends up
Yes, I-
getting infected with the brain worms, basically.
There you go. All right, so let's move on to the next one, which is the one that also pissed off Lily a lot. Molly Hale from Pokemon.
No, you guys are gonna take this one.
Molly Hale
Yeah.
is a 7 or 8 year old child whose mother disappears. Depending on what version you're watching, she either leaves the family or whatever. Her father is an archaeologist who studies the unknown.
Oh, this is from the Entei movie.
Yeah, this is the Entei movie one. The father gets kidnapped by unknown and trapped in another dimension. And this poor girl's now left without a mother or a father. And in her grief, calls upon the unknown, who are drawn to her misery and dreams of hope and dreams of happiness, and basically convert her hopes and wishes into like reality warping crystals, essentially. And so her first wish is to get her father back. And because her father would make jokes about being an Entei, this manifests as a literal Entei who speaks in her father's voice, manifesting before her. And from there, she basically recreates the entire town around her into this fantasy paradise of hers that completely displaces everyone living in that town. Like, the entire town is swallowed up in these cancerous-looking crystals. And her next wish is to find a mother. And because there's a photo of her dad hanging out in Pallet Town with Ash's mom, Entei kidnaps Ash's mom and brainwashes her into being Molly's mother. And Molly just accepts this because she's a traumatized young girl. And Ash basically has to go save his mom from Molly. Molly isn't evil. She isn't a bad person. She's just deeply grief-struck and granted unlimited power. But unlike, say, Light Yagami, her dreams with unlimited power are just to give herself a family structure so she isn't as lonely anymore as she used to be, which is so heartbreaking and sad. And the movie emphasizes it as a sad situation. She isn't really a villain. She's more just a tragic young girl put in a situation where she does have the option to use this incredible power and uses it irresponsibly, but you also get why she's doing what she's doing, and it's unclear how much of it is her understanding what she's doing and how much of it is just like her kind of disconnect from reality. and kind of just and again, she is a child. Like, she is a very young child who doesn't have a firm grasp on what is happening around her.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like, then we're getting into arguments about what is a villain. She's definitely does things that are selfish and hurt people, and she's like, well, I should be allowed to hurt people so that I can get what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're knowingly hurting people, I think that is villainous. Yeah.
And it's also unclear how much she knows. At a certain point in the movie, her initial actions, it's unclear that she knows she's hurting anyone. But at a certain point, and here's where the conflict really comes in, she becomes aware that her actions are hurting people, but she desperately still wants to have someone who can love her and holds on to things that she knows are going to hurt people, but make her feel better. So it's that kind of tragic sort of, and again, it's a 6-year-old girl. So it's like, you kind of get that. Like, okay, she's not mature enough to handle this. It's kind of like giving the nuclear codes to a small child. It's like, you don't do that. They don't have the maturity yet to understand it. So it's very tragic. And she does ultimately make the right choices in the end, but she does cause harm along the way leading to that. So it becomes really a definition. What do you count as a villain? Do you count...
Yeah. Lily says she doesn't count because she's not a villain at all. But...
Yeah, no. Lily went like, she's a child. How dare you? I'm like, but she's still she still causes a lot of harm. Like,
I mean, I will still say, like, villain is a role in the story, and she did knowingly harm people, so I would call that a villain.
Yeah. I'd also make the argument that, like, she causes more harm than a lot of the adult villains in the Pokemon movies do around her. Like, she destroys an entire city. She displaces people. She almost causes the ruination of reality itself with her dreams.
How old is she?
Like 6 or 7 at most.
It's like just on the cusp of being able to know like why that's wrong, though. That's why I asked.
The best way of putting it is,
like, if we're talking about like a 5-year-old, maybe not, but
one comparison I draw is like Evangelion with the instrumentality. Krim will get this with instrumentality, where it's like the decision is entirely emotionally driven, and there is a disconnect from the emotional element of it versus how that manifests in reality. That doesn't change the fact that it can erase everything, but like the problem's resolved through emotionality rather than necessarily fighting the person or punching them out. It also leads to a really cool fight with Charizard and Entei that is legitimately one of the best things Pokemon's ever animated.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, we have a couple left before we stop, I think, for this half, because I do think it's reasonable.
We're going to have to call it because it's almost midnight now.
Yeah, seriously. And I'm down with doing this a second time. I'm fine with this. I'm up for
it.
Oh, yeah,
sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, Krim, Devil Wears Prada.
Miranda Priestley from The Devil Wears Prada. Miranda Priestley, she has this fashion magazine, and her crew has a lot of influence on the fashion world, and she is the main antagonist, and I would dare say villain. I always forget the main character's name. I just picture Anne Hathaway. But Anne Hathaway's character is a writer, and like this is a magazine that she ended up working for, but she's like kind of sees herself as above it all, and he slowly over time learns that, hey, there's actually some value in what these people are doing. And even though Miranda is very ruthless and kind of a snob, she worked hard for where she got. And she's also kind of revealed that her interpersonal life is falling apart. And for a good part of the movie, because I'm more familiar with the movie than I am with the book, admittedly. I was like, oh, Miranda's so awful, Miranda's so terrible, but then we see little glimpses into her life, both her marriage falling apart, and I don't know. It's I think Miranda is very complicated, and when you're dealing with a story that's as grounded in reality as Devil Wears Prada is, it's villain is a very strong word.
I think the real villains are those fucking friends. They just ditch her like that pissed me off with that movie so much. Those friends who have no consideration of Anne Hathaway's job requirements.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm babbling.
Yeah.
And I'm not familiar with the movie, so I'm being quiet. But I mean, I'm vaguely familiar with it. But
I've watched it a dozen times.
One of my favorite scenes, and I think one of the most iconic scenes, is when she kind of calls out Anne Hathaway's character. It's like, oh, you come to this office dressed in this like shabby blue sweater you picked out of the the thrift bin. But the fact of the matter is, this isn't just any shade of blue.
It's cerulean.
It's cerulean, and cerulean was featured on this fashion designer. And the fact of the matter is, the clothes that you have on your back were picked out for you by the very people that are in this room. You are not above this. And I think that's really interesting because it's very clear that Miranda's passionate about her work. And it's kind of implied that she sees herself in Anne Hathaway's character. And again, I'm forgetting what the character's name is right now because to me, Miranda is the most interesting.
Just call her Anne Hathaway.
Yeah.
I do think, though, that you're missing one thing that I think makes her an antagonist for sure. That scene where she screws over Stanley Tucci's character.
Yeah, Stanley Tucci's character.
Yeah, like, who did nothing wrong but was, like, totally loyal and devoted to the magazine.
Yeah.
Just to save her own position in the company.
Yep. But it's a ruthless, writing, especially back in those days. It didn't really have access to a public forum like we do now. So if you wanted to be involved in that world, you had to be fucking ruthless, and she was ruthless. That's how she got to where she was at, and I think anybody in her position would have had to have been as ruthless as she was.
Oh yeah, agreed 100%.
She's a product of the industry.
Oh yeah, and you don't succeed in that industry without being cutthroat. It's that element of it is true to real life. Yep. That's reality. That's how it is.
Right, what did Lily say about that one? I'm curious.
Lily said about I have a feeling what she's gonna say. Can't comment. Never seen it.
Boring.
One of the greatest of those types of movies.
The thing is,
and you think doesn't she love slice of life and like grounded shit and people just talking?
You would think
I tried to throw a few things in there that were more grounded in reality and not these big sprawling epics because I know Lily prefers that sort of thing. And half the ones I listened, she isn't familiar with. And it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like now
she only watches children's cartoons and sitcoms.
Yeah, but
and she says we watch it with shonen anime.
Maybe I'm very opinionated in saying this, but I feel like if you're going to purport yourself as a critic, that there's certain things that are required reading. Yeah. And nothing's required reading. You can read whatever you want. It's like, yeah, but you're a critic, Lily. You're a critic.
Still laugh that she completely misunderstood why I called her uncultured for getting bored of Cowboy Bebop. She seemed to take that as I think watching anime is cultured, when what I really meant was Cowboy Bebop is a love letter to various Western movie genres, so of course she'd get bored of it because she wouldn't recognize any of them.
Yeah, the problem also is, like, these are really incredibly good stories. Like, even regardless of the medium, they're just
stories as well.
And not just influential, they're just good, They're just good stories. Like, because influential doesn't mean anything about quality. Birth of a Nation's influential. Doesn't mean I'll watch it. They're just good. It's just a compelling narrative. And it's fine if you haven't seen everything. I haven't seen everything, or I've seen it in a while. But, like, the level of things she hasn't seen, yet acts as though she knows better than everyone else. It's like, you can't comment on this stuff without having a cursory knowledge of the medium. I don't know.
Are you giving me the point or not?
I'll give you a point. I'll give it to you.
Well, that's going to be the video I go over tomorrow, where I'm going back 2 years of her still complaining about children's adventure fantasy, because she said very similar things in her gay rep video recently, that it's like a sort of cartoon classism. Everyone just thinks adventure fantasy is better than slice of life. Oh.
You're gonna fucking love me in 2 entries from now when I get to Jarlaxle, but I'm gonna go with Javert first. Javert from Les Miserables.
That was another overlap for us.
You guys are gonna murder me. I've never seen Les Mis.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so here's the concept. Jean Valjean, desperate to recruit his family, steals a loaf of bread, gets sent to jail, tries to escape jail a few times, ends up serving 19 years in prison. And when he gets out of prison, on release, he gets released on parole. And Javert is basically the officer who has to make sure he doesn't break his parole.
His parole officer.
Basically his parole officer. So, Jean Valjean can't get a job. He's desperate. He goes to a bishop. He stays the night and leaves stealing a candlestick made of silver. And the bishop, he's arrested quite right after. He's dragged back to the bishop, and the cops are like, this man, he left. He said you gave this candlestick to him as a gift. Is this true? And the bishop has every right to just turn him back to the police, but the bishop's like, no, I did. Actually, you actually forgot this one as well. You left the best stuff behind you. He basically lets Jean Valjean get off and reminds him, I'm doing this to you so you can live a better life, live an honest life. And Jean Valjean turns his entire life around after that. But his fucking parole officer Javert is like, oh, you broke parole. I'm going to hunt you to the ends of the earth to get you back in jail.
Don't you have anything better to do?
No, he has other things he does along the way, but he is so black and white with his mentality that if you break the law once, you are incapable of ever redeeming yourself. If you commit one crime, even if it's a crime out of desperation, you are a criminal. You deserve to go to jail for the rest of your life, and there's no redemption. And
the thing is that sorry.
Well, I'll just say how it ends, so you can have a perspective where it goes. Ultimately, there's a rebellion that happens. There's a whole bunch of Les Mis is a massive story. Where they end up, they basically chase each other over France for the whole story. Story ends with Jean Valjean saving Javert's life. And Javert has to rescue the life of this other boy who's basically an innocent, who's in love with this girl he's adopted. And Javert is confronted with an option. Arrest Jean Valjean right now, or kill him, or let him go so he can save this boy's life. And the conflict in him is so difficult that Javert decides to end his own life rather than decide this choice.
The fuck?
Yeah, because his sense of justice is so black and white
and
strong.
What a drama queen.
And he just decides to quit.
Only choice here is to kill myself.
Yeah, basically.
I'm not dedicated to my convictions.
I love this right now. Mian, thank you for the super chat. The only true villainous action here is Russell Crowe's singing. 2 false sticks. Yeah, basically.
I will never understand why they don't just dub actors over with real Broadway singers. I don't get it.
I don't know.
It was supposed to be more visceral because it was recorded on while they were acting, so they weren't even dubbed over by themselves.
Yeah, they tried that shit with Cats too, and it was awful. They needed to stop doing it.
It was the same
director.
I know
it's the same director. He's a moron. Sideways, I think his name is. His music guy is a really good video on why the music in Cats sucks so much, and just seeing how they did that shit with the we're singing on set, it was so painful.
It hurt a lot. But yeah, Javert, I think, is a great example of a tragic villain. And like a lot of Victor Hugo stories, he's not the most villainous. The main villain isn't the most villainous character. There's another character who's a tertiary villain, the Thénardiers, who are much more, I think that's how you pronounce the name, they are much more sinister and cruel. But Javert is the main instigator of action, much like how in Hunchback of Notre Dame, Claude Frollo is the main villain, but he's not as villainous as Phoebus in the story, which is the opposite of the Disney film, I know, but
yeah.
You know,
Well, they needed a love interest for Esmeralda, and it couldn't be the ugly guy.
well, he's technically the love interest for Esmeralda in the books too, but he's a complete dirtbag.
I know. And she's like 13 or something in the book,
Yeah,
isn't
13,
she?
14, something like that. It's meant to be a little gross.
What the fuck, French people?
Right. No, but Javert is a great example of someone who sees himself as this noble hero, but in actuality is committing great actions of wrong because he's incapable of understanding the morality of society.
Yeah, I would say then, yeah, he definitely has a point because he's doing his fucking job. He's following the letter rather than the spirit, it seems, you know?
Oh, yeah, but he fully buys into it.
The point that he's so batshit insane he just self-ends over it.
Yeah, but the thing is that he's
Is he
totally...
a Terminator?
Basically, he just can't be stopped. He follows, and the book takes place over the course of decades.
Is Terminator based on Les Mis?
He pursues Jean Valjean over the course of literal decades of time.
Oh my god, bro.
Because he broke parole.
I mean, I know, like, you got paid by the word back then, but holy shit.
Yeah, no, the book lasts for decades of time.
That's why the book is so long. They got paid by the fucking word.
Oh, yeah, no. And that's not even counting the 100-page stretch that just goes on Napoleon the whole time.
Yeah.
It's great. Lovely, Miss. Great work. Fantastic novel. Krim, you got Sweeney Todd now.
Speaking of musicals, Sweeney Todd,
Yay.
yippee!
Cooking people into pies.
Love it.
Yippee! So Sweeney Todd, aka Benjamin Baca, had the misfortune. His greatest crime was being married to a woman that the judge wanted, and he took Barker out in order to get with his wife. And there's some dark implications there about what he did afterwards, because the wife got so distressed that she took a cyanide pill, and the judge ended up adopting Barker and the wife's daughter. So all kinds of messed up. Barker ends up working at, I guess, some sort of prison camp overseas. He comes back to London, and he's not just... Because people are like, oh, but why does he eat the other people in London? He's not just mad at the judge. He's mad
just pissed in general, London. I think.
Yeah,
mad at London. London is... It's the worst place in the world. There's
it is objectively. London is the worst place in the world.
Sweeney Todd, it's really about how, post-industrial London, again, it kind of chews you up and spits you out again. It's a freaking meat grinder.
Now, I'm trying to remember, the other people he kills, did he have a grudge against them directly at all, or was just, they just happened to...
Someone's want to shave. If I remember correctly.
For some reason, I remembered it as he also, when he was taking out, people one by one that he had a grudge against, but I might have just made that up in my head.
There's a few of them
I think in the book, there was a couple of them that he was taking out because they slighted him, but a lot of them he just hates the city of London because, not only did the judge, frame him for something that he didn't do, but the city also ostracized him. They went along with it, and he recognizes that the judge is just a product of London. So
and Mrs. Lovett enables him because she's in love with him, and it helps her business.
She needs meat pies.
Exactly.
She needs her meat.
Yeah.
Meat's expensive.
Meat pies. Mystery meat.
Meat's pricey.
So he's very definitively a villain. He is killing people. Some of them are innocent.
And enjoying it.
And he's enjoying it. He has that bloodlust. But, God, he does have a point. He was screwed over by the judge, and nobody gave him any sympathy. They just kind of
and also, spoilers, his wife was alive. She just was rendered crazy by the poison, and now she's a homeless woman, and Mrs. Lovett didn't tell him because she wanted him to herself.
Yeah. Honestly, and London kind of sucked at that time. It was a really disgusting... it was like New York subways, except everywhere.
You mean it's not like that today?
No, London's much cleaner now. But New York subways are much worse.
I'm just antagonizing any Brits in the audience.
Do I get the point?
I'll give you a point.
I would say he's sympathetic. Well, Lily would probably say he's justified. But what did she say?
What did Lily say? Let's find out.
Writers chose to make him kill people other than the person he was specifically out to kill.
Yeah,
so he fails number 2 because he's. Does that mean he fails number 2? He's still it justifies why he's a villain because he kills people that are innocent.
Yeah, and again, he's not
idiot.
He's not just killing the people that are innocent just because he feels like it. It's because
he hates London.
He hates London. He hates the people in it.
Who wouldn't hate British people? But yeah, so she's contradicting herself. It's like, well, no, it doesn't count because the writers just shouldn't have written it that way. It's like, well, Lily, that's not a point. That's not a fucking point, Lily.
That's not how it works. God. Oh, she's so frustrating. Anyway, you get a point, Krim. You're good. Also, Krim, you were such a goth kid from the 2000s.
I mean, you got Supernatural on the list. I mean,
I've got what? I put what on the list?
I said you have Supernatural on the list, so yeah.
Fucking goth kid.
I actually only started watching Supernatural last fall. So
you are such a goth kid.
Really?
Dear God, because I found out Supernatural was still on the air when Destiel Gate happened. I was like, that show is still on?
I watched it. I watched it because of Destiel Gate. I was like, I'm gonna get is it really that gay? I'm gonna watch it and find out. And I was like, fucking damn right, it's that gay.
Yes. I only watched the first 2 seasons and started getting bored of it, so I don't know, I get all crazy after that.
There you go. All right, a couple more left. So here's one for you. Jarlaxle. This is very simple. This character is not that complex, but also is complex, depending on the writer. Jarlaxle is a drow mercenary who rises up the ranks of drow society of Minzabarenzan. How do you say it?
Male?
What? Male. Yeah, he's a male drow.
Yeah.
In a female-driven society.
Violent
society.
Male-driven.
Violent.
Yeah.
Where betrayal and bloodlust are the only ways to get ahead in life. And I know people pronounce it Menzoberenzan or Menzoberenzan or Menzomberenzan. I don't fucking care. It's too late to care about pronunciation of
this is your entry.
Words. Basically, Jarlaxle is a mercenary who rises up the ranks, and depending on the story he's in, because he's in a lot of different stories, will either be an a reluctant ally or an absolute villain, depending on the narrative. And he's in a lot of narratives. And I want to point this out right now. Lily said she can't comment on Jarlaxle. She doesn't know who Jarlaxle is. Apparently, though, that makes me a little curious, because Jarlaxle plays a prominent role in both Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which Lily claims are 2 of her most favorite games, along with Drizzt Do'Urden, who is basically... Jarlaxle is basically a major antagonist to Drizzt Do'Urden, and quite frankly, Drizzt Do'Urden is also in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and she knows who Drizzt Do'Urden is. So, quite frankly, I'm going to call bullshit on Lily being a Baldur's Gate 2 fan, and that's my take.
She's a romance. She's an MON romance mod fan. Let's be real.
Yeah.
She probably just plays the MON romance mod and nothing else in the fucking game. Let's be real.
Yeah.
She's always like, everyone loves MON as much as me, and MON is so important to the game. And I've heard you can just kick her out of the party right away and just ignore her.
Yeah, you can actually. That's entirely the thing you can do.
I feel like we can kind of extrapolate how Lily plays games like Baldur's Gate. Because of how she complains about Pokemon. She just wants to wander around the world with her sister. Gardevoir.
Yeah, Gardevoir. In both
and have a power fantasy and not be challenged by anything or even just engage in the actual game.
Yeah, she
100%.
She wants role play fuel. She doesn't actually care about the content.
Yeah, but to go back to Jarlaxle real quick. Very simple character. He's a mercenary. He'll do whatever the money leads him to do. He kind of sort of admires those who are worthy adversaries as almost playing a game with them. So,
Mhm.
depending on what side of the coin you're on, you could either be his best friend or the next target. But like, if you're a target and you survive, he'll find a way to live, and he'll kind of respect you for surviving him. He's
I have no opinion on this character.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
kind of like
sorry, it's I'm not into D&D.
again, depending on the way you play, the way that he's in campaigns, he's in stories, but again, it's kind of like he's a little bit of that morally ambiguous kind of antagonist. Where he's a villain, you will cut your purse strings and hold your lovers hostage, but he'll just as quickly, if you pay him enough, kind of drop all of it and move on with his life.
What's the most important is Lily should know this character, and she doesn't.
Yeah, 100%. She should know who Joel Axel is because she's played multiple games with this character as a reoccurring figure and talks about D&D as though she understands the lore of the Forgotten Realms.
Well, no, she will up and down deny that Baldur's Gate is just D&D. She will up and down deny that.
But it's the Forgotten Realms. Like, this is all
She
the same
doesn't.
continuity.
She doesn't. She recently on her blog she was denying that Baldur's Gate was just D&D. She's like, no, it's other things too. And it's like, Lily, no, it's just fucking single player D&D. Like someone was telling you.
Like, there are deviations made to the gameplay. Baldur's Gate 3 especially made that clear. But like, it's still the Forgotten Realms continuity. At the end of the day, Baldur's Gate is a location in the Forgotten Realms.
She hates that there's a story outside of what she wants to do in the game. She just, it's really all it comes down to.
That probably explains why she compared Driss Duerden's power level to Elminster's power level. That'd be like comparing Gandalf to Aragorn. Like, sure, they're both powerful figures, but one's a very strong warrior.
One's a fucking Maiar.
Yeah, one is an angel. Yeah, it's like there's no comparison. Like, sure, they're both major figures in the story, but like, it's like comparing Goku to Master Roshi. You know? And even that comparison is poor because the gap between Elminster and Driss Duerden is far more than that.
But power fantasy.
Yeah. So yeah, Joel Axel, kind of an ambiguous figure. Adrian Parchment. Okay, we're at our last options for the night. One last super chat for now. Opinions on Sylvianus from World of Warcraft. I have no opinion on World of Warcraft.
I don't give a shit about Warcraft.
I don't remember.
But who you skipped? You skipped Hades Town. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And technically, I combined Ashley and Andrew into one, but you also combined two into one, so it's fine. I'll just do two more.
Sounds good.
But yeah.
So go for Chicago.
So I will make my case for Velma Kelly by reading out her verse in the song He Had It Coming. My sister Veronica and I had this double act, and my husband Charlie traveled around with us. For the last number in our act, we did these 20 aerobatic tricks in a row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 splits, and spread eagles. Run one right after the other. So this one night before the show, we're down at the Hotel Cicero. The three of us are boozing and having a few laughs, and we ran out of ice. So I go to get some. I come back, I open the door, and there's Veronica and Charlie doing the number 17 spread eagle. I was in such a state of shock, I completely blacked out. I can't remember a thing. It wasn't until later when I was washing the blood off my hands, I even knew that they were dead. So that whole freaking song is about these murderers. Exactly.
Well, the thing is, all the women in the song, especially in the original, because the girl isn't in the original, all of them are full of shit, though.
Yeah, I mean, like
the way is like, he ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 9 times.
I mean, yes, absolutely, they did kill their husbands or their boyfriends or whatever, but they were also treated like shit. And again, the context of the time, if a man decided to leave a woman for somebody else in that time, they were fucked.
Yeah,
Like,
100%.
I'm just
you
thinking
know,
of
like-
Catherine Zeta-Jones right now for some reason.
Really? Are you thinking of...
Well, now
She
it's my
was-
turn to
she
Now
was in
your
the
turn
movie
for the water
version, and
bottle.
that's why I'm like,
Sai, are you thinking about the same way
turn to
I'm
use
thinking
the water
about
bottle. God damn
it?
it.
For the plot, right? It's for the plot.
yeah, the plot,
plot.
yeah,
Plot, yeah.
plot. So, actually,
Anyway.
the Chicago movie adaptation was pretty damn good, actually.
It was good. I saw Chicago live a couple years ago, and I would have to say, yeah, it was awesome. I saw it.
No,
when I went to
you hardly ever
Toronto.
see hardly ever see a musical adapted to film so well.
Exactly.
It's one
Yeah.
of the better ones, I'd say.
It was really well fucking done.
I
It
love
was a
fucking
great
Bob Fosse
adaptation.
too. I love Bob
Yeah,
Fosse's
wow.
directed
I love
the
Fosse.
choreography. I love all that
Yeah.
jazz. I've seen all that jazz a million times.
Let's not go on to theater kids spazzing.
Yeah.
because
Okay.
that'll
Okay. Well, I gotta draw back the autism.
Yeah, all right. Velma Kelly, though, I would say that she's definitely a villain. She
Mm-hmm.
is antagonistic. Not only like she killed her husband, but she's also very antagonistic towards Roxy, where but like they're fighting for their lives at that point. Like they could
All right,
get the
time's
death
up.
penalty.
I mean, it's all about basically the celebrities surrounding these women who are absolutely fucking guilty, but
Yeah,
Mhm.
but they're still sympathetic and like
they
fucking
are
husband.
sympathetic, and I think Lily
Yeah.
would say they have a point because she would be like, "Yeah, feminist, stab your husband."
Actually, Lily said, never makes a point.
That whole her musical number, he had it coming. Like that's her point. That's the
If
point.
you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I bet you would have done the same. Lily.
It's just I don't know. I think she has a fucking point. Like, and again, like
I say
you're
I'm giving Krim the point for Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yeah, I'm with you on
Yeah,
that one. It's a
you-
good
You
point.
get 2 points for Catherine Zeta-Jones.
I'll give one point for
Oh,
now.
fine. Phooey.
Catherine Zeta-Jones is a point in all of our hearts.
I mean, you could also, if you wanted to give me an extra point, Roxy is very similar
Yes,
too.
true.
She's kind of a villain protagonist.
She's
also
hot in a
killed her
different
husband.
way.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
All
But
right,
I won't get greedy.
that's fine. Okay, so Luke, Percy Jackson. I don't need 3 minutes. I can do it in one. Gods are deadbeat dads. Luke is the son, is a demigod who wants to rebel against the system of power of the gods, to war against them.
Base.
Luke is so correct in his core motivation that the hero of the story, after stopping Luke because he's dealing with powers beyond his comprehension and he's becoming a pawn of a greater evil, Percy Jackson, as a reward by the gods for winning, enacts the very mechanisms Luke wanted to enforce to make the gods accountable for their children. Luke is so correct that the hero does his work for him after winning. I don't think I need to say more than that.
I think I'm just gonna have to take your word on it because I have never read Percy Jackson.
Yeah.
I just think
I'm
that
You make a
Sorry.
compelling point. Gods are deadbeat dads.
Actually,
God suck.
can just for me, can we go to 28 on Krim's list since you also have Javert there? So
oh yeah,
for next time, because I want to
29,
I want to talk about
Oh.
Solas, and I think we would all have fun talking about Griffith.
oh god, yeah.
Griffith is set up as a folk hero.
Well, let's
and-
wait till we get down to him, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted
Actually,
to.
and do you know what Locked Tomb is?
Yes, I have it right here.
Okay, you guys can talk about that one then.
actually,
No,
it's right on
I
the shelf,
can't
think.
because that was another Mac entry.
What?
That was another
Okay.
Mac entry.
We're skipping we're
Mac.
skipping Locked Tomb then. I wanted to go down to Solas because that's for me. I'm the
Okay.
Dragon Age
Okay.
expert.
So
Okay,
when
let's-
when we start,
go
when we
off
start
screen.
27 then. Next time.
Yeah, we can
Go
go down to
off
20.
screen.
Okay, wait, can we go down to 27 and 28 and then stop there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
we have enough. I think we have enough time. We can do that much. Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
I can explain Solas from Dragon Age.
Oh boy.
So Solas
it.
is an ancient elf. He was once known as the Dread Wolf, the god Fen-Harel. We have discovered in the lore so far that the ancient elves were probably powerful leaders, but the elves were immortal back then. The other gods were about to do something really fucky, so what Solas did was seal them away in a place called the Fade, and then put up a veil between the real world and the Fade. But the Fade is where magic came from, so that kind of fucked over the entire elven empire. And while he was asleep, after doing this, the elves got enslaved by humans, got all their shit wrecked. And so he wakes up to this new world and looks around and says, oh my god, this is all wrong, I need to fix this. So he gets this orb that has this power in it, but he can't open it. So he gives it to this big monster man. That was a mistake. The big monster man almost ends the world. So now he has to fix that. So now after dealing with that, he is intending to bring the veil down, but he is trying to keep the other elven gods sealed away still. And we've already found out in the very next game he's gonna fuck that up too. So Solas is basically the ancient trickster god who can only trick his goddamn self and has tried to save the world 3 times, but he's really, really, really bad at it, but he thinks he's the only one who can do this for whatever reason that we're probably gonna find out next time.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Sai a point on that one.
I got a point. Yay!
Hey, give me. I thought he was on my
I mean,
list.
it's on Krim's list, so Krim gets the point, I guess. But yeah, Solas is like he's a tragic figure. He's also like, but it's like you do have like a little microcosm of what he's feeling in Dragon Age Inquisition, because there's a quest you can go on where you kind of get knocked a year into the future and see how the world is fucking ending, and you want to rush back to fix it. That's exactly what he's feeling. He's woken up to this completely changed world, and it's all his fault, and he wants to fix it, and he has to try to tell himself, like, the people here aren't real, I'm gonna fix all this never will have happened, but now he's having to reconcile with the fact that, oh, the people in this world are actually kind of also people worth saving, but I'm gonna try to end the world very gently for them. You know? So it's a big mess.
As you do. As you do.
A bunch of eggs in the chat. My Dragon Age homies are here.
Yeah, a bunch of eggs. I'm seeing so many eggs.
He's bald. He's a bald elf man, so we all call him like the egg, the rotten egg. We're gonna scramble the egg. We're gonna go smash the egg.
I've played Dragon Age Inquisition. Everyone always underestimates me, but when I prove myself to, I get your egg jokes. I always like Iron Bowl myself personally, but you know.
Of course you do. Of fucking course you do.
Don't worry, I made sure I got the scene where Iron Bowl is talking about jerking off to having murdered a dragon. So that's in my playthrough if you want to see that.
I'm down for that. Also, Krim, what do you mean by "of course I do"?
You can interpret that however you like.
I want you to say what you.
I think it's just giving you shit. I think that's what that was.
Anyway, I think we'll hold on.
I know what you are.
You know what I. Say it, Krim. Say it.
It's a vampire.
Oh, I knew you to say that.
Say it, bisexual.
Well, I was kind of referring back to the fact that he's a vampire in the thumbnail, but
that too, actually. That's valid. All right, I think we'll hold off on the second half of the list for us.
Hold off on Griffith.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a whole.
I'm gonna have my Spurgy moment. Yay!
Yay! Well, I think that we should look at the point. We've done 50 between us, maybe a little bit more, and so far, math, we're at
36.5.
Yeah, so we are passing. We are passing right now.
And we either
strictly went by Lily's guidelines, or we said sympathetic because that's how you guys understood the challenge when you wrote these.
According to Lily, we had a 1 out of 50 at this point, because we only got 1 point across all 100 of our choices.
Mostly because she's stupid.
Mostly because she doesn't understand how literature works. And yeah, so people online, you get a second stream of the 3 of us doing this. Yay!
Hooray! We'll definitely find some time to do it.
we can probably do the second part on my channel. I think
That sounds good.
Yeah, we could do that if you'd
that
like.
sounds
Yeah.
fine. So
I get the delicious super chats. Yummy,
You get
yummy.
the super berries
Glorious.
this time, yeah.
all right, and we'll market that the same way we marketed this one. So everyone will hop on Crims for the part
Just
2.
schedule it, and I will shout it out in my community notes and shit.
If you build
Yes,
it, we will
ma'am.
come.
All right. Okay. Cool.
All right.
Any
cool.
closing thoughts, everybody?
So far,
There's a Lily Orchard stuff in the chat now. I think
Lily
it might be
Orchard
one
Too
of the
many shonen
liquids.
antagonists. No way the villains I don't know are on these lists aren't from shonen anime. Try expanding your media diet to include quality shows like A Place Further Than the Universe. We have
Yeah, my
multiple
favorite
Lily
shonen
stuffs
anime,
here.
freaking Paradise Lost.
You know what? It's so funny. You know what's so funny? Lily it constantly praises Spy Family, and it's fucking shonen.
Oh, there's
Listen,
another.
there's
There's
a few.
Lily.
There's a few. I really
Oh god,
should
there's
have.
so many lilies. What happened?
Listen,
They're multiplying.
Lily,
We fed
you're
them
right.
after midnight.
Lily, you're right. I'm sorry. I should have watched fewer shonen anime like Les Miserables. By the way, this is the only time I get to use this. Les Miserables anime. There are multiple Les Miserables anime out there. Just
surprised.
saying. Such as Les Miserables Shoujo Cosette, in which, and I'm not making this up, it's all about Cosette, and Javert
Oh, for
doesn't
God's
self-execute
sakes.
himself, but has a redemption arc and arrests all the bad guys and realizes that, you know what, maybe I was wrong, and decides to support Cosette.
Moe blah bullshit. Get out of my fucking house.
great.
Oh, hi, Malcolm. We're finishing up actually, but thank you.
We're talking about anime Les Miserables. That
This is a
exists.
real
Hi,
thing.
Malcolm.
Hey, Malcolm.
Oh, you missed everything.
Anthony, please respond. I have to drop my kids off at school. No. No, I won't. You'll just have to sit there waiting for a response.
We're just about done. You should probably raid somebody that's gonna be streaming.
We realize we're too yappy. We have to do a second stream.
We only got through half of
too
what we wanted to get
autistic.
through.
We're too autistic.
Oh, you was gonna rate us.
Oh no. Malcolm, you should have rated us sooner.
Thank you for thinking of us, Malcolm.
I appreciate the thought. But no, this is a real thing. This anime is real.
Yeah,
and
I'm disinvited to the next girl time now. I'm sure. Yeah.
Hey, Malcolm, you never invite me for girl time. What the
I've
fuck,
never
dude?
been invited to girl time either. I'm offended.
I'm
deeper
special.
So. You know what? You would be special though.
Listen. I could reel in the autism. I could be normal for a little while. I could do things that wouldn't.
You don't
scare
sound
those.
very sure about that, but okay.
I'm not really sure about it, but that's probably because I'd come to the stream. I'd probably come to girl time either drunk or high, one of the two, and just have fun with it, and it all works out.
Yeah. We'll have to do a drinking stream sometime.
Sometimes.
Just for fun.
I was tempted to break out the freaking tequila.
I knew
I'm
that.
definitely whenever Lily finishes her stupid Utena TTS parody, I'm definitely doing another tequila rose stream.
It's funny
I
because
don't.
I brought this with me, and I didn't end up drinking most of it, or even a fraction of it, because I was like, you know what, I'll just bring it a little bit with me.
We have to be sober for our brilliant commentary on all this shonen anime like Les Miserables and The Devil Wears Prada.
Yeah, classic
Here's the
shonen
thing
anime
for
that
me.
was Prada.
I don't watch Lily videos anymore. I think there was one where I was watching her stuff and I was like, this bitch isn't getting any better because you can't get better if you can't admit that you're wrong.
No,
Oh, I know.
seriously.
Why would I? Why would
Larry
I
Baines,
watch
thank
more
you for the
Lily
super
stuff?
chat. Here's like some bucks this 5-hour stream. Yeah, thank you.
Could
Appreciate
go
it.
for 5 hours.
$5.
But 5 hours is
Alright.
normal for me. What are you kidding? But no, she never gets any better. But like every time I think her video is gonna be boring, she ends up saying something completely fucking batshit insane. That's what I'm hoping for in this next one.
I will cover her content again if she make something that I care about, and she hasn't done that yet. So
Yeah, I want to do this. I want to do this old one I'm doing this 2 years old, and I want to go all the way back to her Artist Diva meltdown video and kind of go over that. I know Aaron Tempest did it, but I kind of also want to just look at it myself. I don't know.
have fun with
I wonder
that.
if Aaron Tempest is gonna drop his new video on her because he teased it.
Yan, thank you, super chat. Hashtag justice for Eponine. Yeah, agreed. Eponine deserves justice. She's a sweet angel who did nothing wrong. Sorry, this is a lame as Rob reference for anyone. I'm still upset about that. Sorry.
I see the Gurren Lagann reference in chat. Believe in the us that believes in you, Krim. I'm gonna push back against that with a Gundam reference. I'll kill you.
Who the hell do you think I am?
No. Gundam
Love
Wing
Gurren
has the
Lagann.
best. They give her the birthday. They give him the birthday invite. He rips up in her face.
What a fucking Chad, honestly.
You have to say it in Japanese to piss off Lily. Omae koros.
But that scene is fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck, dude?
And
We were talking about Wing, right? Yeah,
episode
Gundam
one.
Wing.
Yeah.
Of course you like Gundam Wing. It was like Yaoi Central.
Yeah.
Honestly, you know what my favorite Gundam series is? It's G Gundam.
I can't even talk. I like
do
Wing. I don't usually like mecha anime though. So
I do like Seed and Seed Destiny as well.
See, I couldn't do Seed.
Giant robots.
Couldn't do Seed. Just didn't get
I
into
feel
it.
like I think Seed Destiny is a little bit more tolerable than the original Seed, because Shin is a much more interesting character than either Othrin or Hira is. Hira is so up his own fucking ass.
Valid.
But
we started a whole new nerdy conversation.
This is
yeah, we gotta wrap this up, guys.
Also,
The levels of autism are off the charts.
Also, goddamn Malcolm, add me to your girl chat talk. I'll join you in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Sai Krim, thank you so much for joining me on this madness, this unhinged, autistic madness. We will continue this on Krim's channel at a later date. I will make an announcement when it occurs.
Subscribe and like the video, you fools.
If you haven't
Yeah,
already
like the
yet.
video so YouTube says, whoa, this is doing really good.
Yeah, exactly. And subscribe to everyone else here, all good folk.
I almost have finished my thumbnail for tomorrow while we were talking, so
Oh, glorious. I love it.
you guys will probably see it in the Discord soon.
Oh, absolutely. All right, everyone, take care. I'm going to fall asleep now. Good night, y'all.
Night. It was fun.
All right, we're on the end screen now. I have to click the end button when I find it.